I am outputting to Discord. I don't think anything has crashed yet. I am giving Colin control of keyboard and mouse. We are back to this. Colin. Wait. Oh, you're on monitor 2?
Oh,
You're on
encoder
monitor
broke.
2.
Really? Why? Nothing
Connect back.
happened. No, but I think like when the encoder breaks like that, I think I have to restart. Or at least that's what we did yesterday. Like, why is it just this that does this? Actually, that's literally not true. We've had other stuff that had this problem, but man, I'm so perturbed.
Normally it gets fixed. The only other one that had this many issues was it Hat in Time?
Yeah, but Hat in Time was different. Hat in Time, the encoder didn't break. It was literally, it just wasn't recognizing. Like, it would recognize Lawrence's controller, and then it just randomly stopped recognizing it. So he had to play the game via keyboard and mouse from that point on.
Don't forget, I also had to watch via Twitch because of an issue as well.
Is that true?
Yes.
Is it really? Let me turn off Discord streaming. Is it really that? Colin, reconnect again.
Yeah, 1 second.
Sure.
Why is my voice doing here? Gotta move this. Done. Okay.
Accept. All right. I mean, it didn't boot you yet.
Nope.
Seems good. All right, are you here?
I'm here.
All right, move around. Like with the mouse and stuff?
I am.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold up, sorry. I forgot to give you... There you go. Now do it. There you go. Okay. Saba, I think through process of elimination, we have unfortunately identified that it really is just streaming to Discord that is causing the encoder to break. So,
Really?
yes.
I think it's streaming to. It only happens sometimes though. Like, cause I think when you're streaming to Discord, at least what I've noticed, and then we're switching back and forth between you and me for control. I think that's when it breaks.
I mean, perhaps, but there really isn't another option for like switching back and forth for control.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like there isn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Saba? You know what might be kind of fun? What if I got you on Parsec? What if you joined in on Parsec? And then I just turned off all your controls, so that way you could see what was happening and hear it, but you just wouldn't mess with anything.
Okay, I don't mind trying that.
All right, Colin, I'm taking control for a moment. Saba, if you need the link's right there, so yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah. I have to just click it.
I'm about to say, let's see if this works. This is a funky solution, which I'm really surprised I didn't think of last week. Maybe it's because I was tired. Which, by the way, I'm so excited that I get to actually commentate over this session of Outer Wilds without my tongue hurting every time I talk. All right, welcome, Saba. You seem to be here. I'm turning off gamepad control. Saba, can you see?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Colin, it's all yours.
Alrighty.
Resume, yeah. So,
did you
just...
need to check anything on Twitch, by the way?
Oh, sure, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. I'll go do that.
So just a quick refresher for Colin. I'm not going to summarize everything that you've done since obviously you remember it. But the last thing, I believe your last objective was to finish Giant Steep.
Giant Steep, indeed.
Yep.
Pew.
Because I think the last thing you did before we departed was you finished the orbital cannon.
Yeah, did he go into the...
We landed on an island in Giant Steep, but the sun exploded.
Right, yes.
Okay, so we do sound fine. Also, do you remember he was in the middle of, like, switching to, like, the upper half of that room?
No, I don't know what you mean, unfortunately.
Okay, so, you know, like, the orbital cannon, you have, like, you have two sides of the room.
Right, you have the top and the bottom.
Yeah, so I had, like, just kind of told him, like, you know, you can actually go to, like, the top of this room.
He did do that, Saba.
Did I miss this? Because
Yeah,
it
I'm
did it
about
for
to
like
say.
a millisecond before the sun exploded. But was that our
I don't.
final
I don't. I
run?
don't think so. I'm pretty sure
The final thing we
because
did was we
you,
were on the island
yeah,
on Giant Steep that has
the dude who's also in the
You're
time loop.
right.
no, it was the one with the thorny stuff.
Oh, right, the ice the
Oh,
ice island thing with all the yeah
Yeah,
with
with
the
all
ghost matter.
I
the
guess
ghost
my
matter.
memories
That's the last thing we did.
also like because I remember we got really close to doing a bunch of stuff, but the sun always exploded by a certain point.
I mean
So I'm
that
like,
is the
I know.
game, yeah.
No,
But
no, I know, but
Yeah.
it's like we had to go back to that specific area, even though we were like a second away from actually figuring out what it was. So
I don't know. I mean if Colin
and
has oh my god, look at that.
careful. Okay, we're fine.
Greetings.
Oh
Oh
my.
boy.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love just watching the islands just shoot up into the air. It's so funny. Oh, there's your target.
Target locked. It's gonna get swept up again though, I think.
It was funny because on our playthrough we whatchamacallit?
I'm
Colin,
forgetting how to.
Lawrence was just flying, right? Just casually flying, and just the island decided to just dump itself on top of him, and we just died.
That's
it was
amazing.
it was extremely funny. So you see the like status panel in the bottom left when you're flying.
Mm-hmm.
Certain part like the game has a robust like damage system.
Yeah,
but
I know the ship can get damaged.
yeah, but like it's really weird because like despite the fact that your ship has a robust damage system, it doesn't usually matter. Like it usually only matters if you're about to explode. But anyway, so it's like he gets hit by the island, and he was like, "What hit me? What hit me?" It's like, and like his module that he's in is like off floating in the water, and it's like, oh my god, it's so funny. All right, I believe in you, Colin. Yeah, there you go. You weigh twice as much on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
Weight is immense.
So yeah, Saba, I took the typing test today, and my words per minute is like 41.
No.
It is slightly above average, I guess, like not very good, all things considered. However, when I did like a little bit more research, basically the thing was like, yeah, you're a burst typer. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And it's like you clearly have to like think about what you type first, but then once you think of it, you type the whole thing very quickly. And so it's like,
Interesting. Also, you found a fire. Yeah, mine at 75, it just calls me an octopus.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay.
I like it.
Aha.
You just got feldsparred.
You just got feldsparred.
Can't believe I was
Because I'm
electrocuted.
epic.
I guess brute force isn't always the answer.
Off to
All
Dr.
that's
Rumble.
left now is the brick. So yeah, that was actually a little important what he said. It
I
gave you a
saw.
little clue, so.
I can read.
No, I
You
know,
can?
I know.
You can? Why did I bring you
Whoa.
on stream though? Yeah, look at that. Isn't that neat?
What the hell? It's like a big like louse.
Jellyfish.
I'm actually remembering this particular chain of clues now, and I realize like, man, that's nuts.
This looks like what it looks like when you look at like a dust mite under like a huge like a.
Oh, like
yeah.
an electron microscope where they're just
Yeah.
horrifying.
Ugh.
Did you see that Reddit post that came out the other day of fucking whale lice?
No, but that sounds horrible.
So it's actually really interesting because despite the fact that they look horrible, like they look like absolute nightmare fuel, apparently they're actually extremely healthy for whales to have. Because the idea is that basically, you know, lice for humans and most animals are very small. Lice for whales are fucking massive, and they basically like create giant patches of like crusty crustaceans essentially on the sides of the whales that like move around, and they eat like parasites and algae and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Is this all
they're
that's here? Is just this recording and stuff?
yes, that's it. This is a clue
Yeah.
to something that you can try to get later, but for right now, that's it. What was I gonna say? But yeah, the whale
These are
lice
scary.
are about the size of your palm, which is
Yeah, that's
horrifying.
too big.
Yeah. And I was reading the comments in the Reddit thread, and someone was like, "Yeah, whale lice are usually pretty good unless the whale gets an injury in his eye, because an eye injury from whatever, the whale can normally recover from that and it'll be fine, unless the whale lice find it first, and then they just assume that it's dead flesh and they eat the eyeball."
Oh.
And it's like,
Oh,
and it's
no.
like
But I
that's
guess
super
that's not
weird.
the lice's fault.
Yeah, but I'll say the lice don't know any better, but that's still horrifying. Like, we have like all those mites that live in our eyebrows or whatever. Oh, look at that. That's a ship. I don't think you can go in. I really wish you could, by the way, because each of these explorers has a ship that you can find on their planet.
Right.
I really wish that you could like go in and it have like little things about their personality. Like that'd be really cool. Ooh, look at this. You've seen something like this before.
Right.
The purple.
But yeah, I don't know. Whale lice is just like a concept that's fucking horrifying to me because I hate all creepy crawlies like that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching, well, this is kind of a different topic, but I remember watching a video describing how, like, people use purple in video games and how it mostly kind of tends to mean either, I would say, either, like, magic or, like, corruption.
Yeah.
So it's, like, it's interesting.
That generally tracks.
So it's, like, it's interesting, like, because I was seeing this, like, purple, and I was like, it's interesting having this purple.
I mean, it's clearly
Purple
like, I'm about to
is-
say, like, in this,
purple is
they're...
either
Oops, sorry.
magic or magic technology. I've found.
I'm about to say, I'd probably call this magic technology.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where this comes in, because it's like normally, and I included the word magic, but like they mostly did like something that's been like being corrupted, like
yeah,
like plant life or.
Well, it's
things
actually
like
kind of
that.
interesting when you take...
Corruption.
Oh, yeah, you
No,
can go,
keep,
Colin.
No, keep talking. No, you're fine.
Okay. Don't want to step in anyone's potato salad, but it's kind of interesting because for the longest time, purple largely represented like royalty and nobility and stuff like that, and that was one of those, and that's one of those things that I think is quite interesting because if you take the concepts of magic and corruption, obviously royalty are very prone to corruption, but then it's also the idea of like you have to be of like a certain breed or a certain blood in order to like have special powers, or at least that's what it is in like a lot of mythology and stuff like that. So it's kind of neat that if that is the case, that purple like kind of diverted into both of those things because they both just stem from the idea of royalty, kind of.
Well, here, let me go on to, because I remember him talking about royalty was one of the reasons why, but he was also saying like
Nobility.
purple is also in the middle between like the good and bad colors, right? So there's the
good and bad
the
colors.
ability-
Well, if you consider generally in media, red is bad, blue is good. You
Yeah,
put them together,
and
you get
also in like
purple.
Is
or in
blue
video
good?
games.
Blue is generally considered the good guys. Yeah.
That's really interesting because I've always actually, you know what? You bring up a really good point. I never actually thought about that before because I know about the dichotomy between like red and blue. I always thought that green was good guys.
Green is often good guys as well. It's kind of a side of blue.
But red is also heroic too because you got like Gryffindor.
Well, okay, well,
it depends on your.
I would say
it's
focus
not a
on
hard and
video
fast
games
rule.
though. Focus on video games, and it was also the idea of
The best example I can give is Star Wars. Think about Star Wars lightsaber colors. That's the most obvious.
Oh
thing.
yeah,
Good guys have green and blue. Bad
and
guys have
purple
red.
means that you're Samuel L. Jackson.
Yes.
Everybody knows the three states of being:
okay,
good, bad,
absolutely.
and Samuel L. Jackson.
Yep. And I was also saying, well, purple
You can go
is
underwater
kind of
with this, by the way.
considered bad too because of the idea of like, well, poison. Like for some reason, poison is considered like people color it purple, even though technically most poisons don't actually have a
Do
color.
they color purple?
Yeah, poison.
And this is the thing I was gonna say is that while you're right about purple being often considered corruption and stuff, it's also often green, purple and green.
Yeah.
are typically the
Yeah,
colors.
but if
I
you
was like,
think
you're
about
thinking
it, in
you're
terms of
obviously
games,
thinking. Oh,
though.
sorry.
Oh,
You're
well, hold
obviously
on.
thinking of
Oh,
like
we're going up.
yeah, we're going up. Dude, isn't this
So that
cool? I love
right? If you
this.
stick to the purple, you'll be fine.
I about to say Colin's clearly referring to I about to say don't walk off this just quite yet, otherwise you'll die.
Yep.
Like Fell from World of Warcraft and stuff, which is
So
fair.
The Warcraft universe is
Which is quite interesting because I was literally about to respond to Saba's thing of like purple usually means poison, and I was like, I usually think green means poison.
Mm-hmm. But
Well,
it's both.
Yeah,
also
about to say
bring
it's
this
both.
up in the context. Well, once again, if we're talking about games, green is normally associated with like your health bar, or like if you're in a forest setting, like the green.
But sometimes that's
there.
red as your health.
I'm about
bar.
to say usually I think of
Oh,
health
yeah.
bars as being red because it's like blood.
You're right.
But
Well, either way, but like
No,
you
this
see,
is like a
other
this is like a really
colors-
interesting conversation because
All
like
of
everybody's
colors-
points make sense.
well, it's funny because I went off like this video, and like the way he described it was like, well, most other colors tend to already exist within the game, like the red example for the red health bar, or like the blood, and like the green for like the forest, or like an outline for like yourself as like being a good guy. But like purple kind of doesn't have that, so that's why I think people like also it fit like that niche where people are like, well, we want something where it's kind of bad, but it has like the possibility to be like removed, or it can be like saved.
That's
So that's what
interesting.
that was for.
Is that
But
what
like I said-
is that what the video that you posted was? Is this
Yeah.
the purple thing?
So I was like, yeah, if you guys are like interested in that, you can see it more fully, because I've forgotten some of the points he said. But yeah, I thought
Needless
that it
to
was
say,
cool.
I will definitely check that out after stream.
CC, oui.
Oh, I also still need to watch. I still need to watch Buff Guy Yoga. I keep forgetting.
A buff guy.
The reason I ask for clarification as to what that video was that you posted, because on my screen it's literally just like a hand hovering over like a page, and it says Chromebook, and that's it.
Really?
Yeah, because remember I have to like have 5 screens on at the same time, so it's really small in the corner.
Oh no! It's yeah. I accidentally, I think, got the ad instead of the actual video itself.
Oh no!
I freaking hate that. What the heck?
All right, well I'm glad I asked for clarification.
Well, thank you. Because I'm like that.
Oh, dude,
shouldn't be
Hiddle
right.
Brawlo.
Hiddle Brawlo.
Hiddle Brawlo is my favorite boxer.
Yeah.
That's quick. Someone clip that for Adrian later when he has to make more D&D campaigns. Hiddle Brawlo is a brawler.
Oh my
My
god.
first D&D character that I made in about 5 minutes was a fighter named Hadrian.
Okay, sure, I like that. The
Okay,
color
there we
of
go.
corruption. There you go. That makes a lot
Better.
more sense.
It does make a lot more sense.
And now,
also, this is
Colin,
why,
when you put this down, it's gonna be really interesting because I think this is gonna be your first time seeing the other or seeing a conversation from the other direction. Because I believe you've already actually read this conversation.
Code, canon components, and orbital
Yeah.
assembly.
So, like Zach, it's also by.
Oh, yeah, I
think
have
it's
seen this.
Rasputin. I think. you've-
Rasputin.
I'm about to say
Rasputin.
the
Are you
lover of the
familiar with
Russian
him?
queen.
Not that one in
Rasputin.
particular.
He
I
got
assume we're not talking about
he got
the
shot
the
and
AI
then
from Destiny.
But if I remember Rasputin, because I think his voice is familiar to me. I watched like a series of videos where someone is like, well, I wanted to see what games look like for non-gamers, so he made his.
Is this the
girl he lives
girlfriend?
with-
Yeah, his girl.
wife.
Yeah, his wife
Yeah, the girl
play.
he lives with.
Dude, I watched
play
like one or
games.
two of those videos and they were fascinating.
Yeah, I think he's like pretty good at like doing
sounds really
these kinds of
interesting.
experiments and stuff.
I
and
remember
giving good
I
feedback.
remember one of the videos. It was either by the same guy or someone that was like imitating his production style, but they basically did the same thing. And they made specifically sure to throw in a few controversial games in there, like games that gamers consider to be like shit. And the girlfriend was like, "Oh, this is like a lot of fun." And it was one of those things where like to everybody else it was demonstrably from everybody else it was demonstrably shit, but for her it was just like, oh, this is new and this is neat. And it's like, oh, that's like kind of, that gives perspective of like, man, this is really what happens when you get inside baseball, doesn't it?
I'm always fascinated to like get glimpses inside the minds of other people, especially people who think differently or like see the world in different ways. I think that's always super fascinating to me. It's so enlightening.
It's one of the reasons why I take so much pleasure in showing things to people for the first time, because I particularly have an affinity or like a desire for that like moment where someone like discovers something for the first time, and that's really good. But like there's also other cases, and I know that Saba hates it when I talk about this, but like I really, really, really enjoy introducing people to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and then watching their progression as they become like obsessed fans themselves. And it's really nice because like you can see them like go through not exactly the exact same thing, but you can see them go through the same stages of the fandom as you did as a fan. But but now with their own personal twist. Like I remember when I introduced my roommate Bobby to JoJo's, he was mostly into it because Bobby is like a bodybuilder,
And it's full of buff men.
And it's full of buff men, so that was initially like why he was into it. And so like that's all he talked about was like, oh man, I love their poses and stuff like that. And then as he got further into the show, he actually started talking about characters and then storylines, and I was like, oh dude, this is really cool.
And Hammond and stands and all sorts of stuff.
Haman, and then the disappearance of Haman.
the mat just, oh nope, never mind. We don't care about that anymore.
I still largely subscribe. I know it's not like officially canon, but I largely subscribe to the idea that stands are spiritual Haman, whereas the lightning breath is like physical Haman. That in my mind like ties everything together and makes me happy. See, I told you that Saba hates it when I talk about things I like.
See, it was fine for the first couple of seconds, and then you started actually talking more about it and like
why
stands or whatever, and I was like, okay.
No, but and it's true, and I get that, because like if somebody were to talk about like high fashion to me, I would similarly be bored. But it's also like, come on, Saba, it's really good.
Okay.
Right, this is another teleportation node.
True.
I was gonna actually comment before.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So before.
Oh, remember, you take twice as much fall damage.
Right.
I didn't think about it. I didn't think. I saw you approaching the edge, and I was like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oops.
We learned a lot.
Yes.
So anyway, yes, Saba.
What I was gonna say is from like his videos, it was super interesting to think, right? Since we were talking about like stuff that people don't know. Is that gamers have already that initial knowledge about like how to move and like you can jump or you can run and like things like that, but like people who haven't played games don't know about it.
There are certain things in games that translate pretty much universally across all games, that once you understand that, you understand the basics across pretty much any game ever.
So I about to say, so I have a follow-up to this that I think is actually quite fascinating, just from a movie-making perspective. But real quick, I wanted to point out, Colin, I don't know if you're aware of this, but on that last island, there was still something to discover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you want to so while we're heading back to Giants Deep, you're gonna want to head back to that island. The one with just to remind you, it's the one with the teleporter, obviously. But yeah. So there was a thing in early filmmaking where and if you guys ever watch like some really fucking old movies, you'll see this.
Like some Charlie Chaplin.
Well, yeah, maybe even a little bit older than that. But like nowadays in movies, you can just cut from one scene to the next, and people are like, "Oh yeah, I get it. This is a different scene." But back during the dawn of filmmaking, that concept was extremely foreign to people. So you had to make sure that you had some sort of transition in between, whether it be a tire spinning or a train going by or a plane taking off.
Interesting.
Yeah, because like if you didn't do that, the audience would have the audience would be confused and they'd be like, what the hell, did they teleport here? Which actually, this is before the concept of teleporting even existed. But so that
idea.
Yeah, same idea. And so it's really fascinating because what that became known as was like the language of filmmaking. And so nowadays, like, for example, if the camera is shaking a lot, you know that there's supposed to be great physical exertion associated with that scene. You know what I mean? And so Saba brings up, something extremely similar that's basically the same thing for video games where, yeah, like if you're playing a game on PC, pretty much 9 times out of 10, if you hit W, you're going to walk forward. You know what I mean?
Right.
And to
baseball, you're gonna jump.
Exactly. And to gamers and game designers, that's like so obvious that you kind of forget that you do need to mention that sometimes.
And what I was gonna say is that it's interesting because
hello Leviathan Games, by the way.
Hello. But we had, dude, I don't remember his name. One of our teachers. You remember? I had the same class with him, with you, Zach.
Campbell?
No.
Who are you talking? Yeah. What class was it?
Our second, I think it was game design.
Production?
No.
Was it production or was it game design? Because if it was game design, I don't think we shared that because I had Miss Rose, and it was a woman.
No, I also had Miss Rose, but this was later on.
In game design, because the only other game design class. Oh, Mr. Lopez.
Yeah, Mr. Lopez.
Yeah. Yes.
So he was really adamant on
Lopez, what a guy.
I'm about to say, what a guy.
What a guy.
Did you know he's teaching?
Adamant.
Did you know he's teaching like? Oh my God! You suffocated, Colin.
I was trying to get back in so I could.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's do it again. Sorry, Saba. Please continue.
Okay. So what I was saying was that he was very, very adamant on the idea of we had to make like a tutorial at the beginning of the game. And I remember us specifically talking about this, Zach, about how we're a bit annoyed at this because like he put too much emphasis on having to like make clear-cut instructions on how everything works at the start of the game.
Like his argument when because like he would I do remember this, he would like analyze our tutorials, and the thing he kept saying, do you want to put your suit on now before you forget? Actually, you can do it while you're autopiloting, by the way, which is kind of neat. But yeah, he like the thing he kept saying when he was critiquing our tutorials was like, yeah, I want to show this to my grandma and have her understand how to play the game. And my like response, because eventually I was a little bit fed up with that, and I was like, your grandma's not gonna fucking buy this game.
Yeah.
Like this isn't Bejeweled.
So
I understand the intention he's trying to give is that anyone could come in and understand what your game's about, but that's not the reality of games. And
So,
you're
and
gonna
this-
if every game started off so that you were hand holding and explaining every single tiny piece to someone who's never played a game before, then you're just gonna spend so much time wasting time for the vast majority of the people who are gonna be playing your game.
Yes.
yeah, so this is the part that becomes interesting, though, right? So I watched the Fuzton, I think it's Fuzton? What did I call him? Raztun. I watched Raztun's like video for non-gamers, and I actually kind of like understand now the value of actually having to put things like a tutorial or something at the beginning. I mean, but I would design it a bit differently. Like I would purposefully like say, well, if this is your first time ever playing any game, like please like click on this for like a specific tutorial for you.
I was literally, man, I can't believe you and I are on the same wavelength. I was literally about to say the same thing of like, man, oh, you're going into space. Just
Yeah,
stay
I would
where
just
you
wait.
just stay where you are and you'll stick. Which, by the way, if you see those pads around that have like a vortex symbol on them, those are like mini like holders.
Gravity fields, tractor beams.
Yep, for you. But Saba, you and I are literally thinking about the same thing where it's like, if I was designing a game with enough like finances to do something like this, I would absolutely put like modular tutorials where like in some like hopefully in some diegetic way I could ask the player like, have you ever played a fucking video game before?
Before, yeah.
Like you know, and you and I probably know the same thing. Maybe even Colin does too. But do you remember one of the things that I don't know if you had her, but Mira for Level Design 1, she would talk about the Super Metroid, like the first one. Yeah, where it was a type of tutorial where it would ask you to do a thing and you had to execute on what it was asking you to do, or else you wouldn't be able to like progress at all. I kind of want to do something like that, where the game asks you to do a thing, and if you fail to do it, it teaches you how to do it then. But if you do it without needing the tutorial, it just skips the tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think something like that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
You know, like I remember when my dad and I were playing Monster Hunter World for a while. This was like 2 years ago. We were playing Monster Hunter World, and he was very specifically having trouble because I was doing Hammer, and he really wanted to do Greatsword. Which, for anybody who plays Monster Hunter, is not the type of weapon you want to start off with, especially if you don't play a lot of video games. And he was getting really frustrated with it because he would try, like, what he wanted to do was he wanted to just swing the giant sword around like a motherfucker, whereas what the Greatsword is supposed to do in Monster Hunter is to, like, break parts. Like, you're basically supposed to use it like a guillotine. And he was upset by that. And so, like, I had to, like... And once again, this is my dad, who is like 40-something-year-old guy, and I had to basically just like send him on a YouTube hunt of like, okay, you have to watch this video so you understand what each of the weapons is supposed to do, and then come back to me with what you want to do. And then surprise, surprise, once again, for anybody who's familiar with Monster Hunter, he came back from watching that video over the course of like a week, because he watched it in like 5-minute chunks. He comes back a week later, and he's like, all right, I want to do Hammer. And I was like, God damn it, Dad. It's the one I'm doing. And he's like, too bad. And I was like, okay.
Very similar to my story of getting my dad to play WoW.
By the way,
Which
real fast.
he plays a lot of, actually. Now.
Apparently, you're talking about Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, well.
According to Leviathan Games, Metal Gear Solid apparently does that, where it asks you, I have played Metal Gear Solid 1. Which is interesting, because if you've played Metal Gear Solid 1, like in that particular case, if it asks you, did you play Metal Gear Solid 1, that also means that it can kind of skip some of the narrative points, too, because you're already familiar with the thing. Like, it can give you, like, a brief summary as opposed to...
Like, if your game had a prologue, it'd be the kind of thing where you
what was the
recap of what happened in the previous game.
What was the prologue in, by the way, you found it.
I know, I just don't know how to get there.
I'm going to let you figure out the puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
But it's what was the prologue to MGS5?
I mean, I wouldn't know.
No. But it was like a smaller game. It was like literally one map, but there was like 1,000 missions you could do on the one map. I don't remember what that was, but like that one was really interesting because that was like a straight up prequel to Ground Zero. Thank you very much, Leviathan. It was a Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes. And that one was kind of interesting because in MGS5, Ground Zeroes is literally the prequel in the sense that, like, shit happens to Paz and, you know, stuff is kind of nuts in that game. But the actual events of that prequel don't really matter. And it's really it's really weird because I was just thinking about, like, what Colin said, where it's like, oh, if you have a prequel, you can, you know, kind of skip tutorials and stuff like that. But it's just like, I don't know. I'm just thinking about that, where sometimes prequels don't matter. You know, like MGS, or not MGS 3, sorry, that's offensive. Mass Effect 3.
Yeah.
I was thinking about something. I don't remember it now, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know it happens, but yeah, you guys continue.
Gotta have something to do with these, right?
I'm gonna do the same thing to you that Adrian does for me during Ace Attorney. I'm going to advise you that you're barking up the wrong tree.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that.
Barking up the wrong tree.
So,
I
speaking... Oh, sorry. Yes. No, you go.
I could give, like, I would say, like, make sure to check your surroundings is what I would say.
Oi! He got it.
I know he got
Colin's a smart cookie.
Am
I know.
Well... Oh, you're going up.
Find a purple.
Find a purple.
I was right.
Oh, you're in space now. Careful. It's coming to you.
Oh my god.
Oh, ow.
You're okay. You're not dead, but you got to get to a purple.
Purple.
Quick. All right, you're alive.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that was scary.
Okay, so the purples are little like stasis holdy fields.
Yeah, they just hold you here so that way when the whole thing is like shifting up and down, you don't take impact damage.
Oh, okay.
So Colin, I'm going to give you full reign to.
Oh, you're back up again.
Oh, another one immediately sucked you up. That's amazing. Colin, I'm going to give you the I'm going to put a time limit on this where I'll start giving you clues.
Okay.
But
that's fine.
Yeah, I'm about to say. So for the time being, feel free. But if you also, yeah, you're good. So Saba, there was something I would like to actually go back to talking about game design stuff in a second because I love talking about that sort of stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
But there was something that I thought was really interesting the other day, or not the other day. It was literally last night. I don't know why I said the other day. But once again, I was having a lot of trouble going to sleep. Surprise, surprise. And so I was watching just a bunch of videos. And there's this guy. He's on Twitch, but he's also like really famous for being a winner of Big Brother, the TV show. His name's Dan Giesling. And there was a video that was literally just going over, like it was basically just like a compilation of all the different like weird idioms and phrases that he uses that I think are really fascinating. And there was one of them that I thought, or there's two in particular that I thought were really interesting and I wanted to bring up because I actually think I'm going to try to use these in my regular vernacular. But did you ever hear the idiom or the phrase "chip in a chair"?
Not particularly. No, I don't think so.
So the concept behind chip in a chair is like if you're at a poker tournament, as long as you have a seat at the table and one chip in order to cover your ante, you still have a chance to win the whole thing. It means that you're not out just quite yet.
This is true.
Interesting.
And it's a really interesting thing. Like he often uses it when they're doing like battle royale type games, where even though 3 of the 4 members of the team are dead, he'll go chip in a chair, dude, chip in a chair, and I'm like, I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that just happened with like me watching someone play Worms, I think, and like 2 out of the 3 people were dead, and he ended up actually winning the game.
Chip in a chair.
Never underestimate your last worm.
Yep. Definitely.
And then the other idiom I think is actually way more interesting because it's like baffling, but also really salient in my opinion. So Saba, riddle me this: if you're locked up in a jail cell made entirely out of birthday cake, how do you get out?
You presumably eat the cake, but not.
You get out one bite at a time. And so the idiom, when you translate it to like the practical use for it, it means like the idiom essentially translates to if you have a really daunting task ahead of you. Dude, see, I told you he'd figure it out.
You got it, Colin.
That's very impressive, Colin.
I was about to also remind you, don't forget you can rotate your camera when taking pictures.
Mm-hmm. And there you go. Now you can open it from the other side. But yeah, so like the idea behind that idiom is that if you have a really daunting task ahead of you, the only way to resolve the conflict is to take it one step at a time. And I'm like, dude, I like that.
Although, based on the example you did give,
Lawrence commends you, by the way.
The smart thing to do is to not eat any cake and to just break it apart with your hands because it's cake.
Excuse you, it's a prison made out of cake. It's made of prison cake?
Yeah. It's prison cake. So I can eat it with my mouth, with my hands, which are infinitely stronger. Nah.
Obviously not. Who eats cake with their hands? You eat it with your mouth.
Well, you don't eat the cake.
Colin, that doesn't make any sense. You eat it. you eat it with your mouth.
Not to eat cake, then I don't need to eat it.
Listen,
I'm not gonna eat the bad cake.
Listen. You take what you can get. You know.
Kind of step back.
Hello, Lawrence. Lawrence is in chat, and Lawrence also commends you, Colin, for being able to figure this out.
Yay! So how's his eyes open? That tells us that Sunshine is paired with Thousand, no matter where he is in the solar system. Does such record his memories and something astral. Ooh, extraordinary sculpting work. Found himself again. First skill preparing and test my memory storage prototype. Each have to set a single nomized memory as storage with Ash Twin.
Ooh,
Mass the status card part which will be able to send those stored memories back. Ooh, okay, so Ash Twin is definitely on the list.
Not really spoilers, but if you were to go to your
Explain that.
ship's log and go to the rumor section, Ash Twin is like the second largest thing on the rumor on the rumor board, and it's like, yeah, the Ash Twin is pretty important.
But yeah, so that definitely explains what happened to us, I guess. Then, right, Colin?
Whoa.
With the statue.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, actually, because you saw it, and I'm sure you made note of it when you were walking by. But Garbo also said that he like interacted with the statue, and like it got his like memories imprinted.
You just call him Garbo.
Yeah.
It's Gabro.
Garbo.
Garbo. No.
He's pretty garbage. But yeah, you saw the statue outside with the open eyes. That's the one that his like memories are imprinted in. But it's also really cool because once again, I love fucking like storytelling that's just in the environment, environmental storytelling as it's more readily known, where if you look at the statue, you actually see that he accidentally broke it.
Event of equipment failure.
Wait, but that didn't. But so that doesn't.
If anything goes wrong
like,
with the
break-
Ashton project, the statues in the mass will make us aware of the situation and able to fix it. Otherwise, it would be possible for us to remain permanently unaware of the problem. That's it. That's the thing.
So that didn't break the statue's power.
Saba, when I mean,
they'll only need to activate once the project succeeds as a safety measure. Also activate the event of equipment failure. The equipment failure is the sun exploding.
That is literally true. Oh, quick! Yeah, there you go. But Saba, I don't know if you're referring to.
So that's why they activate when the sun explodes, because equipment failure detected. Reactivate the memory storage. Womp. Time loop.
But question, Colin, how do they send the memories back in time?
I guess we'll find out on Ash Twin, won't we?
Ah, what a clever man.
Next time on Game Grumps.
Next time on Game Grumps.
Alright, I want...
Hey, I'm Grump.
I'm not so Grump.
And we're copyright infringement.
Is that Game Grumps copyrighted?
Yes, actually. They're actually litigious sometimes, which is really surprising considering the stuff that they play.
How do I
All right.
send?
How do we get up there?
You open the door, remember?
No, get up there.
Oh, how do you think you get up there?
Do I have to get up there while the universe is
I'm wondering if maybe there's a certain occasion that occurs where you go from really high gravity to zero gravity. Colin is pretty quiet compared to Zach. Really? Colin, would you mind? Oh my God, please don't.
God.
Colin, would you mind hands up for a second?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just gonna turn you up.
Put your hands up.
See, I asked Saba to help me with this earlier, and she said
but
no.
I thought it sounded fine. But...
Maybe because it might be the same thing. Because I watched the VOD from last night with Adrian, and there you go. It's all yours again, by the way. I watched the VOD last night with Adrian, and it's true, he was very quiet. But that being said, 90% of the time, Adrian was also speaking very softly. So it's like there's not a whole lot I could have did to fix him.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, look at the little globe on the left. You can see the island like shifting around.
Mm-hmm. 3 minutes works.
You have enough time. It's 3 minutes.
Come on.
You just want to get there.
Come on, tornado.
Come on, tornado.
Actually, I think if you go out that door, I think there's a tree.
Probably.
Oh, so is it technically called a tornado or a vortex?
They call it
Tornado
vortex. Yeah. Because it's like water.
Details.
Details.
Minor
Details.
inconsistencies.
I think I don't see any tornadoes. I see the big vortex behind you. Yeah, I see that. You know what I was just thinking of, Saba? Is there anything at the south pole of this planet?
I'm not sure if I'm aware.
I would say I don't remember if there's anything at the South Pole. I remember there's obviously like some really big important stuff at the North Pole, but I don't remember anything at the South Pole.
Well, we can ask Colin to check it out.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Womp.
There you go. Look at that. With just enough time to make it back. Like, I want you to be hovering over the water as the as the island gets sucked up, so it pulls around you like a shirt. There you go.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Didn't work.
You also kind of conked your head a little bit.
We're good. My boost didn't work for some reason.
Yeah, the heavy gravity kind of sucks a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they didn't do more with heavy gravity. Like, I'm glad that they didn't use it too often.
Mm-hmm.
Because on this planet it kind of makes sense because you got the water, because the water just forces you to float. But on almost any other context, it would be kind of annoying.
Yeah, because you just fall like down or something.
And snap your legs. just snap them clean, like a toothpick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have another topic of conversation, Saba?
Nope.
Because inadvertently, whether or not you intended to do so, you were actually kind of driving the conversation for a solid hour there. and it was very good. It led to a lot of. I'm about to say it led to a lot of really interesting conversations.
Yep, I am also somewhat filled with very random facts, Zach, depending on what videos I have recently.
I recently watched. That's fair. Normally I would be on my phone fishing for random stuff to talk about at the moment. However, my phone is charging on the other side of the room, and also I can't use my computer. So
it is true.
I
was gonna
assume
ask
direct control.
Oh, assume direct control.
Because Colin, you said you're not attending school anymore.
That is correct.
At what point were you I don't want to do? Because I know you ended writing with us on the highest level of writing.
Right.
Class.
Well, it was.
Oh, it's time.
Oh, hold on.
Oh yes.
Oh! Oh, you got oxygen. Colin, quick!
Come on.
No!
Give me boost.
What the hell's what's happening?
He's falling through the floor.
Oh, you bounced off the roof so hard that it pushed you down. No, you're gonna hit the roof again. You're gonna get passed out.
Wrong side. Wrong side.
No!
Oh, come on.
Quick!
Go.
Oh!
He got
That's
saved by the
amazing.
water. It's fine.
But I didn't make it to the thing.
He didn't make it to the thing.
But at
Unfortunately,
least you got oxygen.
I'm about to say you did get oxygen. You also have a nice clean hole in the top of your skull from where the stalactite hit you, but
That's fine.
Oh well. I don't, and the problem is that I don't even remember what's on that wall over there, so I can't even cut your losses for you. I just straight don't remember.
But
Well,
yeah,
to answer the question, it was just after COVID and everything was going to be online. I was frustrated in the direction my degree plan was going because I was realizing that I had taken a bunch of classes that didn't count towards anything.
How?
Oh yeah, I did that a little bit.
And that was really annoying because it was stuff that was on my little plan, but then apparently didn't count towards anything. So that was really frustrating to me. And the fact that I was going to have to take a bunch of math and all these classes that I couldn't even get into because they were all full or whatever. And it was just like...
What were you going for?
I was game design engineering originally.
Oh, okay.
And then I was looking at going into writing. But it just...
What did you...
Either way,
what did,
it was
what
going
did
to
they
be
make?
another 2 years. And that was just
Yeah.
so annoying.
Because
So-
it's probably by that point you honestly would have accomplished the same amount of classes a degree had required from you probably.
Right,
But it's just
I
because-
should have been a lot closer, but for some reason I took a bunch of classes that I wasn't supposed to. or
Did you
something.
get those classes from the online degree audit, or did you get it from the degree plan that was printed out for
It was
you?
the degree plan.
Really? That's
The
weird.
written paper thing that was like these are the classes you should be taking, and it was curious to me because I took like a bunch of art classes.
When did you enroll?
Oh no.
2017.
Oh, the song's starting, by the way.
The sun is gonna explode
Uh,
eventually, but let's see if you have.
I will say, let's see if you have enough time to do this. Because remember, while you're reading, time is stopped. So even if you're in the middle of the inferno of the sun exploding, you can still
Right.
read.
But I mean, at least something that I say in terms of like the classes we did take, because I took like writing before COVID. Right, I'm like super thankful that we did it before COVID, because
Oh, yeah.
remember, Colin, we got like a field trip to like Sony.
That was that was so, and don't get me wrong,
Which I was
I
so
learned a
jealous
lot,
of,
and
by
there's
the
a
way.
lot I'm very happy with from my time at Cogswell. But
Yeah, but it had really stupid like management stuff.
yeah,
was
and it was
very,
also
very
really
bad.
expensive.
It was
Yeah.
very expensive for the type of stuff that you actually got.
No,
And
I didn't feel like I was getting a full experience for what I was paying, personally.
yeah.
Yeah, I could agree, because it was like, I know
Well, there goes the sun.
Evan was like my favorite like professor there, just because of like the amount he taught me, but it's like in comparison to like every other like teacher, there was some good teachers, but like the value that like Skolnick had for me versus like a couple of the other ones, I'm like,
Oh yeah,
eh.
and
We're
the
not gonna
real
make
kicker
it,
for
so.
me because is my brother is currently attending UCSB, so UC Santa Barbara, and while he's he's a pretty straight A-ish student, like that's not the big factor. That's basically he's going to UCSB for like 10,000 a semester. Oh, we blew up.
You're kidding, really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Man, is Cogswell just a scam?
Honestly,
I would probably say
I
yeah.
think so, and that's what really has driven me away, is doing more heavy research and just be like, you guys don't know what you're doing. Your management sucks. You're not hiring the best teachers.
Like some
And
of
while
them
I
are
did
actually
learn a
really
lot
good. Like some of them
from
are
certain
actually in
teachers,
industry, but it's like you don't even, I don't know, it's weird.
it's not worth it.
Yeah.
It like coming from somebody, I mean, in Saba as well, but I know that Saba's situation is a little bit different than mine, but it's like coming as somebody who graduated and now has a fucking massive like debt associated
Yeah.
from the school. And now, to be fair, like I got like I particularly feel like I got a lot out of Cogswell almost purely because I moved across the country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I actually, so like it was kind of worth it because it got me out of the house. It got me to like meet people and stuff like that. It was a wonderful experience that I don't think I would ever trade for anything else. However, I do wish I had gone somewhere else. Because like the thing that
Exactly.
the thing that upset me by far the most about excuse me, the thing that upset me by far the most about Cogswell was that when I was touring Cogswell and like seeing whether or not I would go, they made all these statements about being able to get jobs and employment before you graduate and stuff like that. And then like within a year of me going to Cogswell, the administration changed where their objective went from getting kids jobs
Right.
to getting like high scores and stuff like that. And it's
Right.
and that was like infuriating to me because I was like, so you literally just lied. But then I stuck with it because, you know, I'm kind of stubborn and also didn't know exactly what else I could do otherwise. And I really wish I had, you know, done something different in hindsight.
What's super frustrating too is that like we went through Cogswell's like change, you know,
Yeah.
where it was more like revolving around students and things like that to just like corporate, and it was.
I was about to say because like the people prior to us, because as you may or may not recall, I was doing a lot of student government stuff at the time. And so it's like I was talking with people who were like seniors when I was first enrolling, and they were talking about like all the great stuff that the school used to do. And now, and like while we were there, it was all horrible. And now the people who are there now are like, oh yeah, this is what I expected.
Whoa.
Oh,
Oh,
Colin.
Colin.
I was like,
That's-
you're
there's gotta
playing
be
around
something
with
the
the
big
big
storm.
one.
So yeah, I don't think I mentioned this before, but there is like a thing where on every planet, the North and the South Pole always has something interesting.
Aha.
So that's always kind of neat.
And
So
technically, this will never go in space.
and this will never go into space, true, because it's protected by
Yay.
the giant vortex.
But yes, continue, Sam.
No, it's just like I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel really disappointed. Like Colin, I know that obviously you had like a lot of stuff to do, and apparently you took a lot more art classes than were necessary. But like, let me ask you this: after your time of going to Cogswell to be a game design engineer, right / engineer, do you know / writer? Do you feel confident making stuff? Like if I like if like if
Yeah.
well, do you feel confident making stuff in Unity and Unreal?
To some extent, yeah.
You do? Okay. Because it's
At
one
least,
of the...
at least
Yeah.
in Unreal, because that's what I actually did a significant amount of work in.
Okay. Perhaps it was just
That means-
perhaps it was just my
But
circumstance
I
then.
think they could have put a lot more emphasis on Unity and Unreal, because it was really... Because this is the thing. I learned
Colin has
more
lifted his hands.
by teaching myself than I learned from any professor at that school. And I think that's the issue. Is it feels like I could have just Googled most of the stuff and learned it that way just as well as
You're welcome.
these teachers, quote unquote.
This tower teaches many things.
This tower
which you
teaches
shall
many
now
things.
Dude.
Welcome to a lesson. But it's just like I don't know. Like I guess for me it was particular because I've said stuff similar to this to Saba previously, but like I really don't feel like I learned almost any production level stuff, which I didn't really want to learn production level stuff, which is kind of my bad as well. But like for the last 2 years of me being at Cogswell, I was constantly in like management positions, which was nice. It was nice being team leader and creative director and stuff like that. Like that was nice. But now that I'm like out and looking for jobs, I'm like, man, I haven't done scripting in 2 years, let alone like actual
Yeah.
OOP. You know what I mean? And it's like, luckily, I still remember some of the verbiage. So when someone's talking to me, I can like keep up. But like, hot damn,
I could kind of say the same thing, yeah.
Colin, prepare to descend.
I was also frustrated significantly.
If you fall by the way, you won't snap your legs. There you go. You're good.
Particularly in my last semester, or not my last, the second to last semester, because I was doing all the work in a group of 5 people. That sucked. Were we in the same Lopez class last fall?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably. Because like that's the thing when Saba
forget.
was like, hey, I want to bring Colin on for this stuff. I was like, I vaguely remember Colin. I think yeah. I believe you were like a team lead.
Yeah, team everything.
Team
actually,
everything.
Because my team was useless.
Colin, you're gonna have to figure this out.
I
have faith in you, Colin. You can do this.
This is clearly something we've seen before.
Oh.
If you remember what it is.
Seek the Wandering Arch.
Would it help you like obviously you figured it out now,
Yes,
but just to
go.
remind you, this is called the Quantum Tower.
Ah.
Yeah. There was a sign that you didn't read at the opening of the thing where it said like welcome to the Quantum Tower. Hi, welcome to Rock.
I don't like rock.
I like Rock. Unidentified signal. Pull out your signal scope. Identify it.
Oh yeah. Island Shard.
Oh, and there's the frequency now. Yay.
So you can see how there's like other signals that you're like attuning to. Those other signals are like other like this is
flux.
like yeah, quantum places that you can go to like learn about quantum stuff.
Just rotating.
Quantum object driven instrument contacts. These are the same. Oh.
So yeah, you know what that means, huh?
Saba. Too much
got
clue.
It, but
hey, dude, I'm being excited for finding stuff out, right? I was the same with Lawrence.
So now it can't move. So if I...
You can turn the camera as
You
well,
can
don't
rotate
forget.
too, but yes.
Yeah. You can rotate the camera with... Those controls are really small, but I think it's 1 and 4.
Gotcha, bitch.
It's still
Haha.
here! Nice.
It's the same shard. Unknown. And it tells you the distance to the signal as well.
Mm-hmm.
See, this stuff is fine just until it's like it appears literally right next to you, and then you're like,
And then
"Oh!"
it's spooky, yeah. Like that.
What did we just say?
That's so good.
The arch and the crystal do not naturally meet.
Nani?
I understand.
Do you understand, Jon Snow?
Why did my scout
Oh.
launcher go away?
This is like a dumb thing. If it goes down, yeah,
The
picture
camera goes away too, yeah.
Yeah. But technically, I still think you should be fine, which is funny.
Well, I mean, it also, like, while he's looking at the picture, it also won't appear there. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, correct.
Oh, is it because
So Colin,
like it couldn't see the arch area before?
because remember they don't naturally meet. So Colin, do me, because like this is like a clever trick that I think is really fun. So like, because you clearly already figured this out. To throw the thing at where the crystal is. Yeah, right there. And then it appears to be, what is it at the bottom? I think it's 3. Hit 3. Oh, you can't make it go any lower.
Okay, no, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. You got it. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Oh,
It will happen eventually.
the camera might be a little jiggy. There you go. And then move the camera. No, move the camera up real quick. Don't shoot
Just
it.
don't forget if you
There you go.
when
You're
you
good.
go on there, you're gonna miss it.
Yeah, see.
Like,
So
right now it would have disappeared.
Yeah, they put that little trick there for you right at the end, and it pisses me off.
The island shard, the same shard.
Oh, not Saba. Lawrence actually makes a good point. Instead of moving the camera up and down, you could have just shot it at the wall. That's my bad. I didn't think of
I
that.
could've.
And just rotated it instead. All right. On to the final chapter of this quest.
I do think you should inform him of the potential dangers of this, though.
Well,
This is the
I'm about to
last
say...
one, but we made it harder.
So I'm just going to remind you, Colin, that there is ×2 gravity in this area. So if
Right.
you do this wrong, you will snap your legs.
Okay,
Which means you have to do the whole thing over. But I have faith in you. It's 1 and... Yeah, there you go. Oh, look at that. Oh. Oh.
So those.
Oh. Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
It
should work. Like I
No,
think
but
I
it's-
think he did it. Oh
No,
wait,
no,
never
there's
mind. I
only two.
remember. Oh,
So
I
I'm gonna
remember.
say this
Yeah.
right now. So technically, there's only 2 there.
I
Yeah.
get it.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, I don't know if you're gonna let me say this, Zach. So I'm kind of like waiting to
That's
see
my
what
bad.
happens.
I forgot.
Okay. So I need...
That's funky.
No, it's not.
Definitely.
Oh, this can work still. I just need to...
There you go. Look at that. I think you can walk to that one.
So now you have to be careful, right? Because picture.
Oh, I don't. Oh, Colin.
What?
No, you just Okay, you're good because it's right there. You spooked me for a second.
I would.
Oh! You're alive.
Oh.
Yeah, because don't forget, you stopped looking at it.
Right.
Man, I
That was
feel
my bad.
I'm gonna be quiet. I feel like I'm steering Colin wrong here.
No, that was my own stupidity right there.
It's. I was potentially gonna, but I wanted to see if you were to get caught by that. Because you did really well with the second one, and I'm like, he thinks he's scot-free, doesn't he? He thinks he's got it.
He's got it. He's got it.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
So that one's captured.
Eh,
Close enough.
it is okay. That's good.
Yoink. Oh, I took a picture of myself.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
that's the
one's
one you're
captured.
looking at.
Oh, that one's there.
And now you need it. Just turn your camera. Or this too.
Oh, that one's captured.
Ah.
Aha!
But you're on the wrong side. Never mind.
No, I'm not. Whee!
All right. Welcome,
Wow,
Colin.
you did that, I think, way faster than we did.
Whoa.
Impressive, Colin. You have done well.
You're the rule of quantum imaging. Take this knowledge with you as a reminder of your on the
Quantum
remainder of your
pilgrimage.
quantum pilgrimage. Ah.
Pog
And the
champion?
quantum shards have other lessons to teach. When curiosity goes with you on your journey, you walk in the footsteps of those who came before you, and the path guides all who follow later.
So
This is one of them.
So, Colin, this is like a concept in this game that, and not the quantum stuff, since obviously you're already familiar with that, but like, there's a concept in this game that I think is really fascinating. The idea of massive amounts of time passing in between, like, dialogue that you read. Because you recall, you were on, what was the one where there was, like, it was like a quantum shard that had, like, it had a mural on top of it that you read?
I think that was on...
Was that Brittle Hollow?
Yeah, I think that was Brittle Hollow.
Because you go to Brittle Hollow, right? And that's them, like, discovering the quantum shards for the first time. And they're like, what is this? But now you're reading stuff from literally thousands of years after that. where they're like, dude, we have completely learned and internalized quantum mechanics. And it's part of our culture now.
Damn.
That's so cool. I love it.
Yep,
Right.
Colin is
Well,
definitely a pog
thank you.
champ.
Def PogChamp. That is true. Colin is a defensive PogChamp. He's not in attack position.
We go up.
I really wish
still
that.
have that little section of the wall. You still need to see if you want to do that, by the way.
I'm about to say, I don't remember if it has anything
go to the
particularly
South
important
Pole.
on it. I really wish that this mic. So this mic is obviously amazing, right? But I really wish that there was. I really wish that I had a button on it that would allow me to mute myself, like without having to use my computer to mute myself. So that way I could
Yeah.
like mute. Because like while Colin's controlling this, I can't mute myself, or else the thing will crash because there'll be two inputs at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's just like I really wish that. I mean, in theory, I could literally just unplug this USB and then plug it back in, but I'm afraid that that would like cause damage.
True.
Colin has not graduated Quantum Knowledge College. He is currently in Quantum Knowledge High School. He will be going to Quantum Knowledge College relatively soon.
So I'm going this way because it's the South Pole. But I think it's just tornadoes.
Do you remember anything about these tornadoes?
I do. I just don't remember which is which.
I mean, you only have to try twice,
Wow.
right?
Up? So that one
So
was
I guess-
spinning...
Yeah, so there's a distinction, yeah.
That was spinning
between
counterclockwise, I think.
Did
So I
I?
need to
I think I
find
said it last time,
clockwise.
but I accidentally stumbled upon this discovery of like how to go down as opposed to up.
Clockwise. No, that one's going up.
So
Think it. I'm about to say
clockwise,
think of it like a corkscrew.
Yeah.
I was surprised I managed to find this pretty
I
easily.
want
You
one
just have
that's
to kind of
spinning
look at it a little bit.
Clockwise. 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 Clockwise.
I think it's the one behind this one.
Counterclockwise. Whee!
Which, by the way, I wanted to point out. What did they?
I hate that.
Isn't this great? Isn't this
Oh,
wonderful?
I wish that didn't exist.
Don't you love this? Isn't this exactly what you wanted to do in this video game?
Hello.
Okay, well you're down here.
What did they call clockwise and counterclockwise before clocks were invented?
They did. Oh.
Uh-oh. You have to go and repair the electrical systems now.
Can we stop ourselves from moving? Can we make ourselves stationary? I can't remember.
No, because his electronics is out.
No.
Normally he would, but he doesn't have like the auto stabilizers, I don't think. There you go. Lawrence is having a fun time.
Can I
No,
tell
Saba.
him about the reference?
No.
I feel like if I step outside, I'm just gonna die, though.
I will tell you that you will not.
Condescending.
I apologize, Saba. I know that you want to like give him some clues, but the thing is that he hasn't even gone to the planet yet.
No, not that one. The one he's already found.
You're talking about the one on the ice island, right?
No, it was on one of the small islands on here that he found with the
Yes,
ice
that's
shard.
what I'm.
So yes,
That's what I. Yes,
okay,
as I just said, he didn't actually go to that planet yet, so no, I'm not allowing you to tell him that.
Okay, we're alive.
Which, by the way, why is this not full of water now?
Don't worry about it. Okay, so I can't get through the warpy warp.
Yes, you did, Saba.
I can't get through the electoral barrier, but I remember. I think that's where the locator of the probe launcher is, because I think that's what it looked like when I did the viewer of the.
Yeah, you saw those
inside.
like weird coral things.
Well, and I saw the lightning.
Yeah, so it seems like it's in there.
So it would seem, but I don't think I can get in there.
I
feel like if I fly towards it with myself, I feel like it's just gonna kill me.
So, I will propose to you a proposition. By definition, you do not know how to get in there yet. However, if you are clever, you can figure it out.
There is a way for you to. There is a clue someplace else that will tell you as well. So
yes.
You can decide how you want to do this.
So you can either try to brute force this solution right now, or we can come back to this later. Because I will tell you that there is a period of time where we're gonna go back and we're gonna do a bunch of cleanup.
I leave.
Okay.
Yeah, and it technically might be cool to see the clue anyway for you, you know. And then
I think I'm done with Giant's Deep for now.
I believe you are done.
I think Giant's Deep is correct, and it's eating you out.
Yeah. Which I love that the planets are just there. All right. So as I said,
I could go to that, but no.
I would probably recommend the Ember Twin first.
Yeah.
Either the Ember Twin. I'm about to say you have like basically an even 50-50 on Ember Twin or
That sun's getting spicy.
The music just started, by the way. Might as well fly into the sun right now.
Because like Interloper, we could technically do whenever, right?
That's what I was just about to say. So you have an even 50-50 on either the Interloper or the Twin planets.
I think I'll start with the Ember Twins.
Okay. The Ember Twins are actually like long, like there's actually like a lot of stuff there, and the Interloper is kind of quick, but that's a good choice.
Oh, okay.
But it's a good choice to do Ember Twin. There's a lot of really neat stuff there. No!
Goodbye.
Wait, if your thing is destroyed, do you get it back?
Apparently you do, which I don't get.
Well, look, the scout's just like...
It's gone.
It's going.
Well, remember this entire solar system is rendered in real time.
Let's see the sun as it collapses.
I've velocity matched the sun.
Perfect. So, Colin, while this is exploding, I can inform you there are actually multiple endings to this game. There's like the normal ending and then like the true ending. We're obviously going to go for the true ending, and I'm gonna kind of guide you to do that. But there's also like bonus endings, which are like special like edge cases that people
like the one where you fly off and then one direction for 22
There
minutes.
you go. I didn't know if you
right,
remembered that, but yes, at the very beginning, if you just fly in the opposite direction of the sun for 22 minutes, you get the special ending where the sun explodes, but then you don't reset the loop. And
because
it's like,
I escaped the loop.
yeah, and it's like you literally escape the loop, and it's like, oh, that's
Except,
messed up.
I'm now the last member of my species, and my planet's dead, and I'm just floating in space on a little.
And literally
ring.
every other star is also dying. So
Yeah. So.
There
I can just
there
wait
is
for the
a
heat
there there is a bonus on top of that bonus, which I think
there's
is
a couple of bonuses.
well, there's a bonus on top of that bonus that I think is really freaking cool, which would technically be a spoiler for a different bonus ending that we're gonna get later. I'm gonna like give you
So
I'm gonna give you clues on how to get that bonus ending. So when we get that bonus ending, then I'll tell you the bonus ending revolving around the other bonus ending.
and then the other bonus.
I'm about to say,
there's
so I
many
think
bonus endings.
so because we're obviously not gonna fly for 22 minutes because that's just not fun. But so we're gonna get two bonus endings, and then we're just gonna get the true ending, and I'll tell you what the difference is between the true ending and the normal ending, and that's it. And then we'll call it from there. Which, by the way,
So
we're making
trying
great
for
time.
the true ending, right?
Yes, I'm about to say there
Okay.
there is no benefit to doing. It's not like Undertale where there's like a demonstrable difference. It's literally just the true ending goes a little bit further.
But I think it's worth it. I think it's nice.
For what, the normal ending?
No, the true ending.
Oh yeah, the true ending definitely.
With
Whoop!
Oh, if you didn't also know, you could, because I think this goes past everyone, you could actually land in Hollow's Lantern. Apparently.
That is
what I've been
true.
told.
Yes.
Why would I want to though?
Do you want? I'm here to tell you it's actually kind of hard to fly there properly. Would you like me to just tell you? Because it's not super interesting, but it's kind of neat, I guess.
Well, is there something there?
Yes, there is something there. No matter, like, it might be small, but there is something on Hollow's Lantern, which is the moon around Brittle Hollow.
Yeah.
So that's entirely your prerogative.
If you want to do that. Hey, look, a ship.
I do forget about that, Saba. Thank you.
Yeah, because we didn't manage to do it, and we were running out of time, so we were just like, oh, just tell us, Zach.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Man, it really is hard to get there. you gotta fucking, like, you have to thread the needle, literally. It's like, oof.
It's like a big solar collector or something.
It makes sense being on the planet closer to the sun, right?
Yeah.
So, you'll probably see it when you go down, but there is a sign. There's like a staircase with a sign at the base of it. If you find that, you'll see what the name of this location is, and you'll probably recognize it, because I think you've already heard about this place. I don't even know. Hey, Saba, are you on Twitch?
Seems like there's no access here.
So when you're in Twitch chat, there's like a symbol in the top right. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's different for you since you have mod view. But I just want to see, like, how many people are actually watching the stream right now. Because I'm wondering if, like, Lawrence and Adrian are still here.
4.
Four people! Oh my goodness.
So I think Lawrence is still watching, but it's like sometimes because I'm on my phone too, it doesn't update as fast. Like the users in chat kind of, I think, like says how many people overall like drop by, but I think the phone doesn't update to just who's here right now.
Oh, okay. Well, because I'm about to say, because if it would be
4,
4, it would make sense if it was like Yumi, Lawrence, and then whoever else.
Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be a lot of exploration. So Saba, it's your job to come up with the topic of conversation.
Oh, well, it's okay. We met
Hello.
someone.
Look at he's an egg.
He's an egghead.
Egg.
What are you up to?
Cornful asked me to update our star chart, so I'm out here observing. This is one of the best places in the solar system.
I like the idea of this guy
Yeah,
having a
like,
really
I've
deep voice.
Actually seen a couple supernovae today. Usually be fortunate to see just one. Keep an eye out in the stars. Maybe spot one yourself. Yeah, because all the stars are exploding. On a scale of 1 to dead, I give it a 7 or 8. Awful pretty, though. And that sand flowing from Ashford to Evertwin. You know the process eventually reverses. Not completely sure why the sand flows back and forth between the twins. Just seems to be a natural phenomenon. If you see something interesting, check out the other twin once a little more of a sand strains off. I promise you won't be disappointed. Inside your root on the outer Rock's main crater.
May have been frozen solid or partially.
You'll notice, of course, there's no such planet now. In its place is Dark Bramble, which had to put the screw into space the fifth planet used to occupy. That is, Dark Bramble quite literally appeared at the center of the fifth planet and began destroying it from the inside out. Eventually, the planet shattered completely and shards were flowing across space. Some of these shards collided with the celestial bodies in their systems, and as the outer rock, which I believe is the biggest crater, was formed. Ooh.
So that's what happened. That's why that planet looks like that, Colin.
I'm writing about the quantum moon. Everyone loves a good mystery, do they not? Who wouldn't wonder about a moon that's sometimes there and sometimes not? Observe the quantum moon orbiting each of the 5 planets, but sometimes it quite simply disappears from the night sky altogether. There's no place it travels to. Fortunately, if there is, I've never seen it. Perhaps I'll take a closer look at these star charts.
Tell me what I can do for you.
Which expo here? Well, I haven't left this lake bed. I don't mean to brag, but I'm quite good at it with the little scout. I've been taking pictures of everything right here from my campsite. It's in the old shipwreck side in the in-between southern hemisphere. The one shooting the bright blue light in the sky is not one of our own crashes, surprisingly enough. That's a Nomad ship. Nomad ship. I know my ruins across the trench, but strangely, not a single settlement. If there was one to see, I would have seen it with my little scout. So where do they live? Not on the surface, clearly. The Ember Twin is full of cave systems, though. Maybe the answer lies underground. Just saying hi.
Watch out for falling sand.
Watch out for falling sand.
Hello,
Here's the
interloper.
interloper.
Nice drum.
I don't know how he does the cricket chirping noise.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's not exactly the sound that actual drums make.
Cause like the boom tsk, tsk, boom tsk, tsk, like that makes sense, but the cricket noise does not make sense. Oof.
Ow.
Oof. Unidentified signal
Gravity-
nearby.
Gravity's low here.
Oh, by the way, you didn't identify the guy you were just looking at.
Oh.
Don't worry, there's like regular gravity here, so you're good. Poof.
So
Oh.
yeah. Boost.
Oh, we're falling. It's like a maraca sound almost, but it's like a weird, like it sounds like a chilled maraca, if that makes sense in terms of sound.
I don't know if a
Cold
chilled
sound.
maraca produces a different sound. I don't know if the
I
maraca
know,
sound is
but
based
this
on
is just
temperature.
in terms of like, I don't know how to describe it. Sometimes they describe like different sounds.
Ta-da! It's chert.
different ways. Signal identified. Chirp.
I do believe, however, there is another signal nearby that's unidentified because the game tries to trick you.
Well,
But yeah. So
you-
while
you
Colin's exploring Saba, do you want to talk about Pokemons again?
dude, how much more can we talk about Pokemons?
I don't know. That's up to you.
I don't. What else can we talk about
Oh god.
Pokemons?
Oh lord.
All right. Well,
I've
never
talked
mind.
about
You clearly don't want to talk about
my,
it anymore, so we'll drop it.
Dude, I'm trying to go through the list in my head here. Give me a second.
It's a cactus pit.
So we talked about favorite Pokemons. Well, first, Colin, are you into Pokemons?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, what
I
is
was
your
like, wasn't
favorite
Colin a
Pokemon?
gym leader at the school?
Briefly.
Yeah, there you go.
Whoa, dude, that's cool.
My favorite Pokemon?
There's a cave
so
shot in
so I'm
here.
not gonna lie. I didn't know
That
this
was
was I didn't know this was here. Oh, your suit's
Ow.
punctured.
Be careful.
Quick, patch it.
Patch it.
If you don't, you'll lose all your oxygen. So yeah, that's the gimmick of this one. Don't walk into cactuses.
Cactus? Coleus is missing. He vanished from the lakebed cave while at the bottom of the dry lake bed of the North Pole several days ago. We were unable to find any trace of him. I don't know how much hierarchy I disappeared. I beg any friend reading this, help us free to recover Coleus. This rock is very familiar. Did you travel here, my sedimentary friend? Because your unique color and texture appears identical to the rock I met earlier. Wasn't this the same rock fragment in cave that was found at the bottom of the dry lake bed of the North Pole? I had to re-examine the northern lake bed cave. Update, Mother Eye went back to the lake bed cave and observed this rock again. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it isn't. That means the rock wanders like a quantum moon does. How curious. Yeah, it's a quantum rock. It's gone.
Interesting.
So you had a topic that you were gonna propose, Saba?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask Colin's favorite Pokemon.
Yeah.
I think Luxray.
Luxray's pretty cool.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Does it bother you that Luxray is just an electric type? Because to me, he should be electric dark.
But I just like Luxray.
He looks cool.
He looks super cool.
I will agree with that.
Because I always like in my mind, I always thought that Luxray was supposed to be like because you know his color scheme is black, so I always thought that he was supposed to be like dark electric, and the idea was that he was like a light bulb essentially. Because his like fur would like glow. Like I remember there was in when I was playing Black and White 2, Luxray's in that, and in his animation, he like charges up before doing an electric thing or whatever in his intro animation, and it turns his fur yellow, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But then they never did anything with that.
My favorite thing about Luxray is the fact that it can apparently see through walls.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god, is it? Oh, is that the thing? Is it supposed to be an X-ray?
Oh, one of its things is it. I say it's specifically about females, I believe, but like one of the Pokedex entries is they can see through walls in order to find their lost young or something.
That's nuts. I never actually thought about that.
That means they can see through walls just anyway. So.
It's
the sand filling up. Oh, so I'm too late.
I mean, it's okay. There's still a lot of stuff to explore on the surface.
What's all the way at the bottom here because it's being filled up with sand, so I have to come back.
That's actually pretty cool, man.
There's a reason why this is called the Hourglass Twins. Yeah, see, you're picking up on what they're putting down now. But man, I never thought about that because that's like a triple pun, sort of, or I guess double pun of Luxray, because it's Lux as in light and then X-ray. I never thought about that before.
They're just big, sparky cats.
They are big, sparkly cats. Which are they supposed to be a lion?
Maybe.
Because obviously Pyroar is. But I always thought that Luxray was supposed to. Well, he's clearly like some sort of a big cat. But
the joke I've always seen is that Pyroar is what's it Mufasa, and Luxray is Scar.
Sure, I guess so. I can see that.
Like I've seen jokes about that from like a Lion King. Not that they're imitating Lion King, but people have made that comparison. Like I've seen that before.
You were trying to say, Saba?
Oh no, because I was saying because Colin wasn't in our discussion when we said our favorites, I was like, we should just probably tell him ours too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I want Colin doesn't know me that well, and he knows you a little bit better. I would like him to take a wild guess at what he thinks our favorite Pokemon are.
Oh gosh, there's too many.
Yeah, that's why this is fun.
That's why it's fun torturing you like this.
Oh gosh.
How about we give him a clue to help him, because there's 800 there's 800 options. So Saba, you go first. Give him a clue.
My favorite, not that this is my favorite type in general, but my favorite Pokemon's type is fire.
Okay. So what is your favorite Pokemon? Your favorite Pokemon's type is fire. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't really have like a favorite type per se.
But that's fine. I just need. Okay. So is it mono fire or is it fire something else?
It is mono, but I believe we discussed this with like Zach too. It's like I know its final evolution we believe should be maybe more than one, but It's a.
You
So,
fell.
But yeah, it's monofire.
It's monofire.
Is
Monofire.
it uh a Typhlosion? Like a Cyndaquil?
Well, no, but I'll give you like a couple of chances for
Okay.
this.
I mean, give him every time he makes a guess, tell him like hot or cold.
It's not a it's not a starter.
Not a starter. Fire
Yeah.
type. That evolves into something that's monofire. That's disputed.
It's not. Oh, I think it's disputed. I don't.
So is
think.
it monofire types? Is it the thing that evolves into Magmortar? The
Magmar?
Magmar?
No.
Yeah,
Magmar.
Saba likes butthead.
Okay, so this is another gravity cannon.
you should call it back. I'm just gonna save you some time later.
Isn't my ship in the way?
No, your ship. Well, maybe, but I mean, you're not gonna make it off this planet anyway. Okay.
Oh!
It might have shifted a little bit, but you should definitely go inside there. I'm trying to save you a wee bit of time with this purely because this shuttle is normally encased in ice, and you'd have to come back here to do it later. But I kind of think that's like a little bit mean. It's a little bit of a waste of time. So there you go. Now you can just go in.
Oh,
Colin has one more guess. Saba,
Okay,
how close
I'm
was
distracted.
Magmar?
Like I could definitely.
That's like that's a pretty cool looking outfit.
This is.
To know my spacesuit.
Fear's situation may be dire. Pi, Poke, and I landed here on this comet not long after arrival on the solar system. Oh, so this is I pulled this from the comet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our shuttl's equipment heard strange energy readings from somewhere near the surface. Pi and Poke were able to look at a fish in the ice during the comet's summer side. But Pi and my sister have been gone for a long time now. They haven't contacted me since descending below the surface either. Should I leave for the shuttle to look for them? I want to follow protocol, but I don't know if they're unwell. Poke, Pi, come back to me safely, my friends. Aww.
By the way, is
Sad.
there a skeleton on here? Oh, there is. It's right at your feet.
Oh, that's sad.
So that was like a clue on like how to solve the mystery of the interloper, by the way.
Yeah.
And also, if you hadn't noticed the condition and the situation they seem to be in, it's gonna kind of suck.
Yeah, but I was like, it's not a good time. I don't know if you could tell.
Yeah.
All right, Colin, you got one more guess.
Monofire.
Monofire,
Okay, well,
and then
okay,
because I
You gotta
remember
think about me a little bit and like maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying.
because I'm actually going to tell you that you were in the right generation.
Oh.
Oh,
With-
see,
with-
yeah,
with-
that's.
with
I
Magmar?
don't think I would have remembered.
That's a good clue, I think.
I can
So
say my
Magmar is
generation
Gen
was like
2.
Diamond and Pearl, so that's my first Pokemon game, Diamond and Pearl. That's just a little tidbit fact about me.
It's not Slugma. There's no way it's Slugma. Oh, this sand is filling up. I'm getting out of here.
Are you?
I cannot.
Technically, you could just stand on top.
I was
of
like,
the
you could
thing
just
until it
stand on,
rises
yeah,
up.
until it get. Oh, look, your ship's like all righted itself because it's on the. So you can just fly
I'm
out.
getting out of here.
Colin's trying to escape the conversation. I'm not gonna let him though.
Well, I'm trying to work it out, but I can't. Oh god.
Monofire, same gen as Magmar.
So that's like Gen 2. I can't even remember that many other monofires from Gen 2.
I will tell you, and I think I specified. It's kind of like the pre-evolution. I think I prefer the pre-evolution of this.
To the final evolution.
Yeah, I do actually like the final, but I think I spent more time with the pre one, so I'm like, I'm a bit more closer to you for right now. Oh.
Here comes the
I'm sorry,
giant. Here comes the
I
giant
am-
sand column. By the way,
Yeah, you're not gonna. This is gonna end up. Okay, that's actually good. Good thing.
he fucking juked it.
Debated.
I think that this place looks really cool when it has no sand on it.
Oh god, it's coming
Okay,
back.
I'm about to say, don't forget, by the way, that you are drifting closer to. Yeah.
Oh.
There's a.
Uh,
Oh.
uh.
Yeah, you're fine.
I will say though, if you guess my second favorite, I'll also be like, yeah, this is actually my second favorite. So, I'll see whether or not what happens.
Oh god. Exit ship repair. Landing gear damaged.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. Well, you can. Oh wait, that's actually going to be a little bit difficult.
I mean, it's fine. He got it.
So dark.
I think the other one was broken too, or was it just the one?
I think it's just the one.
Yep, looks like you're right.
I'm
So-
too many things are
so-
happening in my brain.
No, it's okay. So I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm pretty sure Magmar was Gen 1, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah, because Magby was Gen 2, and then Gen 4 introduced Magmortar.
Oh, I think.
Yeah,
because
because Magmar and
So Gen.
not
1.
Elekid. What's his name? The yellow one, the counterpart to Magmar. He's electric. Boogie woogie woogie.
Electabuzz?
Electabuzz, thank you. I'm about to say both of them were Gen 1, I believe. If that gives you any assistance. By the way, here comes the sand.
If you haven't noticed, it basically goes around the equator. So
I
if you land
can't land
anywhere
on
on the
any of those.
equator,
I'm about to just
I'm
land
not
somewhere
gonna
that's not
that.
the equator, yeah.
you could land somewhere near it. Youch.
There's nowhere else on this planet other than the equator, though.
Except for kind of a little chunk of thing right below you.
Oh god, I love it when you park your ship on this planet and then like you go and explore and then like you're like, okay, where's my ship? And then you look at like the little UI thing that points at it and it says 80 million kilometers away because it's in space.
Oop.
But then it's okay because then you just fly into the sun because this place is really close to the sun.
Okay, so Gen 1. Why is my brain having such a hard time processing this information? I don't understand.
Monofire, Gen 1, it has an evolution.
My second favorite is actually also Monofire, which is interesting.
I don't know why my brain is having such a hard time processing this.
I'll give you as much time as you need, Colin. It's okay. I don't know how brute force Zach wants you to.
It's really funny, Lawrence, because Lawrence is in chat. It's really funny, Lawrence, because for this playthrough that we're doing with Colin, a lot less funny stuff has been happening, but Colin is fucking breezing through a lot of these puzzles, even without clues. So it's a really weird dichotomy, and I'm not saying, like, you know, either one of you is, like, smarter than the other, but, like, in Lawrence's playthrough, we had shit where, like, you know the shuttle launchers that you've been seeing? He thought it'd be funny to call the shuttle back and then shoot it immediately. But when he shot it, Hollow's lantern came just into view, and it fucking obliterated itself against the planet, and he wasn't able to call it back anymore. Actually, that's a clip. That's a clip, in fact, on my Twitch channel. I can actually send you the link later. But
or
right before he did that, I tricked him into parking his regular spacecraft on the place where the shuttle would be teleported to. And then he called the shuttle home, blew up his ship, and then shot the shuttle into the lava moon. So he was like trapped on Brittle Hollow.
It was funny because I was yelling at Lawrence too. I'm like, Lawrence, this is not a good idea. It's gonna end up right where your ship is.
And then I was like, do it.
Completely ignored. So yeah, that happened.
Oh, that was really good. There was also
pretty big.
There was also the one where Lawrence discovered the black hole for the first time by tripping into it by accident, and he was just flying and he was just circling around this black hole, fucking crying. It was so good. He was like, "No!"
Apparently, Lawrence, you crying is
hilarious. Yeah,
pretty hilarious to Zach.
I think it is.
Oh, you can go in there now.
Oh, I didn't actually know you could do that.
Time.
Well, don't forget, this is
the
this
music.
is
Bigger.
I must say the music hasn't started yet, so I think you're okay.
And this is technically syncing. Yeah. Okay, I would agree though, dude. Looking at that black hole still like trips me out. It's hard for me.
This still just takes me to the top here, and like doesn't do
to the
anything
top.
for me.
Yeah. So I like not just as like a little thing. You're technically supposed to park. You're
That's
technically
Ghost Rider in the middle there.
you're technically supposed to be parking your ship on top of those things on the side. That's the idea.
And then get my get sand blasted.
No. Yeah, it's completely on the opposite because those are at the North and South Pole, right? So they'll never be touched by the sand.
Oh.
Well, that's good.
Oh.
Hey, stand on the black thing and then look up.
Do you remember what this does?
You remember?
Oh, this is a teleporter.
Do you want to be teleported? That's a good question.
Probably not.
So, well, I can maybe ask a question for you to maybe think about. It's like, well, clearly, these towers. Well, this one has a teleporter, so maybe you can surmise that the other ones. But how do you know where you're going?
Oh, I'm realizing it's Ninetales, isn't it? And Vulpix.
Oh, that is my second favorite.
I'm about to say,
okay.
you got Vulpix, which is her second favorite.
Oh, there's the music.
Oh, there's the music. Yep. See, at least you can hear it. I'm glad.
Vitals are low.
Hey, look, your ship's been slowly shifting towards the center. Because remember, you didn't park it here. You parked it on the rock. But Saba's actual favorite Pokemon is Ponyta, if I remember.
Oh,
Yes.
Rapidash.
Yeah, because Saba and I had the discussion where I proposed, like, to me, it's kind of weird. Like, Vulpix kind of makes sense as being, like, mono fire, Vulpix, and then Ninetales is fire psychic, right? I think.
I think so.
I think. I said it's weird to me that Rapidash and Ponyta aren't fire normal.
Well, because if you also think about it, the
Ninetales,
Alolan
I think,
version is actually
monofire,
psychic
actually.
fairy.
No,
So-
Ninetales is mono fire.
Ninetales is monofire. It's Ice Fairy when it's in its Alolan form.
That's so weird to me. Ninetales should definitely be, because it's mostly attributed with like psychic bullshit.
Yeah, it's like a spirit fox.
Yeah, so it should definitely be part psychic. That's weird.
They should, yeah, I know they should be buffed. I know, but I'm like, dude, Rapidash.
That might actually be
also
a
got
nerf,
the
to be
short end of the
honest.
stick.
Dude, you're so
and
close.
so did
You're gonna
Ninetales.
die immediately.
Dude, awesome.
Look at that.
Nice.
Oh god,
Faster.
it's
Kill
so
me
pretty.
faster.
Ah!
So yeah, those are my like favorites, I would say. But I don't really particularly have a favorite type, which is interesting. Because like when it comes to like starters, I don't really have one type I prefer over the other. It's just whichever Pokemon I like the most.
That's
like
fair.
I definitely love like Empoleon because I played Diamond and
Empoleon's a
Pearl,
cool Pokemon, yeah.
and so it's like, oh, it's pretty good. But I
I'm
tend
pretty
not to like
fire
other
biased
water
when
ones.
it comes to starters, generally
And that's-
speaking.
And that's interesting, yeah, because normally I see people have like a bias towards like their starters, but it's like I tend to switch it up. Like I know, like I said, I like Piplup for the first one. I like Trico for
Gen
think, like
3.
X and
That's Gen 3, yeah.
And let me look this up real fast.
Diamond-
X and
Pearl
Y
was
was
my
chest
first
pin.
Pokemon game too.
Wait, when you
so
say
I
Pokemon
don't-
game, you mean generation?
Oh yeah.
I'm about to say, because
Pearl was my first game.
I'm about to say, because obviously the best of that trio would have been Platinum.
I never
Yeah,
actually realized
well, yeah.
Platinum
No, Pearl was my
existed.
first, is what I mean.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then I
Yeah,
played
yeah.
Platinum and Platinum. Oh.
So okay,
It's
going
weird to
through
it's
the
weird to
list-
remember that I'm actually like 3 years older than you guys, because it's like my first was Emerald.
My second was Emerald actually, because after I played Pearl, I got Emerald, and then I played Platinum.
Because you could play it on DS.
Yeah,
and it was
yeah,
sick.
Lights, man.
Yeah.
And then you can't do that anymore, and I'm like, why? It's the same device. So, Colin,
Yeah.
just to give you like a brief summary, this is one of the reasons why I find it kind of difficult to explore the Ember Twin without a guide, because a lot of locations on like inside the planet are time locked. So if you accidentally stumble upon them at
there's
the
a
wrong.
teleportation
Ooh,
base.
look at that.
To here.
Interesting.
But yes.
Oh,
I was
and there's a
gonna
pod.
quickly list out my favorites. So I don't know if
He
you
didn't even
guys
guess
have
my
looked-
favorite though.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
you're right.
well,
We should
okay,
do that
Right. So can I
because we
get
went on a
what's the
tangent
type?
about starters.
It's dual type. It's and I will give you one of the types, and then depending on your
okay.
guess, I'll give you the
Yeah.
other one. So it's I primarily identify suit.
Oh, yep. Right. Oh, come
we
on.
didn't make it.
You really got to get in the habit of putting on the suit before you take off. Because there's no reason to not be in the suit.
Yeah.
The only reason to not be in the suit is to have funny moments like this.
Yeah, where Colin
They're not in the
suffocates
suit.
by accident. So yeah, so I primarily associate this Pokemon with being Steel.
Okay.
I agree. Like, I don't remember how you described like what it actually is, Zach. I don't actually recall that until I read it.
I'm sorry?
Metagross.
Metagross.
How the fuck did you guess that immediately?
He knows you better than me.
Was I right?
Yeah, my favorite Pokemon is Metagross.
Look at that.
Was it because I was like insinuating that it was dual type and I said it was Steel?
It was literally the first like primary Steel type Pokemon that came into my head.
Wow.
That's amazing.
And
Yeah.
you were saying he wouldn't be able to guess you. Which is
I'm about to
weird.
say I was expecting mine to be more difficult just because he knows he doesn't know me as good as he knows Saba. But like, man, I can't believe that Saba was so difficult. Mine was like,
Man.
yeah, obviously it's Metagross. He's fucking dope.
Hey, look, it's the moon.
I mean, Metagross is dope.
Metagross is dope. Everybody knows this.
Okay.
But yeah,
so
I really like Metagross because I like the idea of a Pokemon
quickest
being.
guess in the West.
I like the idea of a Pokemon literally just being a living supercomputer. I think that's really neat.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was artwork that I saw a long time ago where it was a person who drew like their Pokemon OC with their team, and their team was all psychic Pokemon, which had Metagross on it, but their Metagross had like graffiti on it.
Or decal.
Oh, cool.
And that was one of those things that was so fascinating to me because I was like, dude, that's a really interesting idea. Because, like, and I'll bring this up for Saba because Saba, I did correct myself to decal yesterday, but I do have to remind you, Saba, Steel types are immune to poison. So as long as the Metagross is okay with having spray paint on it, it's not gonna hurt it.
No, which is totally fine, because when he first said graffiti call, and I was like thinking about like an Onyx and like kids like being mean and like without his consent graffitiing it, I was like, oh, that's so sad. I don't.
Which you know they would do, by the way.
And that's exactly what I was thinking of. So I was like sad. I was like, no, don't like graffiti Pokemon. It's not cool. But yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's neat.
I was like gonna say, since I'm steering the topic a little bit with Pokemon, I was gonna say, since we were talking about starters, we can talk about our favorite starters, too.
And once again, this is probably just like bias because of Emerald was my first game, but it's just like I really like Torchic, Combuskin, and Blaziken because it's the Like there was something about it of like, dude, it's a fucking chicken. Isn't that cool?
Well, I was also gonna say we could go by gen, so you don't have to choose out of all of them.
I was gonna say if we're
Colin.
going by gen, or not by gen. I don't know if it's my favorite, but I love Litten, middle one that I can never remember, but Incineroar.
I'm about to say Saba has a topic that
Sun and Moon is fine, is okay as a series, but just Wrestler Cat is so good.
I was actually gonna say I kind of like, it's fine for what it is, but I'm kind of mad that it ended up being another firefighting.
Oh,
like,
I completely agree that I think the fact that it's a firefighting is terrible.
Because in my mind, how I wanted it to end, like, imagine, Colin.
I mean, technically he's a fire dark, not a firefighter.
Tiger. Yeah, a fire dark tiger, like on 4 legs with like a really cool design.
Yeah, that would have been
like, wouldn't that have been
You're completely right.
So like that's what I wanted, but of course
it became
didn't
a wrestler
end up
cat.
that way. Yeah, and it's like it's weird because some people say like, why are they always ending up on 2 legs? Like, why can't we ever stick to like 4 legs?
I completely agree.
Do we have a?
That was my original reaction. Incineroar has totally grown on me just because I think he's fun.
Yeah, they really gave him a personality, but I still have a little bit of a regret.
I wish that he had stayed on 4 legs. Like,
do we have a fire starter that doesn't end up on 2 legs?
Nope.
I'm about to say they literally all do, right? Cyndaquil and Quilava both start on 4 legs, then turned into a 2-legged Typhlosion. Charizard is 2 legs the entire time because he's a dragon.
Cyndaquil is 2. Chimchar is 2. Tepic is 2. Fennekin is 2.
They're all 2.
Yeah, all of them are 2.
Wow, that's weird. I never thought about that before. So actually, now I'm wondering. I kind of want to do the statistic, because now I'm thinking like a bunch of grass starters are on 4 legs, aren't they?
Yep, I'm looking at the picture here. I can tell you if I remember their names.
Yeah, there's Venusaur, fucking
Well,
not
actually
Bayleaf.
explained.
Chikorita's on 4. Turtwig's on 4.
Yep.
And that's it for that line. But at least like those guys are on 4. Mudkip is kind of on 4.
No, because Swampert. Well, Swampert has like gorilla arms, so I don't know if that counts.
I would say Swampert is 2 legs.
Okay, well then technically, then I think all of them are 2 legs on the bottom. Except for like Poplio, but Poplio is a seal, so I don't know if I count that.
Poplio doesn't even have legs.
Seals
So
don't have legs.
I would say that one doesn't count as being on 2 legs.
Then every water starter is also on 2.
No, because there's Samurott. Samurot's on 4 legs and he uses the horn on his head. So that's 4 legs.
Oh my god, I forgot about Mudkip.
Mudkip?
Or Mudkip. Mudkip is the...
No, Samurott would be... Yeah, we just talked about Swampert being on 2. Samurott is the one from, it's like Ospen or something. I think he's Gen 5. Yeah, it's the same...
Oshawott?
Yeah, Oshawott. There you go.
Oh, Oshawott. Okay. I was confusing, I guess, what it looks like in my head. Ugh, that was weird.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's the one that's an otter that then turns into a samurai otter.
I think my overall favorite, if I'm biased, is probably going to be Piplup. But I definitely do like the design of Fennekin a lot.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know, but Piplup, probably Piplup. But yeah. So, since we said our overall favorites, I'm just going to quickly go through the list and see what you guys think of, like, your each favorite of the...
Can I tell a story real quick?
Sure.
So I posted the picture in general... But I was apparently like 9-10 years old when I got Pokemon Emerald the first time. And do you want to know what Pokemon I fell in love with first? And it's a really weird Pokemon in retrospect because I don't actually like the Pokemon now. But no, remember this was Gen 3, so it was a really common Pokemon. I fell in love with Pelipper.
Pelipper.
Yeah, like to the point where I abandoned my starter Pokemon because I don't remember. I think I got Trico, and then I was getting like bored with Trico, and there was something about Wingull into Pelipper that I really liked, and then Pelipper towards the end, like Pelipper soloed, and once again I was like 9-10 when I beat the game. Pelipper soloed all of the Elite Four, mostly because he had fucking Hydro Pump and Ice Beam. He had Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Fly, and then I don't remember what the 4th move was because I don't think I used it at all. But I literally just like...
And then Cynthia obliterated you.
No, Cynthia.
No,
this is Gen... I'm gonna say this is Gen 3.
Oh, right.
So it would have been Wallace, who was weak to Ice. Or some of his Pokemon were weak to ice, even despite the fact that he was an ice-type gym leader, which makes no fucking sense. But
that's great.
But yeah, I don't know. That was just one of those things that I just remember that to this day of like, yeah, that was the Pokemon that I loved the most was my level 100 Pelipper. Because that's all I would do is just play with the one Pelipper.
But you have to pay attention to this.
So just like walk forward until you meet a sandfall at the pit, then turn left, continue to the room full of the rock, climb through the opening above them. Then here's rising, must be cautious and swift. Walk forward until you meet the sandfall at the pit, then turn left.
Ooh. This is a really stressful thing, because if you don't do this correctly, you will just get crushed by sand.
Didn't I go the right way?
Do you remember what the second thing said?
Go through the rock columns, I think. But
yeah, there was a room that you walked through that had a bunch of rock columns. You're supposed to go up.
Oh.
Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah, since this is a bit stressful, I don't know if I should wait for longer before.
Give him a hot second. Let's
Yes,
wait.
that's what I
Let's
was
wait until he
thinking.
either dies or
Just
makes it to the
across chasm
city.
ahead, the bridge from Craft will do his job, but isn't strong. The far side, look for the tunnel hidden behind the falling sand.
Careful, the sand pushes
Nope,
you down.
No.
Well,
We've basically
Damn it.
restarted.
welcome to the bottom of the hole.
I think I'm screwed.
Is there any way to get out? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can get out from here. In fact, you can make it. You can make it all the way back to where you just were. That basically just reset your progress. That's all. All right. You might as well begin,
Okay.
Saba.
Okay. So for guys, what is your favorite in Gen 1?
Favorite starter?
Yeah.
Oh, we're just doing starters, not all
Past
Pokemon
me,
in the
past me
gen.
would have said would have said Chimchar, but I like Bulbasaur.
I do like Bulbasaur. But I don't know. It's actually funny, out of the like Gen 1, I can't really decide what my favorite is because all of them are actually pretty good. But Zach, what is yours?
Based on when I played Fire Red and Leaf Green, my favorite would be Blastoise. But then, like, my favorite would have been Squirtle. Yeah, my favorite would have been like Charmander into Charizard. But then I remember I was talking with my cousin who was like way more versed in Pokemon at the time, and he was like, "Yeah, did you know that he doesn't turn into a dragon type at the end?" And that fucking baffled me as a kid. I was like, "What are you talking about? It's literally a dragon. How is it not a fire dragon?" And I was pissed, so I did Blastoise.
Okay, that's pretty funny. So, moving on to Gen 2.
There you go, Colin. Nope, you gotta go up there.
Be careful of the cacti!
Yep.
But yes, Gen 2, guys.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, but this is actually
finally.
important. We'll pause.
I about to say, big event.
Big unveiling.
So, Colin, look down to your right.
Angryfish fossil.
You want to go down. You want to go there.
Yeah, there.
Just fly over there right now. It'll make all this way easier, I promise.
But I wanna.
No,
It'll turn on
no,
lights. I'm just gonna
yeah,
tell you right
I'm about
now.
to say, it
it'll
turns on the
lights.
lights. Sorry. I was trying to make it, like,
That's
mystical. Colin's
The
hall
Sun Station powering
wagon.
Ashram project. Other ways to generate this level of power. Extended proposals and settling the Sun Station must be built to be a hope of the Ashram project. Theoretically, yes. Practically, no. I can't imagine discovering them in our lifetime. Can't comprehend this being a serious person. The Sun Station goes against every standard we hold ourselves and everything we believe in as a species. For the probability of this is going to destroy ourselves, all life here and the rest of the stars. Ooh. Potential annihilation is just too severe a cost. We shouldn't build the Sun Station no matter how badly we want the knowledge it comes from. Fear of failure is a poor reason not to try. If we're cautioned, the Sun Station will work, I believe, in Pi. Poke, I'm deeply honored. I did not comprehend your position, however, we are not certain the Sun Station will not cause destruction. Build it, I won't support the station's use. Who? Skeletons.
So, Sun Station.
So that must be the little satellite that I've seen.
Orbiting the sun, yeah.
Overlook District, Stepping Stone District, High Energy Lab, High Shrine.
So yeah, this basically just turns on the lights. So you know where that is now.
One of these locations is now buried in sand, so you won't see it.
Yeah, it's probably down there. That's the unfortunate thing is you actually have to be quick getting here, so you can actually see everything.
That's really annoying.
Yeah, like this is one of the very few parts of this game that I feel like they could have done a little bit better in terms of cuz it's true, you know? Like if you don't come here in good time, you just straight up can't explore this area.
That's not showing you inside. So yeah, that's filled.
There's a dead Nomai in there though.
I still can't believe that Colin guessed Metagross like in 2 seconds. I'm still baffled.
Big brain.
Big brain.
Good dude, yeah. Okay, as he's exploring a little bit, tell me if he finds something so I can move on to the second part, which was the Gen 2. Do you guys remember Gen 2?
Yeah, mine would be
Yeah.
for alligator.
Mine is Cyndaquil.
Mine's is Chikorita.
Well, there you go. Like,
There you go.
like for me, I remember I really didn't like, because this was like Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I didn't like how soft Typhlosion and Meganium looked, and so I was like, yeah, dude, I'll go with
they were cute.
Toad. Well, yeah, they're
For alligator is super cool.
for alligator is dope. He's just cool.
Like, I find Totodile to be very funny. Like, I love the original, the first thing of it as a starter, but, like, I don't know, I just like Chikorita better
That's fine.
overall at the end.
So Lawrence, yes, there is a shortcut to get to the Sunless City quicker. However, he has to find it first because we're not going to tell him.
And I don't remember, so I can't just cheat and tell him.
Yeah.
So. Okay, Gen 3, guys.
I think I already said. I think Blaziken. Although I do like Swampert because he just becomes immune to fucking he just becomes immune to lightning, which is amazing.
The thing is, though, Lawrence, even if you were to type it, Colin would not be able to see it.
That is true because Colin is playing the game.
Is this a shortcut?
So, what did you say your favorite was, Colin?
It's amazing look inside the cave. How does it come to rest here? I haven't encountered others in this
Oh.
cave. Find a way inside quickly.
Actually, I'm gonna let you see this first.
Oh,
He's
the
buried in
anglerfish.
sand.
But you can kind of tell what's there.
Yeah, it's an anglerfish.
As with everything in this zone, it is buried in
Oh, no.
sand. Oh no,
You-
Colin. Oh, you made it out. So I guess you got
So,
that
yes.
up there. I guess you
Gen
can.
3, Colin.
Blaziken.
Blaziken too.
Gravity cannon.
I did like Blaziken, but I ended up going with the Trico. I just thought he looked really cool
Trico's
as like
very cool.
Sceptile.
It's really
So-
interesting because once again, like the very first time I ever played Pokemon, my first starter was Trico, but I don't really like Trico that much. Like you'd think that I would have like nostalgic feelings about it, but I don't.
It's funny because I think they said actually Trico's the weakest like starter to play with. But I don't know. I just thought
I
he looked really
don't think
cool.
so because grass and water are both good against the first gym leader who's rock.
No, yeah, they said like
There
it's
you
good-
go.
he's good against the
Right
first,
next to the gravity cannon. Okay.
So keep that in
he's
mind
good
for the
next to
future.
the first gym leader, but like towards the end, then it becomes bad. But then like I was looking at like the other Pokemon in Gen 3, and I was like, I don't actually have any grass Pokemon that I like. Really?
In Gen 3? You
Yeah,
don't
in
like
Gen- in
you
Gen-
don't like Breloom? Breloom is the one that looks like
Breloom?
a kangaroo with a mushroom on its head.
Yeah, so I didn't. Yeah, so I looked through all of them, and I was like, no. So I just
Really?
decided like Trico. Because I was also looking. You have to think about it like this. I was also looking at all the other fire and water types too, and I was like, I have other ones that I like for like water and fire, but not really anything I like for grass. So I was like, Trico also fit the bill for me, when it came to that.
Oh, this is another tracker station.
Yeah.
But clearly, it looks a bit better.
There it is. And
Ooh.
it's gone.
Oh, this is tracking the Quantum Moon.
And there it is back.
Oh, interesting.
And now it's gone.
And now it's
Dark
gone.
Bramble, Brittle Hollow, Giant's Deep,
I think
Wall
I
of
remember.
text.
Ooh, wall of
Timberhearth.
text. All right. Well, going on with Saba's thing, Gen 4.
I already
God,
skipped
I
one,
love all
so.
three of them so much. in
Yeah.
Gen 4.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't like Empoleon.
Empoleon?
Sorry.
Dude, Empoleon's like
I keep calling it
so good.
Empoleon because that's what they
Water
called it
Steel
in the
slaps.
Japanese. That's what they called it in the Japanese. the Empoleon.
Water Steel slaps.
He was Steel, wasn't he?
Yeah, Empoleon is
pretty
Water
cool.
Steel.
I
It's
really
pretty
liked.
good.
I really liked
combo.
Infernape. Infernape was so cool.
I love Infernape.
Who was the grass starter in that? Was that Torterra?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
Turtwig.
I mean,
Turtwig
is
and
cute
Torterra.
too, but it was
I
just,
love all
eh.
three of them.
All of them are very cute.
I think I like Torterra the most aesthetically for the reasons that I already listed to Saba previously. Yeah, I'll do like a scroll.
So yes, moving on
fuel.
to Gen. Which Gen? Oh,
Five.
well,
Church
do this
property
first.
of Chert. No matter making astronomical observations here, they chose an excellent spot. What is this big rotating device for? What was it for the Nomai they were observing? Special building orange symbol with this device. How no
Okay, so for the 5th gen, what did you guys think?
The one I picked was Tepig.
I also picked Tepig.
Tepig is lame.
I kind of don't know if
And I know
this is
people are
one of my
like,
least
"Oh my god, the frog is so cool." I was never.
Wait, no,
huge-
this
I
is
That's
not
the-
no,
that's-
this is-
that's
this-
Gen
No, this
6.
isn't the one. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
is that
Gen
Gen
6.
6?
So there's
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's
Oshawott
Oshawa. That's right.
and Snivy.
Yeah.
I like Snivy. I'll be honest.
So I'll say that was the thing. Like I didn't like because obviously I make my decisions based on like the final evolutions, as I've said a few times now. But it's like I look at Embor and then like the snooty snake one and then Samurott, and I'm like, I don't like these. They all look terrible. I'll go with the one I like the most.
My least favorite gen in terms of like their final, because like I like Oshawott as the beginning starter, but like I didn't care for like the ending, and kind of the same with like Snivy. But I would probably end up choosing Snivy if I were to play the game.
I hate the idea of a snobby Pokemon.
There's only one thing wrong with Snivy, and then it makes you feel bad for Snivy.
What?
Is the fact when they fully evolve, they lose their arms.
That is true.
No. You
Oh
know,
no, yeah, actually, Saba's right. Yeah.
Little things on their back are apparently supposed to be their arms, and it's supposed to like the image was supposed to be like they have their hands behind their back. They're like very tiny.
Oh, okay, but they are very.
I don't know if it's 100% true or if someone was like just being like, well, what if this was their arms and we're just overlooking this? But I'm like, that would make a little bit sense because they're supposed to be a little bit like an aristocrat, I think. So they have their hands behind their back.
I just think it's cute.
Yep. So let's see. Now it's Gen 6. I think we were on 6.
Yeah, Gen 6 is this one now.
And that's gonna be Fennekin for me 1,000%.
Fennekin's super cool. Once again, a lot of from both me and Colin, a lot of bias towards fire types.
Yep.
I actually, well, which is surprising is I don't actually choose fires too often, even though my favorite is fire.
What were the other two in Gen 6?
So Chespin and Croaky.
Chespin and Froakie.
Like I actually chose Croaky as my like Pokemon. Froakie, sorry. Froakie is my Croaky. I don't know. But I do think Fennekin is my favorite one in terms of how
I wanted to make you bounce.
Yeah,
bounce.
Well, so I didn't actually care for Chespin that much.
Yeah, I didn't either. I think what is it? Something not?
Chestnut.
Chestnut is just kind of boring. I'm tired of starters being fighting types, so.
Correct. I agree 100%. But and this is like and this is like an opinion that I would actually like if someone else were saying this, I would probably like internally be like, I don't know if that's like a good enough reason. But in Super Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which was like the last mystery dungeon that they made before they stopped doing it, I don't know if you recall, but F in chat for the Mystery Dungeon series. Although it is kind of being reborn.
My favorite Pokemon series.
I like the Pokemon Rangers. I'm not gonna lie, and that's yeah, they're really good.
I love the Pokemon Rangers.
So in Super Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, typically in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, the like police officers, quote unquote, in that world are like Magnemites and stuff like that, like Magnemites and Magnetons. In that one, they also had like the Royal Guards, which were Chestnuts. And I thought that was really cool. And that gave like a really interesting perspective to Chestnuts, because like you even fight a few of them in like one of the mini boss fights, and their whole dealio is that like one of them will protect the other two while the other two are beating the shit out of you. and I don't know, it gave like a really interesting context of like, oh, that's like super neat, but it's not in the main game, so Yeah.
Also, real fast, did you see kind of the dynamic between like the writings
Yeah,
on the
that
wall
was
of the
cool.
two personalities? Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
That's a lot. What is with these cactuses?
I wonder if maybe there would be a period of time where you could walk over these cactuses because they're not exposed
Yeah,
yet.
sand.
Sand.
Sand,
Oh,
sand,
the music started.
Okay, let's see if we can finish this before time runs out. So, is it 8?
No, 7. You still
7.
have to do Sun and Moon.
Okay, Sun and Moon. Yeah, Sun and Moon, guys. I think.
Litten.
Yeah,
I would
I
actually
remember
say
him.
I would actually say the owl.
So Rowlet.
Yeah.
Rowlet is pretty cool.
So I actually have it's an interesting thing with me is that I actually liked Litten. At first, it was my favorite, but because of what happened, I was like,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
care
totally
anymore.
understandable.
And that's kind of disappointing because like I love the idea of like a luchador starter. Like I love that concept in and of itself. But it is true where it's like I agree with Saba. I much rather would have had like a quadrupedal. Yeah, a quadrupedal.
It didn't need to go on 2 legs and become a wrestler, but it did.
It could have just been a dark tiger.
He could have been a really cool dark tiger.
But then again, you wouldn't get Darkness Lariat, one of the best, one of the best names in Pokemon moves. Although, god damn it, I still hate that animation.
Oh, there goes the sun.
So
it's just T-pose and spin.
T-pose and spin.
I actually decide which one I would actually choose between Rowlet and Popplio. Like I do like Rowlet.
I hate Popplio so much. It's so creepy.
But I love Popplio's final. Like it looks.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know,
It's a
dude.
weird clown seal. I hate it.
Well, that's why it's a bit weird to me because I know it started off as a clown, but it for me it actually looks like it appears as like changes into like a siren at the end because it's constantly singing. That's why.
About to say Saba has talked about this before, where she believes that the final evolution is like siren-esque, and I'm like, sure, it sings, but it's clearly more of a clown. I don't know, Saba. I would love to see you. I would love to see you actually play Sun and Moon, and then tell me whether or not you still like that Pokemon. I don't know. It's just creepy, and it's weird because it's not even like I don't necessarily have a great distaste for clowns. There's just something about that final evolution that just there's something that just rubs me the wrong way about it.
Like, what would you think if it was a siren?
If it was a siren, like if it lost a lot of the clown-esque stuff and became more of just like a siren and its whole thing was about singing, sure, I would love it. That'd be great.
Because that's how I saw it. Because I mean, I don't know how it would start.
Imagine if all 3 stages of the evolution were about like entertaining people. So the initial one is like just a joke clown guy. The second one is something, and then the last one is just like a singer. Like that'd be kind of neat.
Because that's how I viewed it, kind of, right? Because the first one it is like a little seal clown, but then it kind of transforms.
But Saba, you
into,
weren't even aware of the fact that it honks its nose.
Well, as the final or as the beginning?
As the final, it honks its nose.
Yeah, I guess I haven't seen that. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
like in the anime,
what it looks like.
In the anime, it grabs its nose with its flipper and goes like.
Okay. Based off of that, I understand where they went with, but in order to make myself feel a bit more sane about this, I definitely do think, like in my mind, like the idea of a siren or like the prima donna, like the star of the show.
Yeah.
Like makes more sense.
That's a good concept. I like that concept.
So I'm just gonna say that's what makes sense to me, even though I don't know why the devs did it like that as like a clown, but whatever. But I do like both of them aesthetically.
So Colin, the place where you were trying to get to that had all the cactuses in it, the timing on that is actually really difficult to nail. So my suggestion would actually be to just land on the Ash Twin and just fucking wait.
I'll do that next time.
Oh, you're gonna do it next time? Sure.
Okay. But yeah, so I definitely, I just, based off of like my thinking, I like how both of them look at the end. So I'm actually conflicted of whether or not which one I want to do. I think I would probably end up going with Rowlet though.
Sure.
Probably.
And then
or if I get like both Sun and Moon, I could just choose different ones for either one.
And then
Those
I
are
will
that
beat
option.
you to the punch on Gen 8, and I will say that I don't like any of them, but I like Sobble the most, I guess. Like, just Sobble.
Oh god.
Like I definitely enjoyed Sobble as like the starter, like the pre-evolution. I think the most, but I definitely think I would end up going with Score Bunny actually.
How did I do this last
Oh.
time?
You flew? Because you still have a jetpack that can fly you across the middle bit?
Oh my god.
You just got stabbed to death.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening
There was
there.
you seem to have forgotten that on the right hand side of that thing there, like, once again, just because there is ghost matter there doesn't mean that there's actually the mist. So on the right hand side you could hop across.
That's what you did before, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, for you, Colin, Gen 8.
Right. I mean, I went with the fire type. I can't even remember the name, I'm gonna be honest, because I'm blanking.
Score Bunny.
It
Score
started
Bunny.
it
Oh,
started
yeah.
with Score Bunny, but what was the last one called? I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Freaking we talked about this, Zach, and how you remembered it and I didn't remember
Score
it.
Bunny,
Suit.
Sobble, and
The monkey.
Grookey.
little monkey.
Grookey.
Grookey,
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Grookey.
Because it's a groovy monkey.
You
I'll be
groovy
honest, like I
monkey.
wasn't super thrilled about any of them, but I went with Score Bunny and became really attached to it because I named it Cheeto.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's great.
So why okay, because this was an interesting point of topic me and Zach started talking about why, like, I started to become a little bit like concerned about this last gen and how the starters look like. What is your reason for not liking them as much?
I wasn't super thrilled about any of them.
Okay, because the way because Zach, I think
I think they're trying to go a
customized
little
way.
bit too hard in on trying to theme them around being like
See?
British.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I okay.
Like,
that's
"Ooh, they're
exactly
so
my problem
British."
too. Well, it's not even that they're British, but it's like, dude, Score Bunny is literally just a soccer player. To the point that they literally
wearing a jersey.
He's wearing
Yeah.
a jersey,
Um,
right?
And Intellion's
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm a prestigious, like, Intellion.
Well, Intellion's supposed to be like a spy.
Right.
Yeah.
So British.
And so like the thing, well, actually that would be
French,
French, but the thing that was interesting, and Saba and I both came to this conclusion of, like, you take like Fennekin or whatever, right, and its final evolution, it's you forgot your suit again,
Oh my!
and you're
God,
alive.
you barely just made it.
You did you?
Did I take it off again?
I think you hit. Yeah, I think you mashed the button a little bit too hard. There you go. All right, you're good.
Oh my God. We had a double.
Dude, you truly are a daredevil. But like but Fennekin's final evolution is like Fox Witch,
Witch,
right?
or
Like
mage.
clearly,
It's so cool.
which is super cool. But then they put in the extra effort that I really appreciate, so that way the design is actually cohesive. You know what
Like,
I mean?
it's not like as Zach was saying, like it's not a fox with a literal witch hat. on
Yeah,
its
like
head.
she's not. Yeah, exactly. She's not wearing a witch hat and riding a broom. Her hair kind of looks like a witch's hat, and then she has a stick that is her wand. And I'm like, that's good. Colin, what are you doing? Just go to the right. You see that right there?
Yeah, that place. Yeah, you jumped on this before.
I couldn't see this.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, and that's what we think, or how Zach was saying, is like, you can base it off of a theme, but you can't make it obvious, like how Score Bunny and
Literally
Grookey
wearing
is.
a jersey and all this stuff.
And because at first I was like, I don't like the idea that they're so heavily themed, and so me and Zach like talked about it, and he helped like.
And I brought up a bunch of other starters that are also themed, and we were like, yeah, but we don't mind those ones.
Like, do you know Turtwig's final, like, Torterra is actually a Zen Garden, Colin?
Yeah, it's super cool.
It's cool. I didn't kind of realize that, but I'm like, dude, that's freaking cool.
It's basically got a whole continent on its back. It's so neat.
Colin, real quick, you have the unique opportunity. You can see at the very bottom. That is the path to get to the high energy lab. You can only access it by getting this quick. So you can either do this. I'm about to say you can do this right now, or you could do it later.
So yeah, so I'm hoping that this isn't the trend, Colin, kind of with the way like.
I think it will. I think it will be.
next.
I think it
the
will
next
be. I
gen.
think they're gonna put a lot more. I think they're gonna make them a lot more overt. Like, I don't know. I'm really excited because
I don't like that, though.
I really want the next location to be like Indian themed. I think that'd be really cool. So remember, sand pushes you down.
Not the area
Ow,
though.
ow.
So with
Really?
this,
Area, I
so
don't mind,
with
but
this
it's like,
part, Colin, you just have to wait for this to fill up.
'cause
This
it's
is
like, you
this
know
is
how
the
people
this is the
would
part.
bully.
Sorry to keep talking over you, Saba.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of the parts that's kind of annoying because you need to get to the high energy lab to find some of the coolest shit in this game. But you have to get here quick so that way you can get here before the door is covered up. But then it just forces you to wait, and it's kind of annoying. So yeah, you just have to wait for the sand to go over the cactuses, and then you can keep going.
You know, one of my favorite Pokemon and one of the biggest missed opportunities I think of the newest generation is the Phalanx.
Oh yeah, where
I
it's
love
like
that
8 of
Pokemon
them.
so much.
Yeah.
I think it's super cool design, and it's immensely disappointing at the same time because it doesn't evolve.
What is it? I
Yeah.
don't remember what this looks like.
Yeah, I'm about to
Phalanx
say.
is the
Oh,
5
this.
little guys.
Yeah.
And
I think
they
that's so cute and so cool.
I
And
would
it
I would
doesn't
want them
evolve,
I
and
would want
I
them
was
to
so
evolve into like a
disappointed when I learned it doesn't
Voltron
evolve,
thing.
'cause think of how cool it would be if they became like maybe like bigger soldiers or something, or maybe they got little shields and spears or something.
What if they turned into like a little, like they were a little bigger and they had like actual like apparatuses as opposed to just being balls, but then they like fit together, like you could see that they would fit
It'd be
together
so cool.
to make like a
like
larger
a
guy.
Voltron type thing.
Yeah,
You
to
could
make an
make it
even
possible.
larger man. So you could probably walk across right now, but it'll probably just patch your suit up real quick. By the way, this next section is timed.
Oh god.
It is very tight.
But it's so
Nope,
so
Colin,
cute.
you gotta go over the
You have to go
cactuses
around.
right
Kidding
there.
me?
If you have to go over, you have to jetpack.
Oh, okay.
This is so
I
annoying.
don't remember the path to get through here, but you have.
Oh, no, go back quickly. You have to jump. No, not
Nope,
there.
it's this way.
Yeah.
I think you're almost there. Yeah, right there, to your left. There you go. You got it. So when I did this the first time, I was like getting really. I thought this was a quantum zone. I thought every time I turned around, things were
Oh.
changing. So I just assumed that I got unlucky and kept getting fucking crushed. All right, sir. I think you're good. I think you're good to just keep going.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So going back a little bit to the Pokemon before, and if you were thinking about Colin, Empoleon's technically like a penguin split, like with an emperor, but also
Yeah, it's
emperor
just super
penguins.
cool.
Like
I'm about to say
exist. So it's
which is an emperor penguin. So yeah, that's
so it's
fair.
like, that was really cool, but I don't know. As we were saying, I don't like how overt it's becoming, and I know Zach was like, oh, it might become more overt, and I know you said based off India, but I kind of like the idea instead of it just being like one specific region, it's like the amalgamation of like, because
You should read a lot of stuff first.
Core.
You should
Yeah.
read stuff before we start messing with this.
Yeah. I'm not gonna start
Definitely,
removing warp cores.
because the last game Zach was like an amalgamation of like Europe, like Northern Europe, so
Oh,
it's
so
like a
window.
mix, and I think a mix would be better than just one region.
Well, I mean, I mean, this is obviously me being a little biased, but it's like I actually think, and it's really funny that the first time that something like this happened, it was. So anyway, sorry. I guess I should actually state my statement first. I really liked it back when Pokemon was basing their regions off just like small
Sections of
prefectures.
Japan.
Yeah, small sections of Japan, and they weren't explicitly like obviously stuff in like Johto and stuff like that is explicitly based on like stuff that's in Japan, but when it was just kind of like because Hoenn is Hoenn, the entire idea of Hoenn was just based on the creative designer of that of the series just being like, yeah, I remember going to this like island chain in the summer and swimming a lot, and so like he based, and so like that was
Alola
the
also be based off of Okinawa.
no, Alola is clearly based on Hawaii.
Well,
Yeah,
no, I know,
Alola-
but it's like Okinawa also is kind of like their tropical region in Japan. so
Sinnoh
technically-
is based on Okinawa.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. But
I
that's
believe that is
no,
true.
Sinnoh is the north part of Japan.
I thought it was
They're not.
Okinawa but upside down.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, perhaps not then.
If you look at the map of Japan, it's like the northernmost region of Japan is Sinnoh.
Okay. My bad.
Okay, well then technically my thing can still stand, but obviously
But
I know
Alola is
based on
1,000%
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Alola is
It is,
clearly
but, like,
Hawaii, obviously. Yeah.
Technically, it all like they like Japan also has like a tropical region too.
Yeah, that's true.
That's kind
but
of what I'm saying.
it's based on Hawaii.
I'm about to say it's not really like there's not really a lot of
the
amalgamation that
cities
goes on there.
parts.
And then so like Gen 5 was supposed to be based on America. Like they even got Castelia City, which is supposed to be New York, for example. And the stuff like it's like I think taking an inspiration on what a region is okay. I don't think that they should have necessarily just been like, oh, this region is like all of America, because it's one of those things where it's like because sometimes it does like good stuff, like Castelia City I think is a really interesting thing for them to have done, but then on the other hand there's also times where it's just like I feel like you missed the mark. Like in Gen 5 they have a desert region.
Hold on. 22-minute interval.
Oh.
Colin's getting hyped now.
Pragmatically energy required extended increasing exponential rate, of course. 22-minute long interval is possible. We are currently unable to generate the necessary energy. It is currently unavailable to say was intended, I believe it would be necessary to invent a new method of producing energy. It's really an enormous undertaking. Also require advanced warp technology able to handle such energy. So like in the enormous space of it, the proposed new energy and warp technologies do. The only largest would be Ash Twin.
Saba, moderator.
Oh.
Thank you.
Something bad happening in chat.
No, it's just because the Twitch channel is so small. We get a lot of bots. And Saba is very gracious every time, fucking sniping them out.
Yeah, if I'm on
build
here,
it, we need to travel quickly between the Ash Twin and each location that holds crucial product materials. What if we use the warp towers like the one we have on the White Hole Station to connect Ash Twin directly to each location? Poker and I can begin work on this immediately in the Black Hole Forge. Each tower on Ash Twin will warp to a different planet. My gratitude to those who noted my impressive languages. The sun is not a planet. I believe it has been sufficiently clarified. My standard visual reflect the warp destination. Giant Steep Tower, for instance, could resemble a cyclone. They could model a Timberhearth Tower after a geyser mount.
So there you go.
Yes,
So
but
now
each of
you
them
see
have a
that
different
each of the towers is based on a planet.
Like I think Giant Steep is the easiest to recognize.
Yeah, it just looks like one of the vortexes.
That must be
Brittle Hollow?
Yep.
Hollow. This is
Timberhearth.
That's yeah, because it's the geyser.
It looks like the geyser.
The Ash Twins, obviously, even though we're already there.
Yep.
And then this is what, the Interloper?
Nope. What looks like that?
Oh, the sun.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if that's the sun station. Yeah.
So if you go up the stairs again, you can open up the door.
They do not have one to Brittle or to Dark Bramble.
Who the fuck would want to go there? That place is awful. That place is terrible.
Oh yeah, so if you remember at the beginning, right? So you've heard what Dark Bramble did to that planet, right?
Experiments.
Give him a minute.
Design the Ashburn project. Path and Sun the Study. Okay, so if I didn't know how to get there, I would have gone here, seen this, and then.
Yeah. So the place where you were before, where you were like, oh, because you recognize that, I was trying to get you to find that staircase to your right. Yeah. So yeah, so you're in the high energy lab. By the way, we should definitely do the stuff in the high energy lab now, because getting back here is kind of annoying, as you saw.
Yeah.
So if it's okay with you, would it be okay if I hand-holded you a little bit?
I'm gonna figure this out.
Okay, I'll leave you to it then.
Come here, orb. Diverting power.
Oh yeah, so I was saying, like, so you remember, go fast, Colin, what the Dark Bramble did to that planet, right? As he focuses intently and doesn't realize I'm talking to him.
Sorry,
it's okay, I'll let you.
Yeah, it ripped apart.
It ripped apart like an ice planet.
Yeah.
So, do you remember what was on? Oh, that was cool, wasn't it? I'll let you do this once again. It might be better.
It arrived before, as we said.
So, so before we do anything else, I'm gonna let Saba finish her conversation, but Colin, don't leave.
Okay.
And don't no, put that back.
Oh.
Give
So
me
one fact real fast. Do you remember then what we found on Timber Hearth?
the giant horrible seed.
So the seed. You remember the seed?
Oh yeah,
right?
it's spreading.
So yeah, technically, you know what's gonna happen to Timber Hearth then too, if the sun didn't explode. I mean.
I guess, yeah. It would be
So
infected
technically-
and ripped apart.
That's the
So
implication.
technically, Timber Hearth is eventually going to become another Dark Bramble.
It's really weird because there's no
horrible.
actual villain in this game. It's just like circumstance. But if you had to, you could
Dark
say that
Bramble's
Dark
evil.
Bramble's the villain. Like an
Right.
entire planet is the villain. All right, Colin, what you're gonna do? You are going to shoot your tracker into one of the holes, and then so call it back. As it's getting sucked into the black hole, you have to look down and then remove the black hole. You were
Be
call
in
it.
position.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Oh god.
Oh, I broke the universe.
You destroyed the fabric of space-time. Wow, Colin, why'd you do that?
Oops.
Space-time's destroyed.
I broke space time.
So that's one of the things. Yeah. By the way, game's over. So
That's incredible.
So that's one of those things that I think is so wonderful about this game, because they put this game out and it came out first on the Epic Game Store, which is why I have it here.
Yeah.
And people kept submitting things, be like, "Hey, did you know that you can actually do like X, Y, and Z?" And they were like, "Yeah, we're aware of it, but we don't. But it's such an edge case that we don't necessarily think that it should have anything to do." And then eventually the game was getting so many accolades and so much popularity that they were like, you know what, let's do something nice for the fans. And so like almost every single edge case, because there's a lot of them, has like a special ending like that.
That was incredible. I broke the universe.
You broke the
it's
fabric of
here.
FaceTime by having the same thing exist
Having
twice.
And the
Same
music
thing.
is actually pretty trolly
Oh.
too, because it's just a bunch of kazoos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
that
amazing.
did reset your loop though, so you have to load previous save.
Okay. Do you mind if I grab some food real quick?
Sure, we could take a little break.
Yeah, we
That
can
would be
break. I was
wonderful,
thinking
thank
about
you.
that.
I will get water.
I
We'll
will be back in a
back.
we will reconvene momentarily.
Okay, I'll be back in a few.
Okay, gonna mute. Ooh. Oop. I muted the wrong one. Oopsie. My bad. I meant to mute my mic and not desktop, and I did the opposite. Okay. There we go. I was gonna put on a little bit of music in the background, I think, just while we're waiting
Dude,
for Colin.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, I'm so happy you used the overlay because I was gonna actually say you can use the overlay for this, but I saw you did, so I was like, oh, nice, Sue. Using Cat Bullet to the fullest extent.
We rarely use them, so yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna go with some gentle piano. Gentle piano Christmas music, royalty free, allegedly.
Allegedly royalty.
So the thing is that you can check whether or not media is royalty free. There are like websites that assist you with that sort of thing. But even if it says royalty free, YouTube will still get copyright strikes against it, which is extremely frustrating.
Really? That sounds ridiculously annoying.
Yeah. Anywho. Oh God, my back hurts.
So was the Pokemon conversation stimulating enough, you think?
I mean, the Pokemon conversation definitely filled a lot of time, which is really good. I really enjoy the Pokemon conversations in general. However, I am a little disappointed that, like, I'm really glad that Colin's liking Outer Wilds, and I'm really glad that we got him for this. But needless to say, we're having a lot less like funny moments in this, and so it's just like I'm not gonna make like the VODs will still be here. Like I'll be transferring these VODs to YouTube, so I'll still have the like overarching VODs. But if I wanted to like edit these, I can't. There's nothing here.
Yeah, it's more like we're hanging out a little bit.
Yeah, because it's just, I mean, like, we did that with Lawrence, too, but I don't know, like, Lawrence is just a goofball, so, like, sometimes stuff would happen.
I think because you had also two people trying to figure it out, it was also a bit different. Than, like,
yeah, that's true. As opposed to two people, like, kind of giving clues, not really.
CC, wee wee.
Yeah. But that being said, like I like based on what I am picking up from the Outer Wilds playthrough so far, I think Colin is going to do fucking gangbusters at Oberdin.
Yeah, I think he's gonna find that really cool.
Yeah, I think he's gonna pick up a lot of stuff that normally takes people a while. So I think that's good.
Like, dude, I think I'm not gonna remember everyone either.
I mean, I don't.
In that, so I mean, it's almost like we have to remember stuff anyway. We have to refigure stuff out. So I think it's pretty cool, Oberdin as well. There is actually somewhat of a replay value there.
There we go.
Which you don't think it would be, but...
Instead of doing Christmas music, I have now switched to Outer Wilds, since I figure if we're getting copyright struck, we're already listening to this music.
True. Yeah. No, it's super
I
interesting.
really enjoyed the conversation we were actually having because it was a very dynamic conversation at the very beginning of the stream where we were just talking about like game design stuff.
Tis, yes.
I kind of want to go back to something like that, but that's the thing is that like I don't know, it's weird. I feel like with a lot of this conversational stuff, if you try to do it, it's not very good, but if you just let it happen organically, it's great.
I was actually gonna talk about like colors again.
Sure,
And, like,
we
color
can.
schemes.
I'll be ready in just a few minutes. I just need to finish something up. I'm so sorry it's taken so
No, no,
long.
no, don't worry. It's totally fine.
Okay, I'll be
Fine,
back
this
in a
is a
few.
long stream anyway, so.
I'm about to say, this is a 5-hour stream. It's okay if we take a few minutes out.
CC wee wee. So I was gonna actually, well, the
CC
first thing I was
wee.
gonna ask is, we talked about like intentions before, but I was gonna like quickly say, well, like, what is your favorite color scheme? Because like, you know, because colors represent certain things too. So.
I'm about to say, I don't really have an answer to this question because I don't have like if I had a preference, like if I had to choose, like
Yeah,
if I was
preference.
designing a character and I had to choose like a generic or not a generic, but like a color scheme for that character to be associated with, I would always choose something warm in some case.
Interesting.
Just because like cold colors like the blues and the greens and stuff like that, they don't really speak to me as much. Whereas stuff of like the oranges and the reds and the yellows, I really like those. Like my favorite color gradient in general is like sunset, for example.
I also really like that, which is interesting because my like preferred, I actually go between like pink and blue, but I tend to like warmer blues.
You can't have a warm blue.
Well, warmer blue as in like it's more lighter and the like it mixes more with well, I think of more of a darker blue as like indigo versus like turquoise. Like I think indigo is a
So
colder
okay, so when you say warmer, you just mean darker.
kind of, yeah.
Okay. The only reason I say that is because like warm and cold colors are literally just like two ends of the spectrum. You can't have a warmer cold. You can have a darker cold, but you can't have a warmer cold. You can have
True,
like
true.
you can have like
I
a purple.
Yeah, I refer it as like warmer as probably like in tone, right? Like I've like referred to like aqua color as like warm water versus like cold Icelandic water, which is darker blue. I don't know. It's
Okay,
kind of
so you're
like
so
that,
so
but I
so
think
I'm about to
it's
say
what
so that's like a synesthesia sort of thing where the color makes you feel warmer, so you attribute it to being
so it's
warmer.
not actually a warm and yeah. I maybe should have specified. I know it was.
No,
kind
that's
of
okay.
a,
That's good. That's okay. Vernacular.
But I think my favorite color scheme that I've seen like attributed to a certain thing, and this was really interesting, and this came from actually League of Legends a little bit, is the color scheme of kind of blue, purple, and pink, but also with like white, so it kind of warms everything up. It doesn't keep everything really dark.
Sure.
And it's interesting because they use that. And it kind of includes sunset colors, by the way, but it also has like more indigo, like purples and blues and stuff. But that's kind of the same thing. I'm rambling a little bit on that end, but they use that color scheme in reference to like magic, and for some reason I really like that link. And you'll see it in actually League's characters. Like what am I going to say? For example, there's that like satyr character.
The new one?
Is it new? No, not the new one.
I'm about to say there's only one satyr character. It's Lilia, and she's like relatively new.
Oh, wait a minute.
Are you sure you're thinking of League?
Yeah, it is Lilia. It is Lilia.
So yeah, I'm about to say she's less than a year old, but yeah.
So she's like, if you see her art, you'll notice like there's a lot of like blues and like pinks and like purples and. So like her and I think Nico's got
Nico has a lot of like pinks and purples. I mean, Nico is very vibrant in general because she's also aesthetically designed after like tropical plants.
Tis true. But it's like so League apparently uses that color scheme to kind of represent more of the mystical side, and it's like, dude, I actually really enjoy these colors together.
Yeah.
I didn't like actually realize it as much, but. And I love the fact that it does represent magic.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. Because even the new... Because I know Lee came out with this, like, the KDA stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, their new stuff also has, like, that... It almost looks chrome, but at the same time, it also has like the blues and the purples and like the whites, and it also has gold occasionally, which I'm like, ooh, that looks pretty good in this combo. So I actually really like those like colors together, and I didn't realize it.
That's neat.
But it's cool, especially because like, combos of colors representing things, I think in certain media or mediums, I think is pretty interesting. Because normally, isn't it like exactly like one color refers to like one thing?
I mean, not super typically. Like, usually the idea is that you pick a position on the color spectrum, and anything around that position usually attributes to like a similar thing. Like, for example, in League, for example, in League, and this like goes back to like way back when League was first being designed, and they weren't super talented yet. But blue and white is Demacia, and black and red is Noxus. You know what I mean? And clearly those are like stark opposites of each other. But then as time has gone on and like the lore has expanded a little bit more, Noxus now also has like purples and blacks, or I already said black, sorry, purples and grays and browns and yellows, stuff like that. Whereas Demacia now also has like gray as well, which is supposed to show that they're actually kind of similar, and greens and stuff like that. So like I says, it's like you pick like a position on the color spectrum, and then that will usually attribute to something. But then it's the bleed over of like one part of the spectrum to another that can like indicate some like connections that are kind of neat.
Yeah, man, using colors, I think I always really liked to like, because it's a very useful tool to have players attribute things, as you were saying.
Yeah.
And you could use it in any way you want, because colors
by
themselves already have like meanings and moods.
Yes.
You can play with that too.
That was literally what I was gonna say. Yeah. Because, like, to use an example that you and I are both, like, kind of familiar with, obviously I'm a little bit more familiar, but a really good example of using color cueing to, like, instantly indicate something to somebody is Hearthstone. Because in Hearthstone, which, to be honest, this color scheme stuff kind of extends from WoW, obviously, which, unfortunately, Colin's not here, but in Hearthstone, like, for example, if you're playing Mage, ready? Saba, I'm gonna cue this up for you, right?
Mage.
You're playing Mage. You don't recognize the card. You've never seen this card before. It's a spell, but you see that the spell art is mostly a light blue. What do you think that spell is associated with?
Oh, ice.
Exactly. Perfect, right? And now a little bit more tricky, but you'll get it. If you don't get it right off the bat, you'll get it once I explain. Same thing. It's a spell, but this time it's pink.
I don't think I've seen many pink ones.
You've seen a lot of pink spells.
Because what I recall is like, instantly when I think of like mage spells, it's mostly like purples and like pinks and blues, which is the same thing with magic.
I'm gonna say that's what I just said.
Yeah.
So
but like I can't remember what pink is.
So in Hearthstone, when associated with mage spells, pink is associated with like arcane magic, which would be like arcane missiles, greater arcane missiles, arcane blast, stuff like that. And usually the idea there, so like light blue is ice, which means that it freezes targets, and then pink usually means that it synergizes well with spell damage. And so that's why I says like you might not necessarily get it right off the bat, but once I point it out to you, you'll be like, ah.
Purple doesn't do anything, does it? Or is that just in the same category as pink? Because I know purple in other things is like electricity as well.
Well, I mean, vaguely, but in this particular case, I'm specifically talking about Hearthstone, because in Hearthstone, for example, purple is usually associated with demons or warlock. You know what I mean? So
okay, yeah, I remember this.
Okay, typically stuff in other classes won't be purple to help prevent confusion. So like for example, if you think of most hunter cards, like most hunter beasts, the beast might be different colors, but the places where they are in the artwork is usually like a forest or something like that. So that way the art is
right?
What?
Same with like druid.
Well, so that's the thing. Druid usually has a lot of browns and like light yellows, like light browns and light yellows in their artwork as like the dominant color. Excuse me. And then paladin does something really interesting because obviously Paladin is very specifically associated with the color yellow. Paladin has done something recently that's really interesting where over time, Paladins are less associated with a color and more associated with an aesthetic of being like, in armor with like a hammer and like a book and stuff like that,
What
right?
about
Like,
like gold though?
well, let me get
Gold a
there.
little bit
Let me
different.
get there before you beat me to the punch. Recently, Paladin has been having a renaissance with the idea of like pure Paladin, of like cards that have special effects when you don't have any neutral cards in your deck. And those cards are like blinding yellow. Like the paladin in the artwork will be in full gold
Like
armor,
radiating
radiating yellow
like...
light behind them while they're like shooting yellow lightning from their hammer. You know what I mean? It will just be like yellow, yellow, yellow to really indicate the idea of like this is a pure paladin card.
Pure paladin.
Yeah, I was talking about
We're talking
Hearthstone
about
and stuff.
schemes.
We were talking about color schemes, and I brought up a lot of the color scheming that they do in Hearthstone as being a good idea.
Yeah, and it was over the basis of like I love just the multiple uses of color that you can take advantage of in like game design, kind of, or in general design.
Oh yeah.
You guys should both be back on Outer Wilds, right?
Yes, I can hear it again.
And Colin's back. Okay, good.
Yes, I have control.
You want to know what's really funny? Technically, because of how this game is designed and plays, if you hit New Expedition, the only thing that's different is that you lose your log. That's it. Which I think is really cool. There we go.
And you would have to go get the launch codes again.
That is true. Well, yeah.
Alrighty, so off to one of the twins?
I was about to say, I guess he's going back to the twins, because what was the last thing you just did? You just did the high energy lab. There is still stuff. Yeah, you destroyed the fabric of reality. There's still stuff that you can find in the Sunless City, so you could probably head back there if you want. And then there's other stuff on the surface of the Ember Twin that's interesting as well. But yeah, because what is it? It's 4 p.m. right now, which means we have about 2 hours left in stream. So Colin is definitely going to finish Interloper, and we could probably get going on Dark Bramble today too.
Well, also wait, you forgot. I don't know how far you wanted to do like the quantum stuff, but he still hasn't figured out the quantum tower. And
I was thinking that next stream, like next weekend.
Well, I did the quantum tower.
It was the one at Dark Bramble. You didn't do that one.
Oh no, I haven't.
Yeah. But that one has like a trick to it, and I was gonna like save. I was gonna like save that. So essentially, what I was gonna say is that next stream I think would be a really good time for us to wrap everything up.
Do like the quantum and then
yeah, because like Colin will be able like depending on whether or not he finishes Dark Bramble now, more or less. On this stream, we can do Dark Bramble. We can do once again, depending on whether or not he does it, we could do the Sun Station. Then we could do the quantum stuff, and then we can do the end.
Yep.
Colin's making very good time. And it's really funny, because just once again, like last time we played this, we were only playing in like 2-hour batches.
True.
So while Colin's exploring, you want to talk more about color scheme, Saba, or was that what you wanted to talk about? Oh, shit. Give me a second. Hands up. I forgot about the overlay. What a fool I have been. All right, we're back.
Not much has happened, so we're fine. So you don't need to do high energy lab anymore, I think.
I'm about to say, the only thing that was in the high energy lab was the indication of like, hey, this is like a teleportation network.
And they use black and white holes. Isn't that kind of cool, though? They've condensed a black and white hole, calling into that, like, one...
Super cool.
...fragment.
Which is, like, it's one of those things where it's, like, obviously the people that designed this game have a lot more familiarity with, like, scientific concepts than I would be. Because, they had to design a game about some of this stuff. And obviously it's, like, it's, like, pseudoscience, whatever, but that's fine. But it really bothers me that they call these things black and white holes when clearly they're wormholes. and that's
Well, that's
different.
what they are.
Well, no, because a black hole would fucking spaghettify you. You'd be destroyed.
But it's not necessarily.
Technically, it hasn't been proven that
Yeah.
like this couldn't happen.
You know what? That
Kinda.
that is legitimately true, I suppose. However, I mean, I think it's pretty.
There is
I feel like it's
plan.
a pretty safe
Is
bet.
it just me, or does this language look different?
Do you want to look
Ah.
at the skeleton to your bottom left?
What is different about it?
The horns
It's-
have grown together?
It's
It makes it
it's
more
It's a
sad.
child.
Yeah.
Um,
So this is a child scribbling or handwriting.
So, Colin, we talked about this briefly before, but one of the really cool things about this game is that if you pay attention over time, you can find like indications of like the passage of time. And so like obviously that you just identified like, huh, that's weird, and that's like a child learning how to write, right?
Right.
But then you'll also see regular sized murals that have similar like wiggliness to their letters. But then you'll also find stuff later, like when we eventually get to the sun station and you find the writing on there, it's very clean and written almost as if it was typed. You know what I mean? Like very clean. And that's to show the progress of like technology and society over time.
Really neat.
Yeah, like the language literally just gets more advanced as time goes on.
Which is very cool.
It's those things. It's like some of those things that I really enjoy about. Well, I mean, obviously, there's a lot to enjoy about this game in general, but there is those things that I really enjoy where it's like, you see people talking to each other, and they obviously have like their own character dynamics, and it's all fun and
Personalities and everything.
personalities. But then like you'll find like a thing where it's like somebody's talking, they're like, ah, yes, my son Poke is so excited to start his first day of school to become a scientist, and it's like, oh, that's Poke, that's the same guy who does this stuff later, and it's like, oh, that's super cool, and it's like shows you passage of time.
You see their entire life cycle, which is insane a little bit.
The development
From
of this
kid to-
whole freaking species. So there's a scroll.
Ooh, I don't remember that. Did we ever do that, Saba?
I think we saw this place, but we could never figure out how to get in.
Because I don't remember how now. Is there a hole in the floor? Or in the ceiling? No, like inside the room. Like you use
You can take
use that and look up. Oh, maybe
No, there's
that.
nothing on there.
Sand hole.
Maybe you can fall down the sand hole?
Doesn't look like that's a hole though.
I mean, you might be right. I don't know. Because now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, you're right. I don't actually know what it says up there. Look, there is like a space above you though. Yeah, look at this.
My scout is this one.
Ah,
Oh, nice. Man.
that's neat. Look,
don't think we've done this.
this is the 5th time I've played this game, and I'm learning new things.
There's been competing star trajectories to Sun Station or Star Orbit.
Safer way to travel to the Astron.
Told her we wouldn't need to be traveling there by shuttle. The Sun Station doesn't need a landing pad. She said she knew. Good theoretical access my part, y'all. It wasn't like computing in a low stellar orbit, so trajectory. I look forward to working with you, but I also believe it'll be easier to turn Astron. Ooh, full staff.
There's like a. Oh, I guess this is to get out. Right, because you wouldn't be able to go back up the hole that the sand's coming down.
Coolio.
Ooh, I just got real
Obviously, you can't go up, or you can't go down up,
up.
gravity wells.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of like clever one-way directional stuff I never actually thought about before. Ooh, what's up there? I think you already did this one, right?
Oh, we're going down.
Can I get out of the sand, please?
Apparently not, I
Apparently
guess.
not. Apparently it just drags me all the way down.
Well, I mean, sand is quite heavy, so.
Especially when it's pummeling you.
Yep.
What happened to all your oxygen?
You can go get oxygen from the
Good
trees.
question.
Don't forget.
Oh yeah, trees. There are
Across
trees
the
here.
way. That big open area.
So by the way, one of the cool things, Saba, you know how like you can redirect the power from the high energy lab? If you redirect it, all the lights in here are off.
Oh yeah, because you redirected it from the city.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Because like the thing is that normally you don't see that, because normally you do the high energy lab and then just leave. But if you come back here, it's like, oh.
Ouch. This is the shortcut.
This is the Eye
right?
Shrine.
Oh, I just got it. It's very similar to the one that you saw at Brittle Hollow. Ah.
I just don't remember if I found any writing here.
I mean, there has to be writing somewhere. Oh, right. This is the one where like down here it's like all death.
Yeah. So I think I gotta.
You gotta like hip hop your way across. Yeah, there you go.
That's look at that's still in the hole.
Okay, so the floor is lava.
Floor is lava, but second floor is not lava. It's vaguely lava.
Whoa.
It's little hops. Trees.
Nice.
And there's some writing.
We welcomed in this place, this shrine of space, reflect on what brought us to the star system, the signal from the eye. Observe the eye signal on our travels, follow to our source. Tear open your mind. So yeah,
I
it
feel
is
like
like
I remember this.
I called to us, why won't it reveal itself? Why is it so difficult to locate? Did something happen to it? Did the signal stop? Is the eye no longer desired to be found? Perhaps it isn't the eye's choice to not be able to communicate with us more than it already has.
Once again, I really like this culture of scientists where they make suppositions instead of like making declarations. They're like, well, maybe this.
Did the eye deliberately call out to us for sending a signal? Did we hear the signal by coincidence? You could be seeing meaning where there is none. Suppose the signal was produced incidentally. Does that mean the eye is less important now? Perhaps the eye wanted to be found. Could it be sentient? Maybe it chose us. Does the eye desire something from us? Could it need us in some way? Maybe it doesn't have to be us.
I'm gonna let this finish before saying.
Is the eye natural or artificial? Maybe someone built it. The eye is older than the universe itself. How could something exist before its creator? It could be naturally occurring, but it doesn't answer how the eye could be as old as it is. Oh, those are all just super fascinating to think about.
Like just the generic.
That's really cool. That art.
Yeah, where
Like that wall.
look at this.
Aha.
It's two glass windows. Oh,
Where it lines up with the sun.
that's really neat.
Yeah, a lot of these concepts are just really neat in general. The concept of the eye of the universe is fucking awesome.
I can't go down.
Well, I want to bring something up in relation to this because it reminded me of like a thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson, like a video he did, was that how do you fathom discovering something that doesn't exist?
Well, under most circumstances that doesn't happen, but like I mean the actual answer to that is that if you discover something that shouldn't exist, like by all known laws it shouldn't exist.
Not that it shouldn't exist, but like it has never been discovered yet. Like you're seeing something that no one has ever seen.
I was about to say that's not the statement that you made. You're saying so what you're saying is that how do you handle discovering something the first time?
Yeah, when I say doesn't exist means like people had to haven't known about it.
Right. I'm about to say
ask Phineas and Ferb.
Ask Phineas and Ferb discovering something that doesn't exist.
Well, I say this because Neil deGrasse Tyson did like an entire video about like, well, it's super interesting because it's like, well, first you attribute it to things that you
can do stuff at the anglerfish, by the way.
Anglerfish.
Yeah. Which way? Forget which way that is.
It's the door which you first came through. So
there you go, right there.
Yeah. So yeah, he first like they say like, well, you first have to attribute it to something
that you already know exists.
Yeah, but once it doesn't become that, it's like it's interesting because it kind of almost goes on this idea of like you have to believe this can exist, right? And so it goes on almost a faith system that this is something different. This is not something we found before, even though kind of like faith and science are a bit at odds to each other, but it's quite interesting about it. So, real fast, like Colin, so you see that there's handwriting in there, right?
Yeah, so there's a way in there somewhere.
CC. So that's something maybe you want to try to figure out. But
I
yeah,
think
so I just thought it was
I
super
think maybe
interesting.
you've already discovered something a similar solution to this.
But yeah, I just thought it was super interesting because it's
the
like the
the
idea of
idea, because like
discovering something.
yeah, because like one of the things
Yeah.
that's really fascinating about just talking to scientists in general is that like you don't like as a like normal lay people like you or me, to be honest, we see science as like a definitive fact, essentially, of like science is the
Yeah.
way that it is. But then a scientist is constantly questioning whether or not what they believe what they believe to be
Is the
true
full truth.
is the full truth. They know that it is a partial truth, but they don't know if it's the full truth or not. And that's really that's really fascinating. I agree, because it's just like, if you like
No.
I
Don't
wonder.
forget Colin. Hold on, real fast. Don't forget Colin. You can throw your scout there and try to follow it. I would maybe recommend. I don't know if that 100% is the answer, but you could try doing that.
He might run out of time because of the sand.
Let's hope we can hurry.
Shoot it into the mouth this time.
Okay, now go. Quickly. But yeah, it's just the whole thing with that is pretty like, it's a really cool idea with that, and it seems so weird because I feel like even like in today, like modern day, it's like it doesn't feel like we invent anything anymore. And this is going a little bit off from like a bit of science, but it's hard for us to discover things, but it's also harder for us to invent things. Like in my mind, like language for the most part, the only stuff that we make nowadays is like slang or words that I don't really think even really make any sense. But it's like
Well,
it's super interesting that back in the day we used to make, just
But
so
that is what
much.
language is, though. We are inventing language.
I'm about to say, like, you might identify it as slang, but that is still language. Like, just because slang is short for slant language doesn't mean that it's not still language. Like you
And that might be
seem
true, but maybe it's the
to
scale
be.
I'm talking about.
I'm
Maybe
about to
it's the
say,
scale.
yeah.
Which it's just, but it's just more of like a fascination for me that maybe it's because so many things were
Much
like
not know how to get
unanswered
over there.
before. That's why we have
Well, because
answers now.
like one of the phenomenon that you're actually
Yeah, we might
attributing
have mixed
here.
it.
One of the things you're actually attributing here is the idea that there isn't a lot left on Earth that's like discoverable. You know what I mean? Like, because there was,
Yeah.
like, can you imagine living in an age where somebody sailed east really far and found a new fucking continent?
Yeah.
Could you imagine being alive
Yeah.
and hearing that? Like, I would think that that person's crazy. But yeah, that's literally like the age of discovery or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know. You think about that sort of stuff now, and like the only stuff that I mean, obviously there's still a lot of stuff left to discover, but unfortunately, most of it is in ridiculous places that we can't see anymore that are not nearly as useful to humans. Because like a new continent with new places to live is great, but the bottom of the Marianas Trench is not that interesting
Right.
to the average person.
Oof. Yeah.
The only thing that could even be remotely attributed would be like moving to a new planet, which is why people like Elon Musk are so fascinated by it. Less because he wants to go to a planet, but more because it will be like a huge economic upturn.
Well, and that's the thing, is we live in a society that's driven by...
You might want to unpause so we can die.
Oh, yeah, sure. But we live in a society that's driven by innovation for the sake of gain, not for innovation for the sake of innovation.
Which is one of the refreshing things about like the society in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like discovery and science for
Like
the sake
you
of
said,
discovery
there's
and
not a lot
science.
of use for things at the bottom of the Marianas Trench other than knowledge, and maybe there might be some things that could develop based on the creatures we find. Like, we've developed a lot of medicine based on oceanic creatures.
That is true.
But on the whole, the input is not as intriguing as the output. We're not getting a lot out of it,
Yeah.
monetarily speaking,
Yeah,
for it
I
to
can
be
get that.
necessarily worth. Whereas opposed to space travel, there's a lot of economic reason for that because it's all untapped resource.
Exactly.
And
And so,
space
yeah.
has always been this great intrigue for our recent society.
it's
So,
one of
much
the
more
things.
so than the ocean.
One of the things that is really fascinating to me, just as a concept, is like when we think about space now. Like when you or I think about traveling into space, it's unbelievably daunting, and to be honest, kind of scary because like if something
Yeah,
goes wrong,
sure.
if something goes
Goodbye.
if something goes wrong, you're gone, you're dead, you know what I mean? But and obviously I don't know this, and I haven't read any like personal journals or anything like that, but I wonder if people in like the 1300s felt similarly about crossing the ocean.
100%.
And so that's and that and
100%.
that's fascinating to me, and that's one of the things that makes me really upset about the concept that I'm gonna die one day, because it's just like, man, I would love to see what the world is like at a time where people, like in Futurama, where they just fly to the moon in 2 seconds and no one gives a shit. I would be like
Yeah.
Fry in that episode where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's amazing. I would go nuts.
Yeah,
You are getting
I think
sucked
it's
in by
that
the sun,
too.
I think. Okay, never mind, you're good.
The idea of, you know, there being a time when like all of like even the basic stuff we know now is like wondrous
Yeah.
to people then.
That's totally how it was.
And it's almost like it's not a sense of loss per
It was
se, but it's a
wondrous,
sense
or it
of
was like heresy.
Yeah.
yeah. And it's like it's a kind of like, you know, you want to almost feel what that feels like to like have that feeling of like finding something.
Like imagine like literally the Futurama thing of like teleporting into the future essentially, and then just like learning all this new shit and just being like, "What? You're really? That's amazing!" Oh, hello, Chris. Welcome to the stream.
Yes, hi, Chris.
I'll and obviously you guys have thought about this sort of thing before, but let me present something to you. You remember that one of the bloodiest wars in European history was literally fought over table salt?
Explain.
I don't remember. Like it's one of like the great wars in Europe. It was literally just like there was a large reserve of natural salt, and I want to say it was like France and England were went into like a huge war with each other over who got to keep the salt. And it was like people would like, and like the war went on so long that people were born, grew up, died, and then had kids before the war like ended. You know what I mean? Like it was like 100 years. I don't think it was the 100 Years' War though. That was something else. But and it was literally just fought over something that I can go to Walmart and buy for like 3 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's insane. By the way, I think that original place you were in, Colin, went to Timberhearth.
It does, yeah.
With the trees and stuff.
I was about to say, I was expecting the sun to explode a lot quicker than this. I thought you spent a lot of time in the sunless city. But that being said, this gives us an ample opportunity to just chill out, I guess.
Yeah. So that I thought that, just that topic came into my mind. I was like, yeah, it's like super interesting with like undiscovery and discovery and stuff.
Yeah, because I was about to say the original thing that you were talking, or just like discovery in general, but like then you talked about language and whatnot, and it's like because like the thing is that because you were saying like nothing's getting like invented anymore, and I don't necessarily.
Not as much.
I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think that brand new stuff isn't getting invented. However, things are being refined a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently than they ever were previously. Like, I'll remind you,
a lot of new technology, but we're enhancing the technology we have.
Like, the telephone was invented over 100 years ago, but think of the difference between a cell phone that you had in the 90s versus a phone that you have now. That's
right. 100% true. Yeah.
That's well, I guess 30 years now.
I have to come here early, don't I? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I was telling you earlier that this has to be like the first thing you do in order to do this.
Yeah, this is kind of like the stuff too where, you know, with the sleeping, do you remember you could take naps and stuff or doze off?
Yeah.
You can pass time early, but the thing is that I don't remember what the time interval is. so I can't advise.
That's why I think you said this just as soon as you start, just kind of come here.
I would really like to say, like, on the topic of language, I would really like to actually like look at a list of like new words that have been added within the last 50 years. Like to and I mean, you know, dictionaries are subjective essentially. Like it's just whatever particular publication decides is a word or not. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in there. Like I know that Saba doesn't like a lot of like the modern whatevers, but I actually do think that yeet is a good word. I think that yeet
What's
is a
super
word that
interesting is we've also taken older words and we've revitalized them to be like cool now, like clout. Like clout was like an old word.
well, I mean,
You
yeah.
didn't know that. So I'm
Well,
like, that's also interesting to me.
The example that always comes to mind for me is, did you guys ever read? It's like a kid's book.
Frindle.
Frindle, exactly.
I knew you
yes.
were gonna talk about Frindle. I fucking hated that book, not because it was bad, but because it fucked with my brain so much.
Right. So, Saba, do you know what this book is?
I actually haven't.
Please, please go, Colin. It's all you.
It's been a long time since I read it, but the basic thing of it is, I think it's like a kid who's like struggling with language or something, and like I think his teacher or someone suggests that he, or maybe he just comes up with it. But the basic is he starts calling the pen, things pens, frindles. Uses that word. He goes to the store. He asks for a frindle. What do you mean? He points at like a rack of pens. He says frindle. They're like, okay. And it takes a long time, and all this stuff. And again, it's been a long time since I read it. But essentially, what happens is he uses it so long, and it catches on so much for other people that the end of the book is it ending up in the dictionary as another word for pen, just because people started using it. And that's I think the whole point of the book is this point about language, how it's what we make of it.
It's true.
Someone tells you like a word is wrong, it's not necessarily wrong. It's just different.
It is different, yeah. That's
the whole
stuff, and
concept
that's
of language, while we like to think of it as very sacred, like these are the rules, this is the grammar structure, this is all the stuff you have to adhere to it. It's as long as the two people talking
Understand each other. Yeah.
It doesn't matter the way you say it, as long as the point gets across.
That's true, and the realize, or we have to like, we also, obviously the reason why we think of it as rules is because it's like, because there's so many people, because by a certain point you can't just make up anything.
That's how we learn.
Yeah, but I understand what you mean. You are technically correct, yes.
I'm about to say, you can't, like, I can't just walk up to Saba and just start saying a bunch of random gobbledygook and expect, and be upset when she doesn't understand me.
Right.
But
that would be unreasonable.
But if I do use a new word or a new phrase, I would expect, but I use it in like a reasonable standpoint, I would expect either A, Saba to already understand it, or B, for her to be like, oh, would you mind explaining that?
And like, this is the one, think about
or
like,
vice versa, obviously.
Modern slang. Specifically internet slang. People of an older generation who aren't as versed in it, oh, I don't understand what these new words mean, these two phrases. Because it's true. It's every generation reflects upon, modifies, and changes how everything of the society functions.
I don't think that's.
True.
I don't think that's.
It's bad, though.
I don't think that's I don't think that's very groovy of you to say.
groovy. Yeah. Well,
like,
sometimes
every generation is.
Colin, you got to make progress.
Parts. Well, not necessarily. I'm on temper.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot time. I literally told you that. I forgot. I thought you were just sitting here while the sun was exploding, and I was like, Colin.
The sun just exploded, so.
I do agree. At the same time, I kind of hate some of the new stuff people use, and I feel like it's worse than the old stuff.
I mean, that being said, I'm about to say that it doesn't necessarily.
That might be objectively true or whatever, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in the long run because it's going to happen regardless. It doesn't matter what we
think about it because it doesn't
matter.
Well,
I will still use the old terminology. You can't stop me, Sonny.
Like I'm about to say,
I think no one is going to stop you. You can't stop the language from evolving.
In order to like empathize with Saba, I do agree there are some slang terms that I just don't really like, or it's not even slang terms. It's just like vernacular that I don't really enjoy. Like,
for sure.
And I will say that Saba is actually guilty of this sometimes. I hate it when people say "tis," like either vocally or in text. I hate it so much because it's like I don't know. It's just so
very old though, right?
Right. That's very old. And the reason why we stopped using that was because it's not specific enough in order for it to be like, in order for it to like properly convey. Because obviously "tis" is supposed to be "it is," right? It's a conjunction of that. Right. But it also sounds like other things sometimes. And then like the other one that gets me all the time is "fina" or "funna." Like I'm funna looking to get a new.
Oh.
I'm
thing.
fine. I look to
Yeah,
get a
no, I
new
don't- oh,
car.
God, see,
That's one of those words that I don't.
That one in particular obviously is associated with certain parts of culture, which if Adrian was here, he would just be calling me racist right now. But it's the sort of the sort of thing where
it's right.
But I'm about to say, and it's just the sort of thing where it's like I hear that, and it's just like, but you're not like slang to me either needs to make a concept smaller or needs to introduce a new concept, which is why I like yeet. You know what I mean? Like yeet is a good word because it's a very specific like kind of action of like throwing something quickly.
Funny. But
It's also
funny.
funny.
A funny connotation to it as well.
The example that came up recently for me is the word cap, like saying no cap about something.
Yeah.
I until about 2 weeks ago, I had never heard that expression, and I had to have the person who uses it a lot explain it to me because I had no idea what it meant.
What does it mean?
It means like if you say no cap, like it means like I'm not lying, I'm not joking. I'm being serious.
I haven't even heard of that.
I'm about to say,
See,
what? Why?
And this is why. This is from an 18-year-old who I learned this from.
Okay.
So even me, only being four years difference from this person, like there's this huge language thing.
And it's interesting because for me, at the same time, I don't like it when it gets to the point of being too I don't want to say unrefined, but it's like if you're speaking in all slangs, right? To some people, it sounds less like because say like British because they're so articulate and they like the way they pronounce the entire word makes them sound like smarter.
I mean, you're talking about like posh English. Most English is actually like gobbledygook that no one could possibly understand.
Well, okay,
Well,
hold
yes,
on.
yes.
Do you guys know the whole British American accent thing, right?
Yes.
Do I?
But it depends on what you're talking about, I guess.
The British accent that we know of and attribute to the British people is the commoner's accent from back in the day.
Ah.
Because all the high-class people who used what we consider an American accent moved to America. So what we attribute to the posh British accent was actually the accent of commoners and like the lower class that spread to the whole rest once so much of the upper class moved to the colonies and to the States.
That's interesting.
So our accent, the kind of American accents, actually is what the aristocracy of old Britain sounded like. They didn't speak in what we attribute as the British accent, which I think is fascinating. Because we always think of them, in old-timey films and stuff, as speaking in a British accent, but that's not how they spoke.
They would talk similarly to us.
It would be closer to what is contributed to the American accent.
They
and
would
obviously,
probably
America's
articulate a
large,
bit
so it has a
differently,
bunch
but-
of variations on accents. You go from Boston to Chicago to the South to California, you're going to get 4 different accents.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably how they articulate, which is probably a bit different. But yeah, I don't like the idea of, I like the idea of if like the full word exists or if another word exists that can already, express what I want. Like, I don't care to use slang all the time because I don't know. It's just,
but
again,
what
makes
if
me
the
feel
slang
weird.
introduces a new element of like emotion?
Well, like you said with like yeet, right?
And inflection,
Yeet is
yeah.
funny.
Because that's one of
Right.
the things I really like about Japanese is that, like, and I know that this is actually one of the criticisms of Japanese, but it's one of the things that I really like, where they have, like, you take any basic concept and they have the generalized word, but then if you need to get more specific as to, like, what type of that concept you're referring to, they have different words for that. Where it's like, they have, the example that I remember is that they have, like, a word for water, which I believe is mizu. But then they have, different words for water that all kind of sound similar, but have like different inflections
Yeah, that's
essentially
kind of like
that
that stuff,
determine its temperature. And to be
that's
fair, you could just say hot water, cold water. But I like the idea of having a special type of word that is just cold water or hot water on its own.
Yeah, and that's the thing about
Like just calling it quater or water.
non-Latin-based languages and how they, express concepts that I find is very fascinating.
So, Colin, I want to make a suggestion to you as a reward for finally making progress in this particular cycle.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of conlang critique?
Conlang critique?
All right, sir. You're gonna have a wonderful time with this YouTube channel. If
Oh,
you're
boy.
if you're fascinated by like language type stuff in general, there are things called conlangs, which are constructed languages.
Is that the picture?
Dothraki. Yes, I about to say I sent
Okay.
Saba some stuff like this. Dothraki from Game of Thrones,
Yeah,
for example,
I'm
is a
too late, aren't
conlang.
I?
Yes, you are too late.
It's
Unfortunate.
okay, just sun. Get to the sun.
Yeah, just fly into the sun. Reset. But yeah, so Conlang Critique is the guy. He went to like several years of college for like linguistics, and then ended up doing something else. And so now he's like coming back and doing YouTube videos. He's been doing it for like 3 years, where he takes like different famous conlangs from different different groups of people, and explains how the like language functions, like its phonemes and like how the grammar works and stuff
Right.
like that. What
So
it's
you got
inspired
things
by.
like Klingon or Elvish.
Yes,
or
he about to say
dragon language even.
you
Skyrim.
literally just listed you just listed 4 of his top 5. He has a lot of these videos. Like I want to say there's like 40 or 50 at this point. There's a lot, and every single one of them is fascinating because some languages are just really boring. Like if you watch his video on Esperanto,
What's Esperanto?
So Esperanto was a thing where they were trying for a while. Okay, there's a thing that's been happening a lot in history in general, like both old history and modern history, where people keep trying to make universal languages, which the idea,
Right.
yeah, exactly, which the idea behind a universal language is that you take all languages that currently exist on planet
And
Earth,
kind of mash them together.
and
into
you
something
kind of
that
mash them
everyone
to-
has a bit of.
and
to
everybody
try
has a bit of something else, so that way it's recognizable. The problem is that most universal language conlangs are largely based on English, and then kind of take things from other languages
Right.
sometimes. So Esperanto is one of those where it is lauded as like one of the best ones because it's really easy to learn, which is true. It's really easy to learn, but it almost has zero practical use because Esperanto is basically just English, Latin, and Spanish mixed together, and that's it.
Which that's practically useless.
Exactly. That's on the global stage is practically useless. But he talks about
Considering the top 2 languages are, isn't it? Mandarin Chinese and.
Well, English is still number 1, but then it would be Mandarin Chinese.
No,
yes.
English is not the number 1 most spoken language.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yep.
I just looked this
I
up the
thought
other
it was
day.
Mandarin.
No,
I think
70.
Mandarin has more native
It's not.
speakers
It's
than
not.
English.
Well, that's a different statistic. English might.
Oh, okay.
English is not the largest native language, but most.
But it's the largest known language.
It's the largest known language because most other countries know multiple languages, and almost all of them
Right.
include English. I'm about to say it's something insane. Like 70% of all humans on Earth know how to speak some form of English.
No, you're totally right. I was thinking native speakers.
Yeah, but say native speakers, you're
Which-
super right because China is 1,000 times bigger than anything else.
Yeah, I think it's Mandarin Chinese and Hindi are the most native speakers.
Because of population. Like,
Yeah,
oof. Some of it's not.
but a lot of those speak English.
So yeah. So anyway, to wrap up my thing, I highly recommend if you ever have some time or some interest in doing so, just hop onto YouTube and type in Conlang Critique, literally just Conlang Critic, and some of his more recent stuff is a little bit memey, but you'll see some stuff on there like he reviewed both of the Elvish languages that R.R. Tolkien came up with.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even know there were 2.
Yeah, about to say there's colloquially they're referred to as like modern and classic Elvish.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the one that they use in the movies that they speak is like Quellar or something like that. So like that one he just recently came out with, and that was a really good video. But yeah,
Cool.
it's really fun. Like I showed, like speaking on this sort of thing, because Saba mentioned it earlier. Saba, do you still have that picture somewhere? I probably have it on my phone, but I don't know if you. I didn't know if you had
Probably
it.
just been saved in our chat.
Okay, well, I'll have to go find it and post it in general. So you should check back later, Colin. But there was a conlang, because there's like a Reddit for conlangers, obviously, and this one guy came up with a pictorial conlang where it does have spoken word, but you're not really supposed to speak it. It's supposed to be largely written. And the idea behind the language is that he wanted to make a language that could be disguised as like a mural hidden on a wall somewhere. And so what the language is, and this will make more sense when I show you when I post the picture later. Actually, I could probably grab my phone in a second. Oh, what's up? Are you okay?
Well, you are right. It is on.
Yeah,
the
I almost ran into Ember Twin.
Ooh. I'm about to say, if you look at your landing gear, you can see where you are in relation to the planet. It's on the left, so you can see that right now you're like halfway between the pole and the equator. But anyway, so the language is really fascinating because when you write it out completely, it looks like a Japanese like koi fish painting. But if you understand how the language works, you actually understand that the size of the koi fish, the location of the bubbles, the ripples in the water, all of that actually translates to words, and then you can get like poetry from it.
That's really neat.
Yeah, I fucking love most of the I love most of the conlang stuff. There was a brief period of time where I was like, oh dude, maybe I'll try to do something like this. And then like I looked up guides on like how to start making a conlang, and all the guys were like, don't start unless you plan on like putting 4 years of work into this. And I'm like, maybe I'll wait on that for a minute. Maybe I can wait. That's okay.
Okay, so you know the place you have to go to is on the equator.
I'm actually gonna go grab my phone. I'm gonna go find
Health is right there.
Oh shit! It's in my desk.
So you're just gonna have to find the sun. Come on.
Sand pillar.
Sand pillar.
Ooh.
Oofsies.
Now I'm on the equator, which means I should soon.
I'm about to say, if you just follow this, you'll eventually find it. All right, let me see. Gallery. I have a folder on my phone called Aesthetic, and it's literally just aesthetic pictures that I like, and it has over 500 pictures in it.
Nice.
I love this folder. It's so good. Saba, do you have an idea as to how long ago we talked about?
It was quite a bit ago.
I'm about to say, it was before I moved, right?
Maybe.
So it must be far back. Oh man, I'm looking at these pictures and I'm like, dude, these are good. Whoever saved these pictures has great taste.
Oh, of course.
Maybe this is too far back.
Come on. Oh, yeah. It's so interesting how Ember Twin just has this huge divot canyon splitting it in half. Like that's so cool. Like, isn't that just so cool?
Yeah, but it's kind of like also like I don't know what's pulling it back and forth, and it's just
Gravity.
going to the center, and it doesn't really look like it's doing much.
It's
But
gravity,
yes,
but...
I'm about to say, like, the assumption is that it's gravity, but it is true that if you actually think about it from like a physics standpoint, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like,
no, it doesn't.
Like, because theoretically, it wouldn't go like one planet wouldn't be full and then the other one wouldn't be full. It would would equalize.
In reality, the two planets would rip each other apart. So.
Oh, here it is, by the way. Oh, dude, you got to it in like perfect time.
So now you gotta wait till we can get in.
So I apologize for wiggling the mouse earlier. I had to mute myself because
okay.
my sister was asking me a question.
Yeah, the tidal forces would rip.
Oh, careful!
I'm
gonna say, be a little.
Rip these planets apart.
You got this, dude. I believe in you.
Jump, 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 jump!
And now, I think there's a plant coming up, so you should be fine. You can open that door for future purposes, but you gotta teleport. Luckily, this place warps really quickly. Almost like you're right next to the sun. Oop, no, wrong one. No, it's gotta be an aesthetic. I definitely saved this picture.
Just continue to look up, sir. You'll just have to wait till we get it. It's a coming.
I've got to leave in 4 minutes. I should only be gone between 5 and 10 minutes because I've got to go pick up my car.
Okay, as soon as you teleport, you should hit escape to pause. Hit escape to pause. So, real quick, I'm about to say, do you, if you left now, would you be able to, would it be okay?
I'm waiting for my my stepmom has to take me to get it, and she's leaving in 3 minutes.
Okay, so in that case, we could probably unpause and make some progress. But the thing that I need to explain is that, so you got here in perfect time, right? Like, you got here as quickly as you possibly could. The problem, however, is that you kind of read it before, but when they were doing the trajectory for this sun station, they actually did the calculations wrong, and this place actually careens into the sun relatively soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so...
Receive for 10 minutes, always says under your sleep. So secretary hold detector approaching critical letters, closing emergency door. Oh god.
Wait, no, did you actually internalize what that said, though?
Yes.
That was like system updates. Guess what? You gotta go, boy!
Oh shit.
Oh,
Be careful,
you gotta
dude!
Aim. You gotta aim! No, you're not making oh,
You're not
shit,
aiming! What are you doing? Colin,
Yeah,
no!
you're being dragged in.
Colin, were you jetpacking?
I was trying to, yeah.
Mm.
I don't know what was happening. I was totally jetpacking.
Oh, well.
Interesting. Well, you see what
Unfortunate.
happened.
Oh, I just have to try again.
I like that moment, though, where it opens the door and you're just like, oh shit, that's the fucking sun, dude.
And it's going, if you recall, it's actually going really fast.
It's
sun
going
stations are kinda
unbelievably
funny.
fast.
Alright, I'll be back in a few.
Sure.
Alrighty.
Alright. Hello, Saber.
Hello, I'm still here. Your friendly neighborhood Saba.
Man, I'm actually a little annoyed now because I can't find the picture that I've been talking about. Because now I'm like, well, damn it, do I have to look it up and save the picture again? Because
The sun's gravity is a bit intense, but it was weird because he started floating Lawrence immediately, and I was like, is he doing that on purpose? I know, that was super impressive, Lawrence. Oh my god! But and then we lost it, and it was super funny because I don't even know if we saw the fact of that writing where it's like, oh, there's actually no landing place on the sun. So
because Lawrence didn't know about the teleporting thing yet on Ash Twin, so he was like, I can make it, and then he does, and then he's like, all right, I'm good, and he starts to like get out of the thing, and he's just like, like way off to the side because the sun station's moving so fucking fast. Yeah, you can lock onto it though. I think that might have been Colin's problem, was that he didn't lock on.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Because like I even saw that he was boosting to try and like stay above, but he started tilting to the side because he wasn't locked on.
Yeah, I feel like it started dragging him like immediately, so it didn't give him any time to do anything.
I found the picture, by the way.
Nice.
There you go.
I
sent it. That should be in general. I think I just posted it. Right? Do you see it?
Did I not plug? Hold on. I plugged in the wrong end of... What the heck is happening? Why won't this start charging? Is it working? It's not plugged in. Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh my god.
This is weird. What's happening? Oh, is it because of this? No. Okay, now it's charging. I was like at 19% and I was like, oh, I need my battery. And I plugged it in and the cable fell out of the big bit. I didn't notice, and it was at 14 now, and I was like, no! Okay. If you want, you could also watch The Color of Corruption. Go fast, but
no.
I know your computer's being semi-used. So.
I was about to say, I'm not gonna watch it. We're on stream. God damn it. Did it answer my question? Did it post in general?
Oh, yeah, that's what I was checking. Sorry.
Okay, it did.
It did.
Good. I'm gonna try to post it again and on air, but god damn it, it's so because I have.
remember commenting about this because it looks like Farsi a little bit in terms of the script at the bottom.
Farsi?
Oh,
right.
sorry.
Yeah.
Persian.
You did talk about this, yes.
Yeah, it looks Persian. Actually, I need to remember to say Persian.
Well, I mean, you should call it the name that it is. It's just I have to learn to recognize it.
Well, I remember it's the way I described this. I think I told this to you too. It's like if I say Farsi, it's basically like me saying, "Well, I speak Espanol," versus like because it's English, I would say I speak like Persian. That's like the English way of saying it.
Okay.
Which makes more sense.
Oh well. When Colin gets back, I'll have to tell him to just go to general.
Si,
All
si,
right.
oui, oui.
Well, what do you want to talk about for the next 10 to 15 minutes while Colin gets his car?
We have discussed a lot so far. Is there anything you want us to talk about, Lawrence or Chris?
I'll say
I'll
Lawrence
also throw it out there to them.
Lawrence and Chris are in the chat, so.
Yeah. Oh, you're just doing stuff. We can take him to that point again.
I'm not doing that.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna get an ending that I've never seen before.
Which is what? Is it just flying away? I haven't seen this ending either, so this is going to be interesting.
Well, let's see if we can do it. Hopefully we won't crash into
just
something.
a runaway ending, though?
Wait, why is Chris a different color now? What the hell? Flying into the sun, ? You guys probably discussed this yesterday or 2 days ago, but how do you feel about Cyberpunk's launch? We could talk about that. Adrian had a lot to say, but you know how Adrian is in general. I changed it for fun, lol.
How do you change the color? Unless you're just like trolling and you just kind of changed what device.
No, you can
you're
change.
on.
You can change the color. I about to say mine is yellow. Yeah, it's in settings at the bottom.
I've never thought I'd ever. Okay, thank you. This is okay. Thank you. But yes, Cyberpunk.
Yeah, so the launch of Cyberpunk. I'm basically going to summarize what Saba and I like when we were talking about like the awards show, the video game awards and stuff. I said something similar to this, and it took me a while to get to the point where I was trying to get at. But my point is that I think that any game should take as much development time as it possibly needs in order to be the best product that it could. However, the thing that I will not give CD Projekt, the people that developed Cyberpunk, the thing that I won't give them any leeway on is the fact that they announced the game like 5 or 6 years before they even started major production on the game. That's stupid, and they deserve to get some flack for having, announced the game way too goddamn early. Well, you said
7 years, actually.
Well, no. You say 7 years. When I say like of major production, I mean that they were designing the game. Like when they announced the game, that was the company being like, "Hey, we are deciding to start working on this," and then they just did design work for like 5 years or something like that. And then when I say that they went into like full production, that's when they actually started making assets and shit. And it's like that's the type of stuff that infuriates me. Excuse me, because the game was announced 7 or 8 years ago. That is true, but it's been in production for like 3 or 4. Anywho.
On a personal note, I don't actually know anything about Cyberpunk, so I didn't actually care too much. I know it's a big deal though.
It's a big deal because the game,
my aesthetic of game.
People have been looking forward to this game for a really long time, and the fact that the game has, because it's like the game has a lot of really cool shit in it, but it kind of misses the mark on a lot of positions that really shouldn't be. I don't know, not necessarily shouldn't be a problem, but it's just like, I don't know, man. The one that still gets me, and the one that I think epitomizes the whole issue, quote unquote, is the what do you calls it? When you go to bed, it doesn't make any sense. Like, have you seen what it looks like in Cyberpunk when you go to sleep?
No, I did.
So in your starting apartment at the beginning of the game, excuse me, in your starting apartment, you have a bed that's like slotted into a wall, essentially, and it's pillows at the head of the bed, and it makes sense, right? So you have a left and a right-hand side of the bed. When you go to sleep, your character lays down on the right-hand side of the bed, so like the part that's away from the wall, and then looks up at the pillows and then puts his arms to the side. So I might not be explaining this super well. I don't know if Lawrence has a moment to maybe share the image on the on-air channel in OboStream, but like essentially, like when you think about it, the dude that you're playing as in the game is like snapping his spine every time he goes to bed because CD Projekt forgot to make it understandable. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in that game that's weird. Like Adrian brought it up in reference to like the porn channel that he was in or whatever. But I do actually kind of agree. Under the circumstance of like, man, I can't believe that the largest breast size you can have in that game is like a D cup, considering that the game touts being like a reality simulator. And that's, like, just legitimately unrealistic. And, like, you can't be fat or muscular. You have to be, like, a generic body type as well. Like, these things don't make any sense to me. Like, you can't be tall or short. You have to be middling height.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah, there you go, Saba. Look at that. He just posted it.
Oh, my God. He just...
Right? So it doesn't make any
fainted.
sense.
He fainted all. He's just like, I'm reaching my bed. Oh, never mind. I'm collapsing on the side of my bed, so only my head and my arms hit it.
Literally, you could have just made it so that way the camera was further to the left part of the bed, and it would have been fine, right? He would just be sleeping weird on the bed, but at least it would still make logical sense. Whereas what they ended up with, as the MS Paint drawing at the bottom of that picture shows, it just doesn't make any sense.
True.
Yeah.
By the way, Chris, I can't find identity on settings. Am I dumb? Am I
dumb?
Am I
Am I a stupid?
Am I a 35-year-old goldfish?
Mafia accent. I sleep like this to strengthen core muscles. You are looking at the chat settings. Does it have to be user settings or something?
I did my top right corner, right? The little drop-down menu, the one that just says settings. That's what I clicked, right? And it goes straight to profile and like the...
No. But like in the chat box at the bottom, there's like a gear next to where it says chat. Are you clicking on that?
Oh, okay. Let me
There you go. That's chat settings.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to prove this to myself.
By the way, are you listening to this music?
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
So you want to know what this music is? This is music for you being outside the solar system.
Wow.
It's really... Isn't it neat that they have unique music for this one case? Because they were like, well, obviously people are going to try to do that. Like, look how freaking far I'm going.
I know. I mean, everything's been gone by this point.
I don't know. Do you think I'm far enough away from the sun at this point? Like, literally all I'm doing is just increasing my acceleration. It's really faint. I don't hear anything much. Yeah, that's one of the things, and I really need to make sure that this is perfectly conveyed for chat and stuff like that. On my end, things are a little bit louder than it comes in through chat. You could probably do some stuff on your end to maybe make it a little bit louder. But the thing is that I can't have the game be as loud as people would normally have it when they play the game, because then you can't hear us talk. And that's like 50% of the stream. So it's a weird balancing act that I'm hopefully getting better at as we do more and more streams.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be funny if I'm not far enough away? Wouldn't it be funny if the explosion catches me?
Okay, well, thank you for that, Chris. I also have a mod view, so I had to make sure I got out of that.
Alright, are you back in mod view again?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
So you went out and then went back in?
Twitch. Yeah. Well,
cool.
You can just hit the chat at the bottom, and it has like its little own like mod settings.
If I make it louder on my end, you guys will be too loud. Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about, Chris. Where it's just like, it's this weird balancing act of like I have to make sure that we are hearable, but I also want to make sure that the game is hearable in some way. When this VOD makes its way to YouTube, you will hear exactly what I hear, and you can listen to the music there, I guess. But that's not necessary.
True.
Obviously,
Really, like,
obviously, right now we're just hanging out. Which, by the way, Saba, this is a really clever, or not to like toot my own horn, but I feel like this was a really clever solution to not being able to like stream this on Discord.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. Yeah.
I'm about to say, I'm happy with this. We're doing good.
We are extremely happy.
I have no idea how long we have until the sun explodes. By the way.
Well,
let's get to negative 20,000 meters per second. How about that?
Yeah, let's just keep on going. You can keep on hitting it. It's not like you actually.
I'm about to say there's no fuel on this.
What is it exactly using to make it go?
Video game.
Oh, I get it. Makes sense.
So apparently in the original design of this game, there's a bunch of stuff in this game that's apparently vestigial. Like you remember how when you are walking back from the observatory on Timber Hearth and you walk past that like weird lift that has a bunch of logs on it?
Mm-hmm.
So apparently, like you can go over to that log, and you can actually release those, and it will pile up the logs underneath you. And long story short, there was a bunch of stuff that got cut from this game where they were going to have like survival elements, where not only were you going to explode in 22 minutes, you also had to make sure that your character was fed and that you had fuel for your ship and stuff. There you go. Negative 20,001 meters per second. That's how quickly we're moving away from this sun.
Wow. Nice.
So, oh wait, no, never mind, because Chris hasn't seen this, so I don't want to spoil it for her, just in case she does see the special thing. Do you remember the other special ending, by the way, Saba? Because you saw it. You were there when I did it with Lawrence.
Yeah, it was just like
the thing inside Ash Twin.
The thing inside. Oh, that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was pretty cool.
That one's really neat. And the thing that I'm doing right now ties into that ending for the exact same reason.
Interesting.
Because, you know, if I don't die in the sun's explosion, what happens?
Which is true.
Right? And it's like, ooh.
Does it get this? Does the sun music still play even though we're this far away?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's just very chill. Like, they're going reverse, too, in some of the...
Yeah.
Synths and stuff, which is like, maybe they're doing that because, you know, you have to go reverse to a certain degree from the sun.
I guess you kind of do. The only reason... Because I didn't actually think about it, but the only reason I, like, turned towards the sun was because I knew that I could get my... I could, like, zero in on it. I could use the auto balance.
Mm-hmm.
That and obviously
the
stars exploding.
Supernovas too, yeah. I was going to say.
Well, I mean, like you remember the true ending. Like, there's a reason why everything's exploding.
Yeah.
Which is fucked up to think about. Like for like, you know, and we don't need to get onto this topic again. I know I bring it up a lot, but like, you know, talk about the existential dread that I feel every day, and it's surprising because I fucking love this game, despite the fact that this game is so existential.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have to take certain stuff like this at face value, and I'll just be like, yeah. It's I like for what it is. It's a good story, right?
If you think about it too hard, goddamn, is this game depressing?
Yeah, which I don't. Yeah, that stuff I don't want to think about.
Wait, you know what? You know what I could do?
Gosh, what?
I can just walk around.
Leave.
No, I'm not gonna leave, but I can just walk around.
Let's look at well, no, don't look at that.
Yeah, because we want him. Yeah, we want him to look at that. All right. Well, because I mean, I could just eject myself into open space. Is the
yeah, but
thing.
I'd prefer to be in here.
Well, there's new music. I don't know if it's the same. Eject the cockpit, you coward. I don't remember how to eject the cockpit. There's a button somewhere that does. Oh, there it is.
Raise eject cover. Well, I don't know if I want to do that though. We could do that on like.
We can do that
after
at some
we
other
finish
point,
this
yeah.
ending. Yeah. Lawrence, we have to have this moment, okay?
Oxygen refill. Spot a tree,
Spot it.
walk towards it, enjoy.
Enjoy.
And look, and by the way, this is the reason why we have oxygen on the ship.
Oh, nice. That's really tiny. Hey, you know what, Lawrence? I'm totally okay. Name calling me doesn't
Cowards!
affect me. Doesn't affect me at all. So
I mean, the
do
thing is
whatever you
that
want.
I've never seen this ending before. The only reason we have this opportunity is because Colin's not here. And so it's just like, I'm thinking about this ending, and I'm like, man, I have no idea if I'm far enough away. Because
Well,
theoretically,
we're still going at
theoretically in real life, a sun's explosion goes like, you know, millions of kilometers in a second. But that being said, I was like, this solar system was only 3,000 kilometers wide. So who knows?
oh,
Maybe
man.
maybe I'll be close enough. Maybe I won't. Who knows? Or far enough, rather. The opposite of what I said. Oh, by the way, Lawrence, you're in chat now. I watched the speedrun, shipless speedrun of Outer Wilds. Holy crap, is that amazing? Because, so Saba, you know how, like, you have the scout launcher? Because this game calculates all of its physics in real time, when you shoot the scout launcher in 0G, it pushes you backwards, right? But
throwing a wrench.
like right, exactly, like throwing a wrench while you're in 0G. But then with the scout launcher will just teleport back to your scout launcher, right?
Could increase the velocity.
Exactly. And so they literally do that. They literally do that in the thing.
Here.
Hi, Colin.
you're
We're just
here.
hi, Colin.
You're
We're
just flying away.
yeah, we're getting we're trying to get the special ending.
Okay.
So we're just
And
chilling
you're luckily
out.
here for this.
I have no idea. Chris says hi. I have no idea if I'm far enough away from the sun. Is the thing. So.
But we're still going. We still got time.
We got time. Like either way, like it's only been. I think it's been like 15 minutes.
I realize I still have control.
Yeah.
Be careful. At this point, we're just like chatting and stuff. So
Yeah, we're just chit-chatting.
Let's do that until this ending happens, and then we can continue. We still got about an hour. I don't
Well,
know
45
if he's gonna
minutes,
make
but
it
yeah.
to Dark Bramble though, Zach. I think he might make
I
it
don't
to
think I'll make it
Interloper.
to Dark Bramble today.
Which I think is okay. I think he will be able to do. I think we'll finish off the stream with Interloper today.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm trying to think of like other stuff that he's missing on Ember Twin, and the only thing I can think of is he's missing the quantum stuff. And
Yeah,
I think
the
that's
only
basically
thing.
it. Like stuff of significance. There might be like little details,
Oh
but
no,
Yeah.
he also okay, yes, technically, since we're still doing Ember Twin, okay, then I'm not gonna say anything about that. But yeah, quantum stuff.
yeah.
Quantum imaging.
And yeah, Colin, this gives us a really nice view of all the stars exploding.
Yeah, I see him.
Ugh.
And do you hear the music, by the way? It's kind of like going backwards, Colin. Reverse.
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean.
It's very weird. And I made special note of this, but this music only plays when you're outside the solar system.
Mm.
Yeah. Just think about this from a real world perspective for a second, right? We got into our ship. I immediately zeroed in on the sun and then flew backwards for about 5 minutes. And we are now so immensely far away from every other living thing that we've ever possibly known. And the sun's about to explode. So it's like, man, from a real world perspective, this is really scary.
Yeah.
Luckily, because I was saying this to Saba, but in the original design for this game, it was going to be like a heavy survival game where you had to like drink water and eat food and stuff
I'm
like
glad
that.
it's not.
Exactly. I'm super glad that it's not. Because, like, imagine, because, like, as the game exists right now, we don't need food, we don't need water, we have
don't
enough.
need fuel.
We don't need fuel, and we have enough oxygen because we have a tiny houseplant right next to us. You know what I mean? So technically, we could live out here until we died of old age. I wonder, you know what? I never actually thought about it, because, like, clearly the stars are exploding and they just, like, disappear over time, right? I wonder if that's when the sun explodes, is when all the stars are gone.
No, there are still some
don't
stars
think so,
left
yeah.
when the sun explodes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that
I
was
remember.
like,
I remember specifically looking at that last time.
Ah.
the thing is, though, I don't know if we'll hear the sun music.
I assume we will, right? It's a video game, right? They'll just play it. It's not like I wouldn't assume that it's based on distance.
It's true.
Oh,
It's
I do
interesting,
wish
different
there was
colors.
some sort of timer.
Like they like give you like a little pocket watch, being like, "Hey,
Yeah.
now that we've figured out we're gonna die in this amount of time."
Cuz like when you go to a campfire, it tells you like how long on the 22-minute cycle you are. And so I kind of wish that there would that's one of the things I think is kind of weird. I don't know why you have to go to a campfire in order to relax. I feel like you should be able to do it right here in the chair. You know, just like
That,
doze
I
off.
would agree. Like I feel like you should be able to do that.
I'm looking this up to make sure I did this correctly. The music is cutting out again. Okay. Ooh, oh my god, please stop. Oh, the music's playing.
There it is.
Ah, I think this is gonna work.
Are you ready to see this ending, Colin?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
We're all very ready.
Oh, I am an idiot. There was a step to this that I forgot. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, it's okay. Colin can see this ending too.
Thank you. I got French
What'd you
fries.
forget?
There's a thing that we haven't seen yet that you're supposed to grab first, and then do this, and then you get the special ending. By me,
secret ending.
Kinda. Well, let's see. Let's see what this does. Theoretically, this should do what I think it does. Because we shouldn't die.
Oh, are we supposed to grab that thing?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot about it.
Man, oh man.
That's my bad.
Well, it's okay. Like I said, Colin hasn't seen this ending either, so.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if this is an ending. This might just be nothing. We might just see nothing, and then the game restarts. Oh!
That's hilarious.
That's really funny.
Also kind of depressing, too.
Our lock on the sun, just boop, gone.
Oops.
Let's see if anything happens. Let's see if a giant wave of blue light comes at us.
Look at the stars all winking out, though.
Oh my god, they are actually disappearing.
They're not even exploding necessarily. They're just winking. Oh. Huh?
Okay. So yeah. So that's
so we didn't get it.
We didn't get the special ending. Because
look at this memory rerun.
Because of how the ending functions, when we eventually discover the thing, I'll just tell you what this ending is supposed to be.
Okay.
And that's it.
And maybe we can do it if we got extra time, Zach, at least.
Perhaps.
Because I know Colin occasionally leaves a bit early.
I won't today.
Okay.
I've taken enough breaks.
I mean, it's fine. We're making real good progress. This is a really good time. Especially after the stream yesterday being so stressful for me.
I'm sorry you had a stressful time.
Oh, it's fine. Things happen.
Bonk.
All right. So what are you doing on Ember Twin?
I want to go to the sun.
Ah, that's a good idea. So you got the sun station, and then you got the quantum stuff. We think, Saba and I both agree that we think that the reason why you kind of fell off the sun station was because you didn't lock on to the other side.
Okay.
When the door opens, it immediately gives you the option to lock on, so you should do that and then fly.
Okay.
Okay. See
Ciao,
you,
Chris. Thank you for stopping by. It was fun having you here. The only French fries I like are from McDonald's, and that's because they're barely French fries.
Oh my god. Was it you who said you don't like French fries?
I don't like potatoes.
I know.
like
you're a bit
potatoes?
sacrilegious.
That is completely sacrilegious.
I know, and it's baffling to me that everybody says that because I hate potatoes so much that I can't understand why people like potatoes.
My god, mashed potatoes.
Hate it.
Potato
Disgusting.
wedges.
Awful.
Baked potatoes,
Hate them.
with chili.
Hate
Oh
it.
my god,
Awful.
crinkle fries.
Most French fries, despicable. Revolting,
See,
even.
That's
I
just a
think we
shame.
can both agree, Colin, that Zach is just incorrect.
Objectively.
And you want to know
incorrect.
the funny thing with that statement? I probably agree with you. I agree with you. I am probably wrong about potatoes. However, my opinion will not change.
Well, that's fine. I don't think it can change, but at least you understand you are incorrect.
Exactly. Like, just based on the sheer overwhelming evidence of how many people love potatoes, I'm like, I
mean,
must
there's
be
nothing wrong with being an abnormality.
Thanks.
Nothing inherently wrong with that. So.
Thanks.
No, it's true.
You're trying to make
There's nothing wrong with you.
Well, at the same time, Lawrence is also saying we should just throw Zach into the sun. So.
But I'm controlling Zach, so I could do that.
What are you talking about? Our name is not Zach. Actually, you know what? I don't know. Oh, you just walked over it, by the way. Turn around.
This is it? Oh, shit.
Yep. So just go, go to this side, and then eventually the thing will show
Be careful though,
up.
because I think it'll loop. I think the sun
Yeah,
or
we'll
the
see.
sand will loop again and hit you.
The sun one is the first one to emerge, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Man, I don't have a Switch, but I really do want to be playing Animal Crossing.
Oh, which reminds me. So I put that thing in chat, Saba. I don't know if you read it. I think it was in general. Because Adrian was like, oh, we should do more multiplayer stuff.
I did see some of that. I don't... Because I've played Overcooked so much, I'm going to say this right now, I am like a pro at it. So if you want me to help you, I will help you, but I recommend people who haven't played play it first.
I super disagree. I think that this would be the perfect opportunity because I am terrible at Overcooked. I think this would be the perfect opportunity for you to finally yell at me.
Oh, I will yell at you regardless if I'm playing or not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I think it would be way funnier if you and I are both on screen and I am like desperately trying to chop potatoes, but what I should be doing is washing dishes, you know?
But I'll say it also depends on how many people we have, okay? I'll say it like that. Depending on who's showing up for that stream.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, it does loop around one more time before you can get into the door. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember because when Colin first found it, like it was just about to.
Oh,
open
and then
up
the door just showed up. You're right.
Yeah, so I would get out of the way, Colin.
Or you can just fight the planet.
So, Colin, you think you can take out a planet, huh? Or suddenly becoming like a Goku level, just Super Saiyan and like destroy it?
Star-Lord did.
You want to become Star-Lord?
Not really. I don't like Trump.
Wow.
What?
I didn't realize that was a thing. Okay.
Yeah, Chris Pratt voted for Trump.
Oh. Why?
Because he's apparently like a hardcore Republican.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it definitely muddies my opinion of him by quite a bit.
He's probably got his own problems he deals with.
Probably, but I don't know.
It's hard for me to look at anyone who voted for him in a kind way.
Well, you should always just get the full context, and even if you disagree,
Oh,
and
The context
I
is that he
hate
voted for him.
No, like,
There is no
'cause
other context.
Not Chris Pratt. I'm talking about
Oh.
in general, though.
I'm about to
in
say
general.
it's
Some
kind of
people
it's kind of
just might not know
self-evident.
better.
You know what? To make reference to something that Saba helped me work on for a while, ipso facto, my opinion of Chris Pratt has declined. How about that?
Oh my god. Da, 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 da.
All right, here you go. Oh, there you go. All right, jump at the wall. All right, sir. And there's plants in the room across, so you have enough time.
Okay, remember to lock on, okay?
There should be an option.
There's like 2 in the way now.
Oh, maybe go out a little bit. There it is. Oh, that's the debris. Go there. You go.
Onto that.
Yes. Colin, it's okay. You got it. Yes,
Yeah.
Colin.
That was worrisome.
You got it though. You're so good.
You're so good, yeah.
Mission
God.
science compels us to explore the sun.
That's my favorite statement.
Can't we change this? I enjoy working in usage for more of a mission statement. It's accurate. We're going to create a supernova for the purpose of scientific progress. That's our mission. What the fuck? Our mission is inside of such an irresponsible feat as even possible. Here's a better one. Mission. Determine if it's possible to prompt the sun to explode. Yeah, I agree with that. You lack a sense of humor. You don't lack a sense of ethics. Kind of refrain from going supernova on me before the sun does idea. Oh, Jesus.
I by the way, I love.
Idiots.
So don't go down here yet. Go up. Like on the side.
Yeah, because there's an implication here, which I don't know if that's what you're thinking of, but I wanted to kind of like talk to him about it once he read a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll say we can talk. You can talk to him about it later. Look, a statue that's not activated.
That's true.
But you're already linked, so meh.
Right?
Well, no, because I like finding the statues that haven't been activated and then making like quizzical guesses about who it was for. Because remember, every statue was specifically made for like a person to enter the time loop.
Everyone was at different points.
All right, sir. I love this imagery. So get ready to walk down.
Oh, God.
It's so cool. And then the music.
Wow.
Isn't that neat?
That's incredible.
Now, I do gotta make sure that it's perfectly clear again. This place is about to crash into the sun.
Approximate times have been destroyed by expanded spin. 3 minutes, 8 seconds.
Approximate
Approximate
times
time
until
till star's
star's
death.
death. 14.
End of natural life cycle.
So I'd make sure to read stuff.
Happened in sun station, not fire. It fired very, but it failed. The sun barely responded. There was an infinitesimally small surface level changes, but they're barely visible even to the third eye. Sun station is useless. It would never and could never cause the sun to explode. What comes next, my friends? We're going to start over. Turn to Ashburn first, my friend. Comet. Well, yeah, I was welcome to expect it, though disappointed. It made a discreet with exploding something I never wish the rest to fail.
So,
Okay, is there
by the
anything
way,
else we
so
can
Colin, real quick, turn around. Look at the person who's sitting on the bench. That's Idea. It's really sad. I don't know. There's just something about that, about like reading somebody's diary and then literally looking at their skeleton.
Because I remember like Zach being like, well, just imagine, right? This was someone's giant project, right? And they're here and they're sitting in front of it and they died in front of it only to like watch it fail.
I'm about to say, like, your entire lifetime and you build this entire like station and you press the button and it doesn't work.
Well, here's the thing. I think it did work.
Well, so I'm about to say they talk about this, and I really like it because normally the decay of celestial stars is linear. What they did was they actually made it exponential.
Yeah, they. I was gonna say, I don't think it failed. I think it just
Didn't
Took
work
a
in the
long
timeline
time.
that they wanted.
no, it took
But like,
too
think
long.
about it that too, that they basically screwed you guys.
Yes.
By
As well.
accident. But
Well, no,
yes.
not by accident. They knew very clearly that that if they exploded the sun, it was going to destroy everything in this solar system. Like they were aware that the predecessor of our species existed in this solar system.
That's
but
true, yeah.
but they made the call of being like finding the eye of the universe is just more valuable than the lives
More
of these
important.
people. Or it should
the
be noted
same
that
time-
we weren't people yet. We were just like creatures, but still.
Yeah.
At the same time, didn't they also say like if we
Get me outta here.
succeeded, then the exploding wouldn't have happened, like regardless, like they could have just stopped it.
Say that again?
They were like, well, once we find the eye, we can just go back that 22 minutes and just not shoot into the sun.
More or less, that was the plan.
Yeah.
But then they had to
But then it
accelerate
did not
things.
work.
Quote unquote didn't work.
So Colin,
In reality, it did work. It just didn't work until long after the civilization. Had
I'm about to
died
say
out.
like it would like the actual timeline because what we're doing right now is wait actually no, we saw it because remember when you went onto the sun station, it tells you how many years have passed since the last
Oh, I didn't
update.
read that.
So I'm about to say that's why I kind of wanted you to look at it. It was 200,000 years. So prior to the sun station reporting that the sun was going to collapse in 22 minutes, it had been 200,000 years since the last system update. And you want to know what the last system message was? Screensaver activating. Once again, the humor's just great. So you can do this, but I'm here to tell you that if we're gonna do the comet next, you kind of don't have enough time. So once you're done with this
Next
scroll, you might as well just kill yourself. Just fly into the sun.
Because the comet's gonna like melt.
Well, the comet doesn't melt, but you need a certain amount of time in order to explore everything that's in the comet.
We're playing the Ashburn Project for the Hydrogen Lab. No, it's not very interesting.
Do you want to just noom into the sun?
Nyum.
Nyom.
Oh, my ship's on the other planet now.
You did park it on the equator.
Look at the sun.
Look at the sun. Isn't it neat?
That's exactly actually what
I'm
I was
gonna.
Oh!
That's
All right, well, you killed yourself.
an even quicker death. This was good.
That's amazing. I didn't even anticipate that. That's great.
Whack.
Oh, that's so good. You know what, Saba? I think next week, just because it'll be like a downturn from, or not a downturn, like a exhale for those of us who are still in Cogswell doing finals. I think next week we'll do more chill stream. We won't be doing Insane Aquarium and the coin game. We'll be playing the other two games that you didn't pick, but still.
Alrighty.
I think that you might enjoy Card City Nights. It's really cool and chill. There you go. He's learning. All right, sir.
Got
Let's
this
go to
move
the
on.
interloper.
There's a white hole station right there.
Correct. Which, by the way, is the explanation for why the orbit is stable.
Ah, makes sense. It's such a short range.
Correct.
Science. It makes sense.
It does. This is a good stream. We did good stuff. We have about 30 minutes left, and that's definitely enough time for Colin to figure out the trick of the interloper without us having to tell him.
Well, I think I've got to wait till it gets close to the sun, right? For it to start cracking open.
I'm about to say, because you read a thing earlier that suggested something similar to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they went into a crack on the front. I think I saw the crack on the front when we were parked on Ember Twin.
You should also explore everywhere else though too.
Well,
Oh yeah.
yes and no. He can.
The comet's not even that big.
I mean, that's true. I just don't want him to miss the opportunity. Is the thing.
Hello, Whitehole Station.
Hello. It's me, Whitehole Station.
Going very festive.
I think it's autopilot right now, isn't it?
I took control back.
Oh my God, Colin.
Dude, we did it.
You did. You got it. The only thing, because they obviously have like a lot of really cool like celestial phenomenon in this game. The only celestial phenomena I wish that they had, which I understand why they couldn't fit it into this solar system.
Meteors?
No, a fucking quasar.
I mean, yeah, there's no way you could.
I'm about to say, there's no way you could possibly fit that. But imagine if the black hole in Brittle Hollow started fucking eating the sun. Oh my God, that'd be so cool.
So okay, so I think we figured out why our sun is exploding. Why are all the other suns exploding?
That is something that you won't know until the true ending, but I would love to hear your speculation.
Gonna have to think about that.
I mean, there are so many like basic concepts. Look how fast you're moving. It's so amazing.
The idea is that what they did to this somehow they replicated it to every other sun.
You think that?
Interesting.
Well, that's a theory.
Sure.
Because the whole idea is
It's a supposition based on evidence. That's
yes.
good. Do you have anything else?
It could have something to do with the eye of the universe.
Woo!
Where something about the eye of the universe is my dad's watching football.
No, it's okay. It was just funny.
Something about the eye of the universe is like a central matrix to the entire universe. Or I'm just
No. I like hearing these suppositions. Oh, there you go.
Did we find the other thing, Zach?
That's on. He can find it afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
we.
All right, sir. Just be careful.
Oh, that's Ghost Matter. Okay, so that's a bad hallway. Ooh, trees.
A tree in a pot, and then this thing.
Seem much stronger energy readings now that we're beneath the crust. Whatever it is must lie somewhere below, close to the comet center, and starting to think it's more dangerous with us. Oh, is that frozen shuttle, is that on the surface somewhere?
Yes.
Ah.
That's why I told you to recall it, because while it's
Yes,
on
but
the
your
surface
voice
of
is
this,
faint.
it can't get in.
Communication entirely if we can't we get the shuttle warm for us. Understand, but be cautious, both of you. Seems safe enough.
Oh, there's 2 ways of going though.
Do we skate?
So don't go.
Stop.
Don't look up. Look up. Look up. Look up. I'm gonna try to save you from making mistakes. Like too
I was
big.
just gonna look down.
You could just throw your thing there too.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
hazard.
you see it hit it.
I love the as all the life is sucked out of your scout.
Okay, so is that the wrong way?
Down is
When
definitely
I
wrong
said,
way.
You can throw. Be careful, you might fall in though. You could throw the scout to like illuminate too. You could have also done that, and it would have helped. But okay, I would wait. Do not go here. Do not. Wait. So the right side is fine. Oh, you gotta go left. You're like a daredevil, Colin.
I'm about to
dude.
say, Colin, you're very ballsy.
I have no fear.
Well, because obviously, like Simon and I know what like the trick of the comet is, and so it's just so funny just seeing you like slip and slide your way down. That don't go down. That's Ghost Banner. That's Ghost Banner.
Oh no.
Well, I
That's why I
couldn't
said be
recover
careful.
in time.
Nah, it's okay. There were you looked at it a few times, but clearly the big hole with the green light coming out of it was more interesting. But there was a hole in the wall. That's it.
Yeah.
You were, dude. That was fantastic. Because what you're supposed to do, and you saw it there. But when there were 3 holes in the wall, you're supposed to shoot the scout down the hole because none of them have ghost matter at the beginning, but 2 of them have ghost matter down the tunnel. You just so happened to pick the one that didn't. And it was like, and I was like, oh my god.
Woof.
It was so scary. That was so good. All right, welcome back.
Come back to the interloper we go.
Man. So Saba,
Be
when
careful.
we eventually get to the solution of like what actually happens on the interloper, do you want to tell Colin like what the implications of it are, or like just in case Colin doesn't like pick up on it, do you want to tell him the
think he
implications,
will,
or you want
but-
me to?
You can do it. I think you do a better job at explaining things than me.
That's largely just because I talk all day.
Well, no, I think I fumble over things, and my memory's also bad, as I've said every single second of the time.
I'm just thinking about it now, and man, my heart hurts. I'm so sad. Which is kind of like, this is kind of like, this is kind of laming, unfortunately, because like I cannot stop myself from being upset. But it's just like we're kind of watching like a movie, and everything up to this point has been like a cool sci-fi action thing. But now Colin is like Colin looks at me and Saba sitting with him on the couch, and we're both crying for some. Colin, you broke off. Colin, stand up. Are you ejected? Oh my god, you weren't ejected. Just get out quick before it explodes. It's gonna explode. Oh my god. Just leave it, it's fine. You'll kill yourself after this anyway, who cares? Oh my god. You hit that thing so fast. I can't believe that you didn't die.
Nobody panic. I'm an expert.
That's so fucking amazing.
I am
clearly
highly
tell.
skilled in all forms of everything. I cannot be stopped. I am too strong.
If you go to the tail of the comet, you can find some neat stuff. But the front, as you says, is where the
If we're far away from the sun, I would just go to the back real fast.
I think there is exactly 1 audio log at the back. Don't go too high. The gravity on this thing is very weak.
There's a comet. Bonk.
I remember
skating
commenting
around.
about this, and look, there's the ship, by the way.
Aha.
The shuttle.
Parked on the butt. Actually, I need you to read this.
Wow, that was legendary reading speed.
But I've already been inside there, so.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
that's why I kind of spoiled you on it a little bit, because normally, at least when I was playing this, I was kind of annoyed because I was like, well, damn it, I don't want to fly back. I want to do the thing now. Ooh, look at the
I think my
spec.
ship is still okay.
I guess
Has
I normally when the red
think
light
you
is
can
flashing,
repair it.
I would say normally when the red light is flashing like that, that usually means that there's it's gonna explode, but I guess not.
Fixed.
Was it really just the cockpit?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Just bash the
Oh,
glass.
I think
in
I
front of
hear
the comet.
I think I'm hearing the grass open or the ice.
I
Grass.
think you are correct.
There you go. And now you already know like 2/3 of how to get to where you needed to go.
You just have to determine which one it is.
This one.
CC, I think
Can
you're
I go?
fine.
Can I?
There you go. Had to go a little
You
bit
were just
further.
on a ledge, I think. Just remember, not down the big middle hole.
I like how they do that, though. I like how twice while you're exploring the comet, they show you this really fascinating looking thing in the middle, and you're like, ooh, like an
Like you
anglerfish.
fall in and die.
Yeah, and then you fall in and immediately get fucking murked by ghost matter, and it's like, no!
Okay, so right,
And then left.
then left.
Yeah. And then,
Trying to stop skating so much.
there you go. Colin's a professional.
I am a professional.
And then just look for the hole in the wall.
Ooh, dead no eye.
Is there anything
Covered in
covered
crystals.
Crystal.
All right, sir, are you ready for something really depressing?
Yeah.
Get in there. This is 0G, so you can just fly.
But be
Alright, so that's
careful,
a
there are
4, yeah.
openings with ghost matter, so just go down.
Ooh,
in
that's
the
a
middle.
dead person.
And a recording.
Yep. How do I forget how I rotate myself?
It's not right click. I don't know.
And this depressing music.
Yeah, you hear the
Spherical
music.
stone casing here seems to be the source of the energy readings. No, rather, it's the energy source within the stone, taking it from sort of exotic matter. The stone is muting our energy readings. It should be 10 times what we're seeing at least. I don't think we want this matter interacting. As far as I can tell, direct contact would be almost certainly. Okay, so it's ghost matter. Never encountered anything like this casing. All is protecting. We're still the matter is disturbingly volatile. Notice how the stone casing is more friendly and stable. It's under tons of pressure. Look at the density scan. I've never seen anything this tightly compacted before. What is this? This is orders of magnitude worse than I imagined. The stone, if the stone would rupture, the lethal matter would rapidly expand, completely blanketing the star system almost instantaneously. The pressure still building as the comet approaches the star system. Turn the shuttle right now. The rest of our friends need another terrible danger. You're coming. Run. What are you doing, Pi? The more we know about this alien matter, the better chance of survival. I'll learn what I can here. Go warn the others. Maybe they can construct a shelter somehow. Now, Poke.
So,
Oh, that's open.
real quick. Not the implications part, because I'm gonna ask you about the implications in a moment. But just reminding you that Poke and Pi are the two. Like the one of them is the one that was in the crack, and this one is Pi. That's like right here. They
Yeah.
were like lovers.
Aww.
And so, like, the idea of one of them going to the other and be like, go warn the others. And he literally only made it to the crack before this thing exploded. So, yeah, Colin, you tell me what you think the implications of this comet are.
So
This will
breaks
probably be the
open.
end of the stream, by the way. So
ghost matter breaks open. So the thing broke.
There was
clearly,
a lot
you
of
can clearly
pressure.
see that it
And there
exploded.
was something
yeah.
inside that said would expand to cover the entirety of the solar system in a matter of seconds. So was that ghost matter?
Yes.
And that's what killed off his entire species.
So the crystals are the physical manifestation of ghost matter,
Right.
and the crystals themselves are not dangerous. However, ghost
Right.
matter in its ethereal form is like 100% lethal every time. And so
Right.
yes, when this detonated, it just was a
It
wave.
killed everyone in the solar system with the exception of our species for some reason. And
So I can explain that one. You can actually find it doesn't make any sense when you initially read it because you don't really get all this stuff. But on Timberhearth, there was a thing where so you know how your entire like village is inside like a hole in the ground.
yeah,
Because you also recall that at the time when
our
these
species
people
was living in these little caves.
we were
these
living in little
ponds.
caves. So at the exact moment that this detonated, the moon came in front of the
That
crater
hole.
and basically plugged it up for a second, so that way the ghost matter couldn't get inside. And that's why the only place that ghost matter exists on your planet is places that are exposed to the outside.
Oh.
So
But
I'll
And-
give you.
But it's also and the reason. So our solar system at one point was covered in ghost matter when this thing opened, but as they say back on Timberhearth, it slowly like evaporates and turns into nothing.
It turns into crystals. Yes. It slowly dissipates over time, which is why there's like only like few
Interesting.
pockets of ghost matter
That's
now,
some great foreshadowing.
right? And so now allow me to give you some like deeper implications of what this means from like a narrative standpoint. So how did the Nomai get to this solar system to begin with?
They came on the vessel. I assume it was a big migratory ship. That's the wreckage of is probably sitting in Dark Bramble.
Right, and then it got stuck in Dark Bramble, and they ejected. Right,
and one escape pod got stuck, and the other two made it out.
So, since the Nomai disappeared 200,000 years ago, that's how long it's taken for us to like evolve to this point where we have like we have interstellar travel and stuff. From the moment, like allegedly, from the moment that the Nomai arrived at Dark Bramble to the moment that the Sun Station activated was like 100,000 years or something insane like that. Like Nomai apparently have like ridiculously long lifespans. And so it's like 100,000 years of history instantly snuffed out in a single instant by a comet that came from outside the solar system, and within a like 20-minute window or something like that had completely annihilated their entire species.
Well, their entire clan.
Correct. Sorry, their entire clan. But
because
still,
assumedly there could be other Nomai out there.
But it's just like thinking of that is so depressing.
This is really depressing. Yeah, and this is why I was like, I liked comets, but now this is making me depressed. Like this comet was just the bomb that basically killed them all.
And it's so fascinating because like the thing is that like your species as you exist right now is not advanced enough to be able to like actually analyze this ghost matter.
You guys see that?
What?
I thought my camera had clipped through.
What, into it?
Yeah, because for a split second I thought I saw the landing gear and underside of my ship.
Oh, that's funny.
So I think I accidentally
clipped your scout through the wall.
Clipped through the wall for a quick second there.
But yeah, and then not only as like a well, I mean you're this is the end of the stream anyway, so it's okay if you kill yourself, I guess. But as like a final gut punch to how tragic the ghost matter, perfect. You survived. Oh, never mind, you did not.
Nope, never mind.
As like a final gut punch to how horrifying the interloper is, in truth, is that not only does it show up after like 100,000 years of history for their civilization, it also shows up at literally the last moment. Just as, because remember, they had this big plan for the Ash Twin project. They flipped the switch, it doesn't work, and then they're like, oh man, that sucks. Hey, this comet's really interesting. Let's go look at that to distract ourselves from this failure. And they go, and it's like, dude, it's a bomb.
So, I just imagine it because there's that guy on the solar project that's sitting there on the bench.
Idea.
That means he was sitting there staring at the sun being like, why didn't my project work? And just got deleted.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's why I said it's even more depressing that they just
That's
saw
why
their
they're all
thing
just
fail.
kind of doing their thing wherever they were.
That's exactly why they're all just
keeled
tipped over
and died, because they did just keel over and die. Because a super cold, like obscenely cold something just suddenly was just like it
just
there,
washed
and then
over them.
It existed inside of your atoms, and you went, oh.
Yeah, it just completely. Everyone just got evaporated in like an instant.
Oh man.
There is something that we read later that's like associated with like true ending type stuff, but at least we know for a fact that it's painless.
Okay.
Which is nice. I did need to hear that, because otherwise I would hate for them to be in agony. Because like the ghost matter that we experience now is like a dissipated form where it's slower, whereas the original ghost matter was instantaneous and just instantly snuffed.
Right, because it hadn't evaporated; it just expanded.
But yeah, like you weren't here for it because I think you were still like getting your car or whatever when Saba and I were just chit chatting and flying into the middle of space. But like, this game gets really existential at parts, and it's really depressing, but also like in some way like kind of I don't know, like macabre, like in a like beautiful in a really macabre way.
Yeah.
There's something like so romantically tragic about the idea of like an entire civilization questing for 100,000 years to try and find the eye of the
find
universe. Yeah, to find God, essentially. And at the 11th hour, they just dead.
They poofed.
God chucks a atomic bomb at them and goes, "Nah, y'all got too close."
And it's weird because, like, the thing is that one of the really interesting things about this game is that almost everything in this solar system, in some way, shape, or form, is explained. Either directly through, like, dialogue and nomai observation, or indirectly through, like, environmental storytelling. One of the only things that's not explained is where the ghost matter came from. And that's one of the things
where
that
did the interloper come from? Yeah.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that makes it just so much more upsetting, because it's just like there is literally no way that they could have anticipated this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something they didn't understand coming out of nowhere,
Really fast,
and just kaboom.
Yeah. One of the things that's implied, I guess, which since next stream we're going to be going to the Dark Bramble, I believe that's the last place you have to go, right?
Dark Bramble and the Quantum Moon.
I'm about to say, you still technically got Hollow's Lantern, but it's not really that interesting, so it's okay if you feel like skipping that. But so there are implications that. Hello? Did someone knock on my door? Oh, okay. Sorry. One of the implications in there that's really that might be true, might not be true. Some people have posited it, but because the interloper is made of ice and it directly intersects several times, like it coincides with the Dark Bramble. Some people have posited that the Dark Bramble or that the interloper was actually part of the Dark Bramble. Yes, and got dislodged. I don't personally subscribe to that because it doesn't really make any sense. The Dark Bramble, not really spoilers, but the Dark Bramble, by definition, is one of the only places that doesn't have dark or ghost matter in it. So I don't find that to be super reliable. But you know, who knows? Lawrence hype for Dark Bramble.
Do we have to wait until like it?
Yeah. So you have to wait for the lava to lower a little bit, and then obviously since there's only 3 things on the surface of this planet, you could probably guess what you have to do.
Is it any of them?
No, it's one of them specifically. Oh, it's that one, in fact. Good luck with this. It is rotating very quickly.
Careful, it is lava.
I believe in you. Also, be careful, because it will just spit out a lava ball right at you. Oh, I think that's lava still.
Yep, it was.
Though. You did get in, which was very impressive, but I thought for a second, I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure that volcano is still full of lava, but you couldn't tell because everything was in black and white.
Yeah. You could just doze off right away.
We'll visit it next time.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then you'll see. So that'll probably be how we start next time. We'll start with Hollow's Lantern, then go Dark Bramble, and then we'll do because you're still you're still missing 2. So there are quote unquote 3 quantum lessons that you need to learn.
Oh.
You're still missing 2. You learned 1. You're missing 2.
You kind of found 1, but you didn't actually
finish it. Yeah, you didn't follow through. You were so fascinated by the rest of the planet that you just left.
Oops.
No, and it's super okay because that's obviously like an organic exploration sort of thing. But it was just really funny because I was fighting every urge that I had to be like, Colin, don't leave. I think we were also talking about Pokemon at the time, so I also kind of wanted to keep talking about that.
No, I also probably was feeling the same way as you, Zach. I was like, I kind of want to say something, but no, I'll just let it go.
All right, I'm gonna boot you both off my system.
That must be on Ember Twin.
Spoilers.
Like, what were we talking about Pokemon?
Dropping little hints. All right, so we are good.
That was lovely.
That was great. You're making excellent time. You're basically solving these things at the clip that I was hoping that you would. I don't know. Let's do a brief summary because obviously there was a lot of information that was presented in this in general. Like my personal favorite moment in the game is when you turn down the sun the
You
sun
see the
station the first
sun
time.
and
It's so unique, and also the music kicks in, and it's a unique track for that moment that you see it.
It reminds me a lot of the Elusive Man's office
Who's the
from
elusive
Mass
man?
Effect.
I don't remember, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, but I'll pull up an I'll pull.
If you pull up like a screenshot.
I was gonna say, as we comment on something else, briefly. Actually, Colin went like through a very straightforward, like almost like how the game devs like kind of designed the game to be explored in a certain way. Like he went to the moon first, from Timber Hearth. Like you know how we just went kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And we just went everywhere. But I feel like Colin went very straightforward, and like he learned everything that he needed to learn, and like once he learned about a specific area, that's when he went to it. So I thought that was really like a good way of going by
What's
it.
the best image of this I can find?
He was not, as the D&D people say, chaotic.
it is really interesting, especially with this particular playthrough, because yes, when we were playing with Lawrence, we kind of just hopped from planet to planet based on what we were able to figure out in that moment. Oh my god, that's nuts.
This is where the Elusive Man from Mass Effect. This is like his office. He like sits and has this huge. It's this big like open room, and he just has this huge panoramic window of this star.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, that. Okay,
so
I get it.
When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's so cool.
The reference that I think of, or that I thought of when I first went into the Sun Station, was the movie Arrival. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I know of it.
There's a point in that movie where they go into the alien spaceship for the first time, and the alien spaceship has like artificial gravity, and so it does the thing where the people, the humans, are trying to get in the ship from the bottom, and they're trying to figure out how to build this like ladder all the way up this like hallway. But as soon as they get across the threshold,
gravity flips.
Yeah, the person gets pulled to the wall, and suddenly the wall is the floor. And when they look up at the hallway, it's like a big thing where it's a long hallway that opens up into a wide room, and then beyond it is a glass wall that's just full of mist.
I remember this.
And so like that, and so like that's what I thought of when we did the Sun Station.
That's the one about
it's about language. You should watch it. It's about language. It's very good.
Trying to interpret language from the aliens.
I really don't like the ending, but goddamn, is the rest of that movie super worth it. But yeah, so we got that, and that was my personal favorite moment so far. Obviously, we won't touch Colin's favorite moment until we'll save that until we're done with the game next week.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Saba, have we seen your favorite moment so far?
I don't even recall what my favorite moment was that I said last time.
I'm about to say I don't remember either, but I remember that you said one. But anywho, so we got that. We got one of the secret endings. How do you feel about that, Colin?
It was great.
I'm glad
that it's a little preemptive. That might have been my favorite moment.
It's really funny.
Just having the two objects at the same time, and then just the second one just cracks open, just the fabric of reality.
And based off of that, I can't wait to see what you think of the second one.
Oh god, the second secret ending is even better than the first, and it's so good.
That might be your extra favorite moment.
And I did want to clarify just briefly, because when you were in the high energy lab, and I was like, well, just in case of time, I'll give you a little bit of instruction, and you were like, I'll solve it on my own, and I was like, good, and I just like dropped it. What I was gonna say, I ended up doing it anyway, was I was going to instruct you on how to get the secret ending. Because when I played the game, because I played the game the first time on my own, and then I think I played it again with, I don't remember who I played it with the second time, and then the third time was Lawrence. But on the second time, first and second time, it never even crossed our minds to like pull out one of the portals. You know what I mean? And so it's like it's so like non-logical. Like, why would you think about that? You know, like why would someone program that in the game? But they did, because everything's physics based. So we got that. You got the big revelation on what happened to the Nomai, the very sad fate of the Nomai.
It also makes sense though, because the whole idea is, it's 1 second before
the other one. Yeah,
it comes out. So it was like, well, what if I put it in and then it came out and then the portal didn't exist? Oh, it breaks the universe. Cool.
When we get to that funny part, Zach, where the area where you failed that jump, you remember what this is? And we were spinning.
No, I don't. Which planet was it? Oh, are you talking
yeah.
about a certain place that's rotating very quickly?
Yeah, I feel
God,
like
that
you
was
should
so
definitely
funny.
show that to Colin. That was great.
I mean,
You're gonna
I
definitely see that. That'd be funny.
when we're so Colin, I mean, obviously Colin hasn't watched any of the clips that are on the Twitch channel just quite yet.
No.
But when we're done next week, either during stream or after stream, I will just like I'll copy links to a bunch of the stuff because God, that was so funny.
You should see some of the epic fails that happened.
There was a lot of funny stuff that happened in the last one. But yeah, so we got that. I think we're good. So just once again, real quick, I know I already said this. So we're doing Hollow's Lantern, Dark Bramble, the quantum lessons, then the quantum moon, and then we'll be doing a secret ending and then the true ending. So we got 6 things left. I barely count the Hollow's Lantern, but I still put that on the list. So we basically have like 5 things left.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Good. That's about 1 thing per hour. All right, fantastic.
So if
we're good to go.
If Lawrence is still watching this, thanks for showing up, Lawrence, in chat.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice having people. It's really weird how sometimes at the beginning of streams, like I don't know if Leviathan Games was already following the channel or whatnot, but sometimes at the beginning of streams, we just have like a rando who I don't know that shows up, and they're really nice and they participate in the conversation, and then they leave because obviously the stream is like 5 hours long, so it makes sense that they would leave eventually. But it's just like, it's so weird to me just to have a random person just hang out and be nice. I was legit expecting a lot more people. Like when I did the streaming thing, I was expecting a lot more random people to show up and be like, "You suck." But unfortunately, it's only Adrian.
Adrian saying we suck.
I shall be joining Discord chat again next week. Fantastic, Lawrence. We will probably do the same thing with you that we did with Lawrence, or we did with Saba this week, where I'll have all 3 of you connect to my computer via Parsec, and I just took away Saba's controls so she could see the screen but couldn't interact because we were having trouble streaming to Discord. So that'll be good. All right. I think with that we're good to go. Oh, by the way, Colin, sorry, I did say this. I posted, if you go to the general text channel, I posted the koi fish language. I want to get your live reaction on that real quick.
I did see that. It was super cool.
I like it. I think it's really cool.
It's super neat. I love that that's language.
All right. Good. We are done. Good night, everybody. I'll talk to you later.
See y'all later. Have a good one.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.